special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
2 players to be able to...
This is it! A 12 empty 7.
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot today. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able
This is it! Un soir même des aventures!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot today. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able
This is it! A soir même des aventures!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to...
This is it! A soir même des aventures!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from any trap. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able
This is it! A 12 des aventures!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting. In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from any tree. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors 2025.
Has arrived. No more margin for error, and the pressure is absolute. This is the moment the tournament promised, and every survivor knows the stakes. In this battle between the champion, Buriram, and the winged beasts, Falcons, only one will remain in the clouds. Will Buriram's no-loss streak continues its shine, or will the Falcons soar higher? Who will secure a spot in the grand finals?
อยู่ครับเพราะถ้าไม่มีก็ฝีมือเท่ากันหมดผมก็กินขาดครับไม่มีสกิลสบายๆนะครับแบบนั้นก็พวกผมก็ชอบเลยแล้วยิ่งไม่มีแบบพวกสกิลพวกอะไรสกิลไปพวกผมเหลือๆเลยครับ
The Titan Slayer P Esports lie in wait, watching from the shadows for the fallen contender who will challenge them in the lower bracket final. But who will descend to meet them? Who will go to the grand finals? 8 teams entered, but only one can be immortalized. Who will rise as the ultimate champion of FFCM 2026? The final day has arrived. 3 battles remain. 3 teams standing. Who will stand tallest at the very end as the champion? The reckoning of the Clash Masters is finally here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is Free Fire Clash Master Southeast Asia 2026 Spring. And on the desk, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by my nephew, Husky. And in the next few matches, we will be joined by Musashi AJ. We are now on the final day of playoffs, and 3 teams remain. And by the end of the day, we have one champion of the inaugural Free Fire Clash Master Southeast Asia 2026.
Absolutely. It's going to be an exciting evening because we started with 8 teams, 8 invited teams last weekend. And now we're down to just the final 3. Some expected matches, but some dark horse runs might just be completed today as the fairy tale for Vietnam continues to play out. PE Sports waiting in the lower bracket finals. That's going to be exciting as well. But we also have the 2 titans of BRU and Falcons duking it out again in another historical showdown in the upper bracket finals. We got best of 5s for the entirety of the night. It's going to be a hell of a series.
Exactly. It's not only the format as well. It's best of 5s that will be changing. There's also a few changes that we'll be introducing in a bit. And I'm really excited how this is going to turn up right now. Because Buriram United going against Team Falcons, we haven't seen this so much even in the previous Clash Squad battle. And now Titans are already starting their show. Now they're opening the floodgates of how they're going to show it up, especially in a lengthy battle against each other. And I'm really looking forward how it's going to end up later as well when PE Sports jumps in the fray, because we know for a fact that they did lose against Buriram United and Team Falcons from the previous days.
Yeah, I think PE Sports, if anything, has already defied a lot of expectations by taking down AG Global.
Oh, yeah.
When we sort of looked at yesterday's matches, but personally, for me, BRU still undefeated. I want to see if they can continue that streak coming into this grand finals.
Yeah, right now we're going to explain how the map would be selected. And compared to the other days where it's based on luck, now we're going to go based on skill. Lone Wolf against one player from each team, and it will be done in Iron Cage. Whoever wins that match would be picking the first map, and it goes over up until the 5th map. Now, we know that we only have 4 maps on the map pool right now, but as you can see, there's a pool reset. So by the 4th match or the 4th map, they will be able to at least repeat whatever map they have selected from past.
Yeah, and this is very important as well because for some of these teams, through previous interviews that we have seen in the previous series, they've talked about maps that they are more confident on, talk about maps that they are taking a while to get adjusted to. BRU, for example, they discuss about how Bermuda isn't exactly one of their most comfortable map, and yet they have an unblemished record on it. So it would be quite interesting to see what these teams are going to go for when we head into, the 3rd to 5th map.
Yeah, well, let's see though. I mean, as we look into the bracket right now, as we take a peek on what happened so far, and you did mention how it was on the upper bracket. Now, Buriram United and Team Falcons did went against Vietnamese teams, and this is what I'm talking about. For Team Falcons won against PE Esports, thus they were pushed into this stage of the competition. Now, for the rest, it was a grueling battle, especially for PE Esports. Longer journey, but I guess with that journey, they took a lot of experience, made correction in some of the mistakes, and even managed to take down AG Global, which is a champion or global finals champion of Clash Squad.
Yeah, and I think PE Sports, if there's one thing that has been synonymous with their run in this entire Clash Masters, is how new faces, the big shakeup of the roster has really brought in a breath of fresh air, and they have been delivering that on all fronts. We do have BRU against Falcons as our upper bracket finals later on for the opener best of 5, and then we go to lower bracket finals between PE Sports and whoever drops from the upper bracket finals, and finally we have the grand finals, which will be another best of 5. So we have a potential of 15 total games today. I can't wait to get started.
Yeah, exactly. I can't wait to get started. And the only question, though, for the teams is, will they be going for the full run of 5 maps, or would it be cut short? That would be depending on how they treat this game, how well they study their opponents, as well as if they're taking advantage of the maps, as well as the draft that will be happening later on. But again, the focus right now would be who's going to take the first pick of the map once the Lone Wolf has been introduced. And it's really refreshing to see another mode being introduced in Clash Masters.
Yeah, I think this overall gives us a lot of things to look forward to, but I want to look at our predictions, right? I want to talk about our predictions a little bit, because coming into this, I think there's been a lot of debate on who's going to come out on top, but at least both of us are on the same page. You were expecting 5 games. I'm expecting it to end slightly faster, right? I think BRU is going to come out on top. The onus is now on Team Falcons to really put up some resistance.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from my perspective, Team Falcons will not be going down that easily, especially as in Southeast Asia, they were the Clash Squad champions twice. And this is where I'm getting all those information. Though when we look at the records right now, Buriram United does have a bigger win rate percentage. So that's 80% against the 70% that Team Falcons has. So based on numbers, Buriram United does have that advantage.
Which is pretty crazy. I think, the last time we saw them sort of clash in an official event, it was actually the Ninja Clash, or at least that's one of the last few times we saw them, and BRU basically steamrolled to Team Falcons, right? And they went on to win that event, and afterwards, qualifications into Clash Squad wasn't really the focus of these two teams, so I'm glad that now they get another rematch in an inaugural Clash Masters, starting with BRU. All of them are world champion material. Jonah, Moshi, Get High, Wasana, and so far, Wasana holds the record, if I remember correctly, highest elimination count. He's literally unmatched at this point.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, highest elimination match. And that's one thing, though. I mean, it's not just Wasana this time around that's really proving themselves, because we've seen in the early days of Clash Masters, we've seen Jonah really pop it off. But most of the time, it's Get High who's getting so much of that elimination. It's not overshadowing Wasana, though, because we've seen so much the team effort, the dynamic duo of this combination of Get High and Wasana. And hopefully we'll see more of that in a bit. Because so far, they are going against the Kororo factor of Team Falcons. If that clutch gene from Kororo will pop off, I'm pretty sure Limited 7 on Fire and Peanut will be motivated as well.
Yeah, and this is a team that has been really driven by momentum. A team that when they feel really confident, they feel unstoppable, right? They feel like they could touch the skies, they could achieve anything that they want. But there are moments where you look at Team Falcons and you wonder if it is enough, if that linear approach in dire straits is going to help them pull through against BRU, who till this point hasn't really been challenged as much. You have some close shaves, and when I say close shaves, I say in a pretty loose manner. 6-3 is considered close for BRU, whereas for Falcons, they have taken losses leading up to this point.
Yeah, I mean, let's see though, because again, Titans, the result that we've seen so far will change drastically. It's more of who's taking momentum, who has better aggression potential in this game. But before we proceed in actual 4v4s, we're going to go on a 1v1. The Lone Wolf begins. Iron Cage is open. And let's see who's going to play. And it's Limited 7 going against Get High.
It is pretty interesting, right? Because this, again, the objective is to hit 5 and you get to, call dibs on that map selection later on. But at the end of the day, it really comes down to what you want to play, what you want to kind of strategize around. And when it comes down to Lone Wolf, it's just a mechanics check between the players.
Yeah, let's see though. There goes that shape splitter being used, and Get High being backstabbed because of a distraction, and then he goes for a switcheroo. The only question though is will he make that shot? I guess Get High just anticipated where that mannequin will be, and that's the first point goes to Buriram United.
That's a pretty nasty 180 if I ever seen one. I thought Limit X7 had Get High dead to rights. Well, I'm going to slow it down a bit more this time. Even for Limit, they were just testing the waters, right? So Limit's test on who makes that first move, how fast they want to play, but we Get High just demonstrating some mechanical prowess there, but they are gonna still go for the usual U2 dumps Get High, trying to flush out Limit X7.
And Flash. We got flashed in a bit, and I'll see if Limited 7 will make this shot. He might be able to go in for the backstab, but unfortunately, the sound cue gave that opportunity, but then there goes another 180, or I would say 360 as he jumped and take down Get High.
Man, we need more of these moments. Like these moments really shows you how far you can push the limits of some of these character abilities. This Santino, so much utility there, but Get High decides to get up close and personal and just blast him with the 1887. Get the second point for himself, but still, right? Limit, very daring attempt to just challenge Get High.
Yeah, that's one thing though. I mean, does have that coda, so he got information as to where the opponents will be. Now, let's see if Limit 7 and 590 will be able to make this work. The ice is slowing them down a little bit and chipping in a little bit of damage, but he is now stuck in the corner as Get High release a grenade or stuns him in a little bit, and there goes Aurora Vision, but the timing of the glue wall saves him a little bit.
Now again, frontal CQC, Get High, dangerous in that help pool. Limit having no problem to get that equalizer and just better on the shots around the corners, right? And this is what really defines some of these CQCs when you are running one of the best shotguns right now. Those pre-fires chip damage, they are going to start accumulating as the fight drags on.
And let's see. I mean, it is being dragged right now. It's a 2-on-2 in the scoreline, and it's just a back and forth. Limit 7 just slowing down, but Get High already have information as to where he will be coming from. And if he sees where that shape splitter will be let go, then that will be a chance for him to get more information. But there goes Aurora Vision. A little bit too early though. But Limit 7, both of them will be tagged up with ice grenades. And the opening! Oh my goodness! A knife being thrown at you. The disrespect.
Right through the heart. Get High with zero mercy, and Limit replies. Look at this one. This is some mad stuff.
Showdown.
This is not even the official matches yet. Well, not the official best of 5 in Clash Squad. We're having 1v1s, for goodness sake.
Well, I'm really loving how it's turning up right now. If one shows something, the other one responds. And I guess the response from Limit 7 is quite, I would say, gives out a lot. It's quite loud. Now, Limit 7 putting in that shape splitter. get information. Max 7 in hand as well, but a turnaround almost taking him down. But will he be able to recover, especially with Shape Splitter already triggered?
Has to reposition just to heal back up and get high. Knows where he is. Going to break that glue wall, even though the heal solo comes through, but doesn't have enough time to top limit back up, so get high. Brings himself up to just a point away from hitting that win.
Now let's see. I mean, get high. A little too close. And will he be able to use that raw vision? Initially gets that information. Push! Limit X7 into corner. And now Max 7 in hand. This might be it. And there you have it. Buriram United wins this. Get high wins this and picks the first map.
Yeah. And just like that, BRU, they gain some advantage when it comes to at least the map pick rate. But we got to look at the team head-to-head for now. These two players have, in their own right, some high numbers when they get to do their job. Moshi and Limit, the snipers of both teams, I think they need no more introduction. But when you look at Moshi's total assists, he is through the roof, right? He's like 41 more assists than what Limit has delivered so far, with both teams having their best map on Kalahari with a flawless win rate.
And that's one thing though. I mean, Moshi is there not just aiming for elimination. He's also helping out his teammate. And that's what happens most of the time. And a reason as well why Moshi is not being the MVP, because he is so focused in getting out the information as well as chipping in the damage. And with the condition that we have right now with the medkits in Clash Masters, seems like he's helping in a lot. Not so much in the damage though, but again, you pointed out the assist, you pointed out elimination already, and it seems like a much stronger sniper against Limit X7. But right now, we are seeing the best map out of not only these snipers, but also both teams. So I'm really looking forward to a Kalahari map in this game a little bit early. As we expected, but I won't be surprised if both teams would start off in Bermuda, because you did mention that like Buriram United is that's not their best map, so they want that out of the table a little bit early in the game.
Yeah, but there's also a chance that we go back to Bermuda because of the map pool reset, right? I personally want to see two Kalahari maps if we get that luxury. But for BRU, the top map pick, funnily enough, is still Bermuda, right? They picked it 2 times. Solara, they picked it once, and then Kalahari again with a 100% win rate. On a technicality, perspective, they basically have a 100% win rate on all maps so far. They haven't dropped a single game in this Clash Masters. Every single match that they play, they just absolutely steamroll to their opponents. So now we're looking at Falcons to really make them work harder for some of these wins.
Yeah, I mean, that's series win rate that we're looking at. As you did mention, there's 100%. But when we go in match, not only is Kalahari their best, that would be Solara as well. So Solara, if I'm not mistaken, they had 3 matches and 3 wins overall. And then what follows through with the most maps that they played is Bermuda, wherein they played 4 and won 3 times. So in terms of numbers, in terms of winning the matches, Buriram United does have a lot. But let's take a look at the top map pick of Team Falcons right now.
Yeah, and Team Falcons, same thing. We did talk about how Kalahari is also their best map with 100% win rate. But when we look at Nextera and Bermuda, they've only collectively went for it a total of 2 times, 1 each. And this is a team that I feel like when we talk about them on Nextera, that's sort of the map that I feel like will make the most difference, right? If Bermuda and Falcons are going to be playing on Nextera, I think the odds are definitely in favor of BRU just by a bit. So that's where I think Falcons will need to be a lot more prepared if they are not. If not, I think BRU is going to have a good chance to run away with the series.
Yeah, definitely agree with you with that. So that's one condition, one factor that Buriram United can bring to the table when we talk about the maps that they will be played right now in each map or in these games. But let's take a look at the skills right now. For Buriram United, top pick would be Koda. And we witnessed how well that has been used not only by Get High, but a lot of players for the side of Buriram United. The next would be Santino and then Cassie. And like Buriram United, I think even in Clash Squad, that Cassie has been their signature, especially with the long run of the engagement that they are winning.
Yeah, funnily enough, like Koda especially hasn't really been at the top of the list, although there are teams that gravitate towards Koda a lot more. primarily, I think the Indonesians love this character. But for BRU, they are sort of the exception, right? They are willing to play competition that sometimes just roll with raw utility. They also showed us the immortal lineup with Zane, Cassie. When you give them all the tricks in the books that they can get, suddenly they become too much to deal with. On Falcons' end, there should be a bit of deviation. In fact, it's completely different from the style that BRU is bringing in. For Falcons, it's a lot of focus on self-sustainability, having that Orion that can really buy time and create space, but also having Ignis to clear out tight corners so that your team can perform.
And one thing that we're seeing right now, out of the 3 top picks of active skill, it's not only being used by one player. For Ignis, it has been used 7 times by P9 and once by Liminix 7, and that's where they got 75 on a win rate in that skill. Now for Oscar though, it's not that high, but Keroro and On Fire, most of the time, if given a chance, will be using this. And On Fire, definitely, if he's a front liner for the team, he will be given that Orion, he will get that 100% win rate if this is his pick.
Yeah, I think right now, when we look at the drafts, it might center a lot around whether the Orion gets let through or whether the Cassie is a priority, right? Because when we look at, let's say, the Indonesians, when they went up against each other, Cassie wasn't really on that list. She's made it to the last pick in majority of the drafts we've seen. But then we look at other teams when they play, that Cassie comes out in the first 2 picks. Bermuda, they did win the lone wolf, so they get that first pick. They go for Bermuda, get Nextera next, Solara third, and then we get Nextera for map 4 before going back to Solara again on map 5. This is some fun stuff. The fact that Falcons picks Nextera twice means that they are pretty confident about this, right? Both teams going for maps that they've picked the most.
It's quite surprising as well because both teams had a great run in Kalahari, and I was expecting that Bermuda, as you mentioned, not their best map, this might be a chance for them to really bring the Kalahari. But well, that's it for the map. Now let's go for the draft, and both sides has already taken a ban. For the first, it will be Oscar, and then for Team Falcons, it would be Orion. And the first pick for Buriram United would be Zane, but unfortunately, there's no immortal build, as you mentioned, because Cassie is on the other side.
So it's just pure denial so far from both teams. We talked about if the Orion is going to be prioritized in the ban, and that's sort of the case. I'm surprised that Falcons were the one that went for the Orion ban, but also I think partially because the Oscar was eliminated earlier on, taking the Cassie Chrono not only denies the Immortal lineup, but you're also taking away one of the comfort picks that Get High or Jonah likes to go for in that time turner. So they are going to respond with the Nero Ignis, which is a very classic duo, and Falcons opt to go for the Steffi.
Let's see though. I mean, Steffi, it's underrated at this moment. We know for a fact that Steffi's being used most of the time just to prevent all those nades being thrown at them. But we're not considering the additional factor that Steffi has been added in here, because it adds up a little bit of your shield point as well. So that's one reason why once that Painted Refuge has been pulled up, then most of them will be sticking into that one corner. But a great counter with that would be the Nero, because if they know that they're in that one position, pulls up the plushie, and they will still get a chip damage.
Not only that, the Ignis can also do not only cut off line of sight, but if you place a Frame Mirage in the right position, you could also chip away the enemy health bar. So there are some damage over time sourced from the side of BRU on top of the utilities that are already available. But the Tatsuya comes out, and that's pretty interesting, because I was thinking that if the Santino is going to be a focus for Falcons, they decided to go for the Steffi Coda instead. So again, they're denying what BRU has shown so far. This Tatsuya on Jonah, of all people, is I think it's giving me the vibes that Jonah is gonna show us what he did in the previous upper brackets, where for him it's not about commanding his team, but to make individual plays when Falcons are distracted.
Hell, I mean, it's quite refreshing that Tatsuya is back, and I really love that there's some speed that is being introduced with the toughness that Buriram United has, and it's a great counter to what Team Falcons has to offer right now. But there's no waiting any longer as we drop into Bermuda. You know who it is. The first set of area in this map would be in Sentosa. So I'm really loving the switcheroo that these teams will be pulling off, or would it be one-sided for the first 2 games?
Yeah. I think the best part is that you get to you get to play the same area twice on different sides, but at the same time, it just eliminates a lot of the, uncertain factors in RNG on the areas you get, right? It's just straight up the aggression. We respected this from BRU and Falcons alike, but BRUs are the ones that's landing the shots. So far the health bars, they do favor BRU a bit more. And over the fence, Wasana goes for the ice grenade and instantly takes Limit down. This guy knows no bounds with how fast he moves. Pina can't really stand out when there's only him alive against the entirety of BRU. This should be pistols. BRU off to a fantastic opening.
Yeah, and they are up in a great start right now for Buriram United. We did mention about Wasana right now. Even a fence, he does have that ice grenade on him, so there's a good chance that he will land that knockdown despite of not making those shots on the USP2. But that's just pistol round. But we've seen a great combination right now. It's not just Super Bonfire, but a Vortex as well that's being brought in, a smoke Vortex. So I'm loving that they're using all the tactical market utilities that they have right now.
Yeah. Speaking of BRU, individual members, all of them can be a rusher at some point. This sort of feels like it to a certain degree, where you have Jonah who is willing to go ultra aggressive thanks to the Tatsuya. You get that reset on the Rebel Rush. Suddenly he becomes a thorn in your side. So every single knockdown is going to have a cascading impact that favors BRU a lot more than that it should have in normal circumstances.
Yeah, let's see though. So far, Wasana would be the first going down, and with a little bit of extra firepower for the side of Team Falcons, double on the G36. They have a long-range capability right now, and On Fire slowly closing in against Motion and the rest of the gang, but he's being seen through those fences. I guess that's a good distraction, but here comes the roof gameplay, and Jonas playing the same. So Pina backs away just in time not to get down.
Actually, pretty smart attempt to go for the jewel wall boost onto the roof as well, because that could easily catch BRU off guard. They currently are outnumbered, but Moshi is going to be playing a very important but risky role as well. You don't really want to get flushed up from this compound at this point of time. Whereas for Falcons, they can just wait for the blue zone to close in. They have the numbers, and every single chip damage right now is going to have a permanent effect onto BRU. With no Cassie on their end, this is going to be tough.
Yeah, it is tough. As you can see, Keroro's already healed up. Well, the rest of the opponents from Buriram United, like Jonah, couldn't even move his HP up. So let's see. It's a stalemate that we're seeing right now. No one's moving an inch. The shift of the circle would be the trigger for everyone, but Pina's already an oversight. So whoever takes a step, if he hears a sound cue, that's where he's heading.
BRU playing very patient with this, but it's going to come down to some massive plays from these individuals. Get High is going to attempt, but there's a crossfire set up already. Falcons very well prepared to receive any sort of movements from BRU. Moshi only good for one, but it's not enough. Pina will survive that round, and Falcons coming off flawless in round 2.
And that's one thing though, I'm seeing some strength as well for the side of Team Falcons, because when it comes to Pet, as I review some of the skills, the best skills that they had a couple of flash right now. So they're not afraid of turning their backs against Buriram United, because they have that capability of blocking some of those damage even with their back turned. But with winning that round, especially in round number 2, they have more firepower right now. And if I'm mistaken, that power file that Keroro is using came from Moshi. So thanks, Moshi, for the extra firepower of Team Falcons.
Head to Clock Tower for round 3. And this Cassie has been such a big game changer in a lot of these matches. Even when teams don't win the game itself, the Cassie prolongs these fights, and it makes it quite a headache because of that healing. Early chip coming from Jonah already, so the Rebel Rush impact is going to go down unless you can find some instant knockdown. But the mini Uzi doesn't really give you that advantage. You need some time for a full frontal spray down. So that is some limitations that BRU will have to work with.
Let's see though. I mean, they're already on the second floor. A good chance that they'll be able to step in the roof, but Get High didn't anticipate that. On Fire is already on the ledge, and Wasana trying to go for a rescue, probably a takedown, but it's a little too risky. 1 against 3. Moshi for the backup as well on the ground floor, or second floor rather. And let's see if he'll be able to flank, because Keroro as well as On Fire is just standing still, not really worried about the damage they're taking because of that Cassie connection.
And whatever chip damage on Pina also was nullified. And that is the strength of the Cassie right now with such limited items, limited ways to get your health back up. Every single time this happens, it is going to negatively affect BRU. Not to mention, I mean, Falcons have been pretty smart with some of these maneuvers, right? They're playing a lot more patient than what we usually see them. But these boost strats that really catch BRU off guard on fire has been waiting there the entire time. To block off the stairway and fight at the second elimination for himself to secure an almost guaranteed win on this round.
I guess we are getting it wrong right now in the predictions. Buriram United doesn't seem that strong right now, especially with Team Falcons already mowing them down. And there we have it. 2 points already in this game. More firepower, more of that airdrop of points as well. The cyber points would lead to more damage coming from Team Falcons. And I'm not sure what Buriram United can do right now, especially in the next area of the map.
They haven't been able to find much of a control as well in terms of these key spots. We sort of see the focus of BRU. They want to take crucial indoor compound, but for Falcons, they don't really mind giving up those areas, right? They play outside, they get a pick off from a window, and suddenly the entire map feels a lot more constricted. So BRU ends up getting trapped within Falcons radius than the other way around. But we're gonna have some open ground to work with. On fire, taking some shots from Moshi, but the Cassie again continues to be a problem.
Let's see. I mean, Buriram United, Wasana already crossing. Pina might be able to stop them. What you did mention about the open grounds and open areas already where Team Falcons has their crosshair. Here comes On Fire going for the chase against Moshi. He has been spotted out. He has been gunned down. And that's 1 down. But Pina will be traded off. And if he gets eliminated, it would be another slowdown for the approach for Team Falcons. Now, if it seems like Buriram United wants to bring those MP5 to a roll, and now Wasana will try to sidestep, but unfortunately he gets taken down.
Wasana took out 3 members all on his own, leaves it out to get high for the cleanup, and that is what BRU needs. Some big individual clutch moments, but Wasana really pulled through. In this tight area, you really thought that Wasana is just good for 1, but no, he goes on a chain elimination spree, finds 3 before limit finally puts him down, and by that point damage was done. Get High arrives just on time to keep BRU on even grounds with Falcons.
Oh, it's tough to see this happening for Buriram United, but hopefully Get High with that level 3 on MP5 would help, because up close and personal, yes, he brings in that firepower. And if I'm not mistaken, we're also seeing an M82B or AWM right now for the side of Moshi. So AC80 versus AWM. Let's see if this is something that they can probably change the tides between these 2 teams. On Fire already taking shots on Wasana. Now he's in trouble. Pina for the backup. And Wasana not even taken down, but chip damage is not chip anymore. Moshi will be gunned down first on the 2nd floor.
Man, On Fire is getting too much space to move. He's completely unattended. He brings Wasana down low and ends up turning to catch Moshi. BRU needs to get rid of On Fire right now, or at least force him away, because he's being allowed to do too much. Pina just gets a spray down casually before Wasana pops him in the head, but it's a 1v3 right now for the young prince of BRU, and there's too much to achieve. Pina gets brought back up as the rest of Wasana's teammate goes down. Falcons runs him over to claim round number 5.
Yeah, round number 5 brings it to a 3-2 favoring Team Falcons. And it seems like Buriram United, I would say the scores is quite tight, but the trouble is how they move. It's not how we usually see Buriram United play. Most of the time, if they go in for the push, they go for a quick annihilation. But not Team Falcons. They are smart enough to know what Buriram United is thinking. And let's see if this would happen in peak. And this is a prime location for Buriram United to take back a point, because they know this like the back of their hands.
Yeah, let's see. BRU. Again, so far, Falcons have just been running circles around them. And they're starting to get into groove, right? We see Falcons get into BRU's face a bit more often. And these utilities, these sprays through the smokes are starting to really hurt BRU. Jonah not really finding much impact with that Tatsuya. They are the ones that are supposed to go on the aggressive, but they are getting shut down every time. On fire again on the flank. Finds Wasana, punches him down. Sprays Get High. This round basically cooked as Falcons steamrolls to BRU at peak.
Yeah, it's now 4-2 on the scores right now. And I love how Pina started off. Throws that grenade, pulls off a glue wall, and now he does have that Steffi to give them a little bit more of shield and firepower. And not anyone from Buriram United can successfully push through that smoke, through that glue wall. But let's see on how they're going to make it work this time around. Round number 7, and potentially a step into match point for Team Falcons.
You know it's getting serious when Wasana sits up straight. That's the locked-in gamer mode. But it's not enough just yet. BRU needs a magical touch. They need to figure out how to stop Falcons from getting these big wraparounds. Like Falcons 2-2 split is a bit too efficient for my liking. And that's in a good way because BRU have not been able to stop any of these backstabs because they're so committed to a frontal assault. Through that Cassie, it's not going to be an easy task. Falcons takes on the challenge and Jonah again caught by the ice grenade as Falcons now looks to break through.
Now, one thing I'm seeing right now is for Team Falcons, despite of them leading the fray, getting in the front lines a little bit too fast, they know how to back away. We've seen that from Pina. But get high with a backstab from On Fire. And there you are for Eliminate 7 rather. And there you have it. Match point already for Team Falcons. And economy is already being lost. Motivation is already being lost for the side of Buriram United. And Team Falcons might be bringing it home a little bit too fast.
Completely unprecedented opening. This is not exactly what I expected. Although I would say on Bermuda, you could give BRU a bit of a pass since it was something that they did discuss prior to this. But still, let's set the stage for what's coming up next, right? 2 Nextera and 2 potential Solara maps back to back to back. For Falcons, they are off to one of the strongest starts we have seen in a matchup that I personally feel like should have been a bit closer in the opening.
Let's see now. I mean, Buriram United did fail earlier, but a switcheroo right now might help them. Wasana in 590. No shots being landed. And On Fire would have the same weapon. Now that's Steffi, the Painted Refuge. Definitely is a great refuge. Together with that Super Bonfire. Seems like Team Falcons is unstoppable, but Guerrero goes down, steps out of the comfort of that Steffi's Painted Refuge. And he's the first one to go down. No responses yet from Team Falcons. Seems like Buriram United will have this round in the bag.
Yeah, finding some minor breakthroughs with that offense, continuing to stick together as 4, and this time it pays off as Wasana claims Pina's head. And Slimit goes down as well, follows suit. BRU stays alive on Bermuda.
That's one thing though. I mean, despite him not having that Aurora Vision or that coda for the side of Jonah, he still knows where the opponents will be. That Flame Mirage gives him information. Tied up with a Moko, it marks the opponent and you know exactly where to anticipate. So 1 point being added to Buriram United right now. A little bit stronger for our powers, double AWM for the side of Moshi, AC80 for Jonah. And there's no better way, there's no better place to play this than in Hangar. With that elevation on the rooftop, they might be able to land those snipes.
And Pina takes a big fat shot to the face. Again, they do have the electrotherapy. Pina instantly top back up, so whatever impact early on nullify. Jonah on the offense. This Rebel Rush value will come true. If he gets that knockdown, get high, helps him up. The supplementary fire is there. On Fire will be removed. And that's what BRU needs. Step on the gas, play to the strength of this lineup. Jonah would need some time to heal back up, but at least they have been able to suppress the members of Falcons as the Flame Rush comes through. Pina forced back. They see the tether, put down the dome. Pina not under pressure, get high, and Wasana work hand in hand for the elimination.
There you have it. Buriram United slowly moving in, grabbing those points, and Get High will be taken out by Eliminate 7, but exposing his position. Now let's see if Guerrero will be able to follow through. Wasana half an HP, but responding quite well with MP5. And there goes another point being added to Buriram United, closing the gap between the teams.
Yeah, Wasana daringly challenges the AWM with the MP5 towards the end, but just a quick response, right? Quick turnaround. The shot doesn't take him down, and Wasana gladly swings for the return fire. This was also another great moment for BRU. You can see the mechanics. Look at this moment. Wasana a bit too quick on the trigger, and of course, when Moshi is unattended too, BRU having free reign of the round, and now they're 1 round away from sudden death.
All right, let's see though, as we go in Shipyard, and we've seen 3 snipers for the side of Buriram United. This is a great position as well, great way to land those snipes. But Unfire is a little too close. There goes the super bonfire, ice grenade a little bit too far, but stuck in the corner, even with the time turner. Wasana blocked with that glue wall and couldn't land that shot.
They did force the Steffi graffiti out, I believe. So at least there is something that BRU was able to make Falcons expend. We saw a bit of an early shot with the AWM, but again nullified by the super bonfire and electrotherapy. Falcons will slow the game down for now. BRU did invest some utilities earlier on with the Flame Mirage and also the ice grenades. So the lesser BRU has, the better it is for Falcons to just turn it into a raw gunfight, but with the advantage on their end.
Let's see. I mean, if this becomes a close-range battle, that M590 coming from Pina as well as the M1887X from Kiroro would be deadly. But with the distance Buriram United is making against the Team Falcons, they want to land those snipes first before dealing with them up close and personal. Because a couple of M590s from Wasana and Get High would be deadly as well. But unfortunate factor here is they are not connected with any of that basic therapy. So it would be a slowdown for the side of Buriram United. But Wasana already have sights on them, counting how many would be in this area and might be able to throw all those utilities at them.
Flame Mirage comes out. This should be a massive ping on the Falcons as they were all huddled together. And Jonah gets to take us some space, but decides to back off for now. You don't need to move on in front too much. The blue zone is going to be forcing Falcons out into the open. Wasana, big pop, has to use the inhaler, bailed out by the time turner, and again Moshi this time backs him up, and Jonah comes through. And this is the effect we want to see from BRU. Do not count them out because we are going the full 11 rounds.
Full 11 rounds indeed, tied to match point. And this is what we talk about. Despite Team Falcons winning the consecutive rounds and beginning first half of this game, Buriram United is studying their opponents, and they're slowly building that snowball, or that snowman with a snowball they are carrying right now. And it is either way, same map, so we know exactly how each team has positioned already, but aggression might change if Team Falcons would try a different approach from what they've experienced earlier.
Especially with the misdirection that BRU has been able to throw out. You lose track of Moshi, and the same results could happen where early on we see Falcons' commitment to really find isolated pickoffs. But again, when you don't really know where the enemy sniper is at and you don't have that Aurora vision available, that's where Moshi has the biggest impact.
Yeah, let's see though. Moshi would have that impact if they get whiff of where they are. That plushie can be triggered and spot them out, pushing them into one corner where Wasana is already guarding them. So it's just still a stalemate until the shift of the circle forces them in. And Pina right now might be the saving grace if he can spot Moshi moving in left of those containers. But no, he moves into the right, thus giving a little bit of cover to Wasana.
Waiting with bated breath right now. And Wasana is the Zane, so you still have that extra durability if needed. And Solovis is tasked to absorb some of this pressure as well. Falcons starting to dump some utility. Jonah is the one getting chipped. This time, BRU is the one being forced in by the blue. So they're going to make that preemptive move. Throw out the Flame Mirage. Falcons sort of in a tight corner.
Let's see. Tight corner indeed. Eliminate 7 will need to move out or be picked up. Now he was picked up, but here comes the onslaught coming from Buriram United! And Pina for a double! Get High though responded, but will they be able to go for the pickup? Cassie connection is still there. Eliminate 7, it's on the ground, and Team Falcons is the one who takes the first map of Bermuda against Buriram United. It's 1-0 already, favoring Team Falcons.
Talk about an opening. Falcons, I honestly thought that it was about to slip away from them when BRU threaded the needle with the shot to find the initial pickoff, but Pina stepped up to the occasion. Just like every single time when Falcons needed someone to pull through, at their most dire times, it's Pina that does the magic. Booyah for Falcons on Bermuda. And now the only time we see Bermuda has concluded. Falcons take the lead. And what's coming up next is for the rest of the series is going to be the interesting thing. Nextera, Solara, and then we do a run it back again if we go back to map 4 and 5. And we are almost guaranteed a map 4 unless Falcons can sweep this 2-0. And BRU, they got some thinking to do.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely got some thinking to do. First is they won that pick and still they went into Bermuda. So they could have taken a different approach in that matter. And we've seen in the early parts of Team Falcons' game in that map, in that specific map, Team Falcons know how to land all those shots. And it was just a little bit scrappy towards the end where Buriram United is taking points, but we've seen how well Team Falcons navigated away from them. And if I'm not mistaken, from the side of Team Falcons, they just baited Buriram United on the match before that so that they can take the reins on the final match, strengthening their win against Buriram United. I'm really loving the storyline.
Yeah, I think, for Falcons, the fact that a lot of that first, 6 to 7 rounds, it worked out because On Fire was left unattended, right? It really felt like BRU were a bit lost. They were trying to figure out the movements of Falcons, and Falcons just won enough rounds to get them a big enough lead so that if BRU start to make that potential comeback run, Falcons have some rounds to fall back on. And that is sort of exactly what happened. We go to a full 11 round game and then Falcons finally pull through towards the end. But I gotta say, BRU, you can feel it, right? You see them find their groove, and it's a tad too late for map 1, but we still got a lot more to come. It's the best of 5 after all.
Yeah, exactly. A best of 5. Now we're going to take a peek at the highlights as well, and just a little recap on what happened overall in that game. But we've seen how both teams are slowing things down. If they don't have information, even with the Aurora Vision, Limit X7 is not getting that much information, but they just time it to the T. They know exactly when to push, when to disengage if needed, and that's where the back and forth has been happening, especially round after round, until Team Falcons started getting the groove on in some of the maps, and then it was reversed by Buriram United later on.
Yeah, you can see it's actually incredibly, it felt hopeless for BRU because they were really struggling to find the right approach to Falcons with the lineup that they have. They really wanted to, get up close and personal, and they finally found that breakthrough in round 8. It was still a pretty slow approach overall, and then they started to ramp it up, right? Even at Factory here, it really boiled down to who gets picked out first. BRU forced Falcons to play slow and against the blue, and then Falcons did the same. At this part, Pina doing an absolutely important job on those containers. A double was exactly what was needed to skew the round in their favor because BRU were playing with a man advantage up to that point.
Let's see though, the MVP of this game, it's none other than On Fire with a time turner, Antonio, Joseph, and Luna. A little bit too tough in the front line, and as I mentioned earlier, that flash, giving you that opportunity to back away or turn your back and still be protected with out of knives and bullets as well if you use that skill. MP5, you've seen that so many times in Bermuda, and in terms of numbers, he is always in the front line with 10 elimination, 5,041 in damage, and 6 assists.
This is one of the most decorated veterans on the team as well, On Fire. Before we saw him as sort of like the main rusher of the team, he has been in that role. It just didn't really feel like it because back then we were relying a lot on looking at players like Pina, players like one more in the supporting role, but On Fire has always been the tip of the spear for Falcons in these, high octane games. And that's exactly why, as the MVP, the fact that they were able to deny some crucial picks from BRU, I think taking that chrono away also was a very big plus point, allowing On Fire to really just absorb the pressure from BRU.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, absorbing the pressure, especially with the time turner. But speaking of absorbing, Wasana did have a lot of getting through in those matches. Always in front line, a little bit too confident, I would say, with that Zane, even with that Antonio, Nikita, and that Shani combination. But one thing, though, that they need to consider is that healing factor that Team Falcons has. Kiroro, not only does he have that Cassie connection, they're also using that Capella. So the Capella is something that we rarely see or rarely been used successfully. With the remedy rounds, you can shoot your teammates and heal them up. And this is smart move coming from Team Falcons right now with a healing game that Buriram United doesn't have any play in that in that Bermuda map.
Yeah, I think overall it's just quite a headache for BRU, right? We talk about when you have a Cassie on one end, it already makes drawn out fights a headache. And not to mention when, like what you mentioned, right, the Capella as well. Falcons, I think overall just had a very good idea coming into this game where Cassie is sort of the important, one of the most important picks. It was sort of brought up in a meta discussion in some of the player interview, and Falcons, they stick to that, right? They make sure that they get the tools that make their life easier when something goes wrong in the early game, in the opening sequence, and they just, roll with it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one thing that Clash Masters is bringing to the table right now. Look at the numbers. I would say there's nothing shy of performance for Buriram United other than that final round, because we've seen how well they put in the effort in getting all those damage, repositioning, studying where Team Falcons is moving in most cases than not. It's just a final moment wherein Moshi doesn't have that much backup support against onto Wasana, and Buriram United was just at a loss when Team Falcons rushes in, when Blue was closing in as well. So that's one thing that these top dogs, I would call them top dogs because they are in the upper bracket, has been using quite well. The timing of the zone that would go against their opponents.
Yeah, it's also quite a shame. I really thought we would get to see a bit more of that Tatsuya. I think for BRU's idea, they wanted Jonah to have that extra playmaking potential, and hence he's the one playing the Tatsuya. Didn't really get to see too much of the impact though, sadly, because I think there were a lot of moments where Falcons were just very prepared. They chip Jonah down low, and because there's no way for them to reliably regenerate health, and aside from using medkits, you really don't see that Rebel Rush push the envelope in that aggression level for BRU in the way that they wanted with the draft anyway. So I do think that in Game 2, BRU, if they want to go for the exact same approach again, I think that Cassie is going to be what they are looking for.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Cassie, especially in this next map of Nextera, this is where it got picked once, because I guess with the strength of Cassie in this kind of conditions that we have in Clash Masters, it's mostly banned. So it got picked once, and it was used by Buriram United to win one game in Nextera. And the same goes with Orion and Tatsuya. So if the Tatsuya play was prompted at this point, they might be able to get that queen away from Team Falcons. But again, Oscar might be in play if Cassie would be banned first, because of how Buriram United struggled, and I don't think they will have that opportunity to steal away from Team Falcons.
Yeah, I think the Oscar is definitely a lot more important and a lot more efficient in a lot of these situations, right? Just because of the toolkit he has. But again, we can kind of chalk it up to being just the opening match, just sort of the warm up, you shake off the rust a little bit. I think for BRU, they almost made that comeback happen. So if there's anything to look back on, it's just they gotta manage that early few rounds slightly better, right? It did take them a while to adapt to what Falcons had, but even Falcons, I think they were breathing a sigh of relief when they finally won that map 1. It was about to slip away from them. Now we head to Nextera, and this is where I think it gets pretty dicey because it's Falcons map pick.
Well, Team Falcons map pick, and they have that potential of advantage, I would say. And in terms of Nextera, though, I want to point it out that there's 2 wins that Team Falcons has won against the 3 matches that they played in here. So I'm really looking forward to how they're going to take advantage of these numbers against Buriram United as we take a peek of everything, not only for map number 2, but also the rest of the map. So after Nextera, Solara will still be in play. And again, that might be the end of this series between Buriram United and Team Falcons if Team Falcons bring it 2 more times.
It's going to be scary if Falcons win map 2. Because that means that, BRU will have to make some of the more miraculous comeback, right? The 0-2 to 3-2 run. I wouldn't, put it past them. I think there's a great chance we get to that point. But it all starts with the draft. Let's see if there is going to be any changes compared to game 1. The Orion this time banned out by BRU.
Yeah, Orion will be taken down, so they don't want any Crimson Crush. And speaking of Crush, there's no crushing of glue walls out of that Valiant Dash. So let's see now what they are going to bring in. I'm pretty sure Cassie would be priority, but no. They opted for Zane. So first pick, 1 pick out of after the ban, and they opted for that Zane. So I don't know what's in the minds of Buriram United. They could have taken that Cassie already.
I agree, but I feel like in their mind, Zane probably felt a lot more important, because if you take a naked Cassie, then you lose maybe Zane Chrono, right? So at the end of the day, it's a damn if you do, damn if you don't. I think they want to stick with the Zane, but I do wonder if the Tatsuya can get picked number 1, or and if he does get picked, what is Wasana going to be put on, right? Is it going to still be on Zane, or are you going to just let him run wild with a more aggressive approach that is sort of similar to game 1? The Nero comes out again. They follow up with the Ignis pick in game 1.
Yeah, let's see now. I mean, it's looking like the same pick, the Ignis pick. I do agree. Only Tatsuya is left, but they need to change the Tatsuya because it was not so efficient from the earlier games. Now, Cassie, Chrono, Coda, and I won't be surprised if Steffi would be in there. It's a repeat of what Team Falcons has brought in round number 1.
So really not much changes to the draft at least. It's going to be on BRU's end now. If this Steffi does come true, then BRU will have to decide once more what that final pick is going to be. Because it seems like Falcons are going to stick with what has worked so far. BRU, this last pick, I mean, this would have been. I mean, Santina would have been a suggestion if we didn't see Nero Ignis, but they will opt for the Tatsuya again. Now, here's the important question, right? Is it going to be Jonah Tatsuya? It seems like that is going to be the case, but they are gonna stick with what they played in the previous round, so we will do a run it back in terms of the draft, but this time on Nextera.
I don't know what's going in the minds right now, but I guess I do agree if this is their, I couldn't say comfort pick, but because of how bad it went through. It was close, but at least for Buriram United, they could have changed a little bit. But, well, I'm not a pro here. They are the pros that getting this drafts on, and I'm quite surprised that this is a repeat for both teams.
I think Falcons is definitely feeling a lot more confident now after map number 1, and now they get onto their own map pick with, I think, a draft that has been working for them. Funnily enough, if we look back at the previous series that has been played by other teams, if we see the composition that Falcons is running on those teams, we would have, had some opinions on how that offense is going to be. But I think for Falcons, they just have enough of the utility, right? They have enough preparation that it doesn't really matter if BRU comes at them with full force. The rotation was what made all the difference. So I want to see if that is something that BRU can solve or have solved as we head into Nextera for map 2.
Oh, let's see now. Nextera, new map. The only thing that Buriram United is looking for is a different result. So far, this is where they have a good chance of a comeback. But as you can see, them heading in on second floor, they are being chased definitely by Team Falcons. But the breakthrough would be the isolation that's being done. Backstab can be done as well by Buriram United, but unfortunately that doesn't work.
And Pina finds A great initial opening. Wasana and Moshi replied though. The spray down this time working out for BRU and pistols for them.
I'm really surprised on how that turned up because from how Team Falcons started it, they have a good chance of getting that elimination. But I guess with that, not only the Ignis has been laid out, there's also that Moshi's plushie that can do damage against Team Falcons. And being stuck in one room would be deadly with that combination of skills.
And not to mention the Flame Mirage blocks off line of sight at the doorway, so BRU just absolutely sprayed them through it. But that's the pistol. We've seen the same story before. Let's see if Falcons can equalize this, right? Because on Bermuda, they lost the first round, but they were able to get a clean round 2 with the anti-eco. So this time the VSS is going to be in the hands of Boshi. Triple Mini Uzi on the rest of the BRU members. Triple shoulder boost as well, even forcing out the time turn very early on. I believe that is going to be one of the ability cards from BRU.
Let's see, here comes Keroro going in for the rush, same position. Pina moves away as he gets damage already. Glue wall to stop them from moving out. And we still have that Steffi Painted Refuge. Moshi will be taken down. It's now a trade-off being done. And on fire, up close and personal with VSS. Only Wasana remains. Falls through on the other side. But still on fire. Managed to land a hit.
Oh, that's gotta sting. The fact that Pina got away, I don't know how BRU wasn't able to finish him off, but we saw him jump off the ledge and survive, and then the rest of Falcons just came in on fire again, making the magic happen. Off the back of Pina's great escape on fire, now sitting on a tree, 1-1. Gets to invest in some good weaponry, inventory himself coming in the round number 3. BRU, once more, a bit of a mini blunder there. I think slightly more commitment is needed if you are going for a Tatsuya approach. And so far, Falcons have been able to deny that.
Let's see, I mean, Tatsuya, Jonah already triggered. There goes the Flame Mirage, but it doesn't stop Team Falcons. They cross the boundary, put that Painted Refuge, and get high. Despite of not being spotted, still is also not landing any hits. So they prioritize on the airdrop first. Wasana go for the backstab, but a little bit too close as he gets taken down.
I can't believe this came down to a 1v1 around the corner. The pickup is there on time limit. Is he gonna pull this off? Not this time. A bit too close for comfort. First of all, Wasana crosses all the way to the entirety of backline. He basically just walls through the smoke, reaches the backline of Falcons, doesn't get any knockdowns. Limit just turns around and 180s his head, but thankfully the rest of BRU were able to come through with their own output. Because that would have been extremely ugly for BRU if it failed.
Exactly. I'm loving how Get High using that Flame Mirage as well as the distraction of those glue walls and smokes to get behind Team Falcons and just mowing them down, not receiving a lot of damage. And that's an advantage that they have on a 1v1. But Wasana taking shots, but with that extreme encounter, doesn't encounter any damage at all. Now, there goes Aurora Vision being triggered by Limit 7, but doesn't tag anyone. Wasana, though, will get a little bit of damage, but will he be pushing against Limit 7? There you go! Shot on the hip as that Gondolo moves out.
And Jonah also getting tagged in the meantime. This Gondola play is not going to be able to work out unless they flush Limit out of that area. On Fire also gets a pretty good angle to work with. Get High lost in the process. And that is going to allow Falcons to get control of the low ground. Limit's going to receive that pressure. Cryo might committed a 2-on-1 rush, and Limit actually goes down, but Keroro was able to get Wasana back. Oshi tried to go for the pickup this time. Wasana will need time to recover.
That will be tough now for Buriram United because the Blues closing in and they have to jump. Thus the damage for both would be deadly. And there you have it. Team Falcons will still have 3 as Jonas the only remaining for Buriram United. And also receiving a few more from that Blue and nowhere to go but down. But Keroro might be able to pull in a few of those shots or probably utilities against him, but doesn't need to because Pina already have him on the crosshairs and Jonah goes down.
And Get High with a hit scratch too. Really wondering what went wrong as this round again, this push. Unfortunately, a trade was executed by Falcons because if it's not, then BRU would have been able to walk away with a free pickoff and perhaps turn the ties in their favor. But once more, we talk about the setup from Falcons, right? They had the crossfires ready. They were covering all the important angles. And BRU, because they were stuck on the gondola, they had to commit. But in the process, give up a lot of that vantage point. And that's why Falcons were just easily trading these.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, I guess one factor as well that Team Falcons is considering is stop anyone from crossing through. We've seen that from Wasana earlier. Getting that gondola already. Limited 7 didn't move that much, didn't show that much presence. But Jonah already took down Pina, but a quick recovery plus a heal up. Now, that goes for a reset, but not for the helmet of Pina. But slowly or surely, Buriram United is crossing through. Will they commit, or that would just be a feint?
Yeah, On Fire traveling through as well. But he's the only one in this area, so this is a very dangerous game that On Fire is playing. Decides to establish himself here for now. BRU, rightfully so, is going to start taking out all that glue wall. I'm not really sure if On Fire realizes that was a very, very risky move. He is able to draw some attention to himself so that his teammates get a couple of pops onto Moshi. And now Falcons are looking to push in.
Let's see. I mean, Moshi right now will receive a little bit of damage from On Fire as well as Blue. I guess that was part of the plan. Wasana takes down On Fire, but Kiroro takes down Moshi and Wasana in the process. But the pickup has been done already. Not so much of HP left for Buriram United. And Pina, potential backstab, feint in refuge as he peeks. He goes for the takedown.
Man, Limit on that gondola was basically performing a slow-mo drive-by. Completely unattended. Look at this. Sure, he didn't really get much knockdowns, but all this chip damage. And BRU left to wonder who to focus on first. You have Limit just playing, shooting fish in the barrel, duck hunting for the gondola, and the rest of Falcons running straight at you. BRU completely overwhelmed with the offense of Falcons.
Oh, there's one thing that we're not seeing change as well. For the passives of BRU, they haven't brought in that Capella that Kiroro has used to heal his teammates. Despite of not getting that med kits, he still had that opportunity to top up their HP. And together with that, they have the super bonfire with them as well. Smokes has been released. Buriram United will try to block them in their approach on the ground floor of this area. But Wasana a little bit too close. Though they have that sound cue, but doesn't have that visual cue. Hopefully, with that Flame Mirage, they get that mark onto On Fire. But On Fire, literally On Fire, still managed to get away.
Electrotherapy supremacy. In any normal circumstances, that would have been a knockdown, but no, Kiroro bails his teammate out, and now it would take some time to top themselves back up, but they forced so much commitment from BRU. Flame Mirage, Cryo Mine, and Wasana losing 90% of his health bar, and Falcons get to walk away none the wiser here. Kiroro will be able to top everyone back up. Pina, he's essentially full. All of the damage dealt by BRU nullified.
Let's see. No takedowns just yet, but Wasana is in trouble. If Luminex 7 will get us a whiff of where he is, he might be able to go and take that shot. Get high though, a little bit too close on Fire, and Flame Mirage is already charged up, but no Q on triggering it just yet. Now let's see if there's something that they can use. And there's a moment, but United is just buying time against Team Falcons, and Team Falcons is not moving an inch.
Again, Falcons, the electrotherapy is already back up and online. They can do this tangle again. BRU, the first to take the shot. Watch out for On Fire. The glue one prevents any sort of wraparound, but the health bars are low on BRU's side. Time Turner deployed, but On Fire still comes right through, and the spray down is there. On Fire finally goes down, but damage has been dealt. Wasana not standing for long. Jonah with the drop down, absolutely tracked by Kiroro. Falcons finding their 4th round.
Yeah, I mean, Team Falcons dealing with that drop-down like Google Sheets on the data validation. They just deleted that from the cell that they have. And that's just some, I don't know, anticipation prowess from Team Falcons. I'm loving how well they are just stepping back away from that blue, forcing Buriram United to be baked by that zone. And now they have the 2-point lead.
and Graph Labs as well. Of all the possible areas to go to, we go to Graph Labs for when BRU is at one of the weakest points in this map. Just in terms of economy, they're gonna look to aggress with 2 players and limit again. Has that on lockdown. Jonah getting backstab as On Fire is up in the air. Drop the time turner. And has BRU's numbers on fire. Is relentless. This man absolutely styling on BRU.
Now it's left to 2 players, Wasana and Get High. And if On Fire can jump his way against Wasana, then that might be it. Thompson X from Pina is also deadly. And there you have it. Both Pina and Kuroro and Buriram United is now match point for Team Falcons.
Deja vu. We're up to 5-2 again on map 2, just like map 1. Falcons got to 5-2 and BRU almost did a run it back. But part of me would like to admit that it's going to be a bit harder on Nextera with how Falcons have been approaching some of these rounds so far. That Cassie, such a big problem. I'm surprised that BRU let it through the second time, right? We had this discussion earlier on in terms of what priority means to BRU, and so far it has been benefiting Falcons a lot more.
Let's see, I mean, Team Falcons and Buriram United will still be in Grab Lab, so hopefully whatever On Fire and Pina pulled off earlier will not work this time around. 2-2 split from the side of Buriram United, and this is where it gets deadly because Team Falcons would be stacking a 4-man strong in one direction. There goes Limit getting a little bit of heal, and Moshi being dealt with as well by On Fire, level 3 on MP5, plus the time turner being pulled in the perfect timing. Now that pushes Team Falcons away, but I guess from Buriram United, they have information where the whole squad is.
Yeah, On Fire does not mind not getting any knockdowns. It just means a soft reset. Pina on the push against Jonah as well. There was support fire from BRU, but only for a moment. Pina now finds some alone time with Jonah. Flaming Rush comes through. Wasana getting completely destroyed. On Fire somehow through the cracks finds it. And again, the trade comes through. On Fire is doing God's work. And this time, surely there's no way back. Not with only Moshi left. He found Limit. But he has 3 more bodies to go through. And electrotherapy to contend with. Falcons destroy BRU on Nextera.
Yep, destroyed is an understatement because so far there's no comeback. Now compared to what we've seen in Bermuda. And 2-0 already for Team Falcons, but it's not over just yet. Compared to the previous days of Clash Masters, we still have 1 more to go. If Team Falcons win, then that is it for Buriram United. But this might be a turn events that can be triggered by BRU.
Could be one of the quickest entry to the grand finals, honestly, if if they sort of pull this through. I mean, Falcons so far, we've been seeing the same draft for 2 back-to-back games.
Yeah.
And Falcons, they've shown us 2 times that what they have, what the preparation they did was just better. I think it really is time. BRU got to make some changes to the drafting phase.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know between these 2 teams, but that repeat of on both sides, even like leaving Capella away from Buriram United, which really helped Team Falcons, not only with the Cassie, but also the Capella. If you have an accurate, I'll say sniper or anyone that has that much accuracy, you will be able to top up even from a long range if you get hit with any bullets from your teammates. And that does help with crucial moments to the side of Team Falcons. But I mean, I didn't get a page from that book. That might be it. If they don't do the same or probably steal that Cassie away, then Team Falcons might be bringing this home.
Yeah, I agree. I think right now for BRU, it's just a matter of a priority, right? I think they had a good idea on what they wanted to do with the draft, but the execution right now just looks exponentially harder. We've seen a couple of instances where the Cassie made all the difference. And BRU, I'm pretty sure they know that the Cassie is now a problem. You have to remove the Cassie so that everyone plays on even ground. I think even when you ask the community, look at the chats, people universally agree right now that Cassie is one of the best characters in the game, and you give it away and it doesn't work the first time, you have to consider eliminating it from the pool.
Exactly. I mean, it's either you ban it or you take it to your side just to get that favor. And that's what Team Falcons has been doing. And even from every moment, Pina, who is connected with that Cassie, with Kororo are in most instances not getting all those elimination, like taking the front lines, even going for the flank. Sustainability is what is Team Falcons working with, and this is something that Buriram United needs to erase.
Yeah, and contrary to game one where they had some time to find some of the leverage, some of the respite to fall back onto, game two what is not really the case. Falcons, they had BRU's numbers. There were some close moments, but those close moments could easily be avoided if there wasn't a free regeneration of Falcons end. And this time we gotta give props to Kororo on that Cassie. Basically the medic, the walking medic of the team, but at the same time is what we call a combat medic, someone that also can fight.
Yeah, I mean, the basic therapy, the focus therapy already does a lot. We know that already. It has been told. That story has been told so many times. Well, let's take a look at Thiva. I mean, the quick pickup that can be done with the vital vibes with this guy is quite pristine. Joseph, if anyone goes in for disruptive skills, he will still be boosted. And I can't stress this enough, that remedy rounds coming from Capella. He shoots as his teammates, HP gets stops up, and they don't have to worry about losing those like close or missed engagement because they don't have that much HP. And he is also wearing that Beeson as a pet, so you know how it is. If you are a grenader like this guy, those throws, those lobs will have a little bit more of distance.
Yeah, I think overall it's just the same run it back, same repeat by Falcons. I think the stat board is definitely a lot more devastating in game two compared to game one. A lot more, the difference is a lot more jarring. Falcons basically having the numbers of BRU, and you just look down at limit stat, right? He really didn't need to do too much in the sniping department. A lot of it was just supportive fire, but the 18 assists was sort of like the highlight of this game, allowing the rest of Falcons to kind of mow down BRU.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 18 assists plus the assist coming from Kororo, and that like the composition, not only in the draft but also the position, the roles that each player is taking from Team Falcons is just so much that Buriram United is being at a loss. Now I want to see Buriram United play this from the drafts because, well, they already tried to play it with the maps, but the drafts itself would be something that they can use. But unless this is something that they want to, I would say, give out to Team Falcons so that they can go for a longer route, challenge Esports, and still get back up, then that's up to them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we go to Solara next. So for any, for BRU fans there, at least they know it's going to be BRU's map pick. But at the same time, I think what has to happen right now is the Cassie needs to get removed. They might have to consider banning out either the Orion or Oscar, like either or you pick a poison. I think banning out the Oscar probably is going to be what they opt for more. But I think letting the Orion through still isn't as damaging as the Cassie, and that's how I see it right now, right? Two back-to-back BS for Falcons. Coming up is Solara next. It's a map that I think BRU is comfortable on, but I mean, we said the same about Nextera, and the result was completely different from what the data tells us.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the map already. It's not an advantage that is being shown right now because I'm pretty sure, despite of the loss they have in some of the maps, it's the adjustment that they have in skills, position-wise, and whatever. But Solara, Buriram United still has 100% win rate in this map. So hopefully things change in here. And not only that, once if they win that, they get back to Nextera and go and end it in Solara. So that might be the saving grace for Buriram United going in for a long run wherein they can bring in 3-2, giving way to my prediction.
Are you willing to believe it? How strongly do you believe that running back? I think that's what everyone wants to know right now, right? Like, can they make a 3 consecutive map comeback? Because I think, the audience, the viewers is a bit skewed right now. I think the BRU fans are taking quite a beating, even though they weren't the ones playing. Falcons fans are rejoicing as they are literally one game away from a grand finals appearance. And not only do you get to go to the grand finals and, have some time to take a break and study your grand finals matchup, but at the same time, you literally skip one best of 5, right? Going to the lower bracket run, if regardless of whether you have as a BRU or Falcons, a potential of 15 total games you have to play today, that is going to be a battle of endurance. And right now, it seems like Falcons are on track to getting into that fast lane to make it to grand finals.
Exactly. I mean, that's one thing though. If Buriram United is planning on that, like ending this quick so that they don't have to go for 15 games, then it doesn't work favoring them because Team Falcons would have a shorter run. So it's, I don't know, it's a little bit of mind games that's being set by this team. Hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully they're giving it all, and that would show into the next set of drafts right now. So the battle of Buriram United against Team Falcons is not yet over, but right now, based on the scoreboard, Team Falcons still has that lead, or 2-point lead to be exact, against BRU. And I mean, hopefully BRU is not shaking in their heels right now, because it seems like Team Falcons wants to win this.
If Falcons wins this whole thing, it's going to be their 3rd trophy for Clash Squad, but also the first for Clash Masters, right? Like, how crazy is that? They won the very first one when Clash Squad was introduced into the ecosystem, and now they're about to potentially win the first one again. It's pretty early to say that, but it's looking very, very good for Team Falcons.
I mean, I don't know. Based on that storyline, Team Falcons is looking like intro boys at that point, because in the introduction of a new pace, they are getting the championship. Towards the end, there's where the question will be going. Now, as we look at some of the stats of the 3 highest damage weapon per player, and all of them is from Team Falcons. So we have the VSS, we have the MP5, and both Pina as well as Limit X7 has used that VSS quite phenomenal. But on fire, MP5, especially in level 3, we've seen that earlier. Up close and personal, smoke surrounding them, glue wall surrounding them, still managed to get those shots. And this is the aggression of on fire if he is on fire.
Yeah. And I think, for On Fire today, it feels like his day, man. Like, On Fire really is doing everything all on his own. I'm 100% certain that the prep that they came into this, they've really studied how BRU moves in this map. It almost felt like all of the games that we've seen prior on how BRU approaches the games. Now Falcons, they have the perfect formula to deal with it, right? They are shutting up BRU from all angles. Now we go to Solara, which is BRU's map pick, and they go first as well in the draft.
Yeah, let's see. This would be the advantage that they have. They either they take out that Cassie or just bring it to their side. That would be the winning factor for them, because we've seen that so many times, whether it's BR, whether it's CS, get high on that basic therapy, on that focus therapy. He has used that in the perfect timing and tied up to either Wasana or Jonah. And that's one good thing about Get High. It's not just performing in terms of elimination, damage, or whatever. He knows to use this specific skill. So let's see on how this draft is going to start. As we take a look, Team Falcons takes it out, not giving a chance for Buriram United to grab it.
All right, so we completely open the floodgates. No Chrono for Falcons, no Cassie for BRU. I'm fine with that. Orion should come through as a priority. We did say that you have to pick a poison, and Cassie is a bit too toxic to let through. So I'm fine with this arrangement, this exchange. You should get an Oscar for Falcons. Maybe you top out the Zane if needed, or you can get the Oscar Nero. Either or, I'm okay with it. The Oscar Ignis also is one of the few good ways to approach this. And I think Falcons, they definitely have a strong opening combo no matter what they go for.
Yeah, I mean, Ignis has been used so many times already in these games, not just like this battle between Buriram and Team Falcons, that it has been, there's so much potential already in this active skill. Not only does it block the vision already, but you can time it wherein that Flame Mirage would land exactly where your opponents will be, chipping in the damage on them, they are taking advantage of those small damages of every skills that they bring into the table. So I'm loving this pick coming from Team Falcons. Now let's see what the response from Buriram United would be, as Moshi, I guess it's time for him to wake up.
Yeah, the Zane should be the trade now for BRU. So far, we haven't seen any Santino at all. I know that BRU sometimes also went for the Skylar. We've seen Skylar actually on Falcons as well. The Zane, now the Nero is still left on the board, something that can be considered. Nero, Steffi, I think both are okay. The Coda was also something that Falcons have prioritized a lot as well, and that actually would be pretty helpful for Falcons right now if they get it.
And let's see. Right now, they are, for Buriram United, they will end that draft with that Nero. Now, Coda will still be on the hands of Team Falcons. Or was it on the other side earlier? I have to take a look, but with more information, Team Falcons, I guess Elimination 7 was the one who used that earlier. Elimination 7 will have more information as to where the opponents will be. No backstab might be happening. Okay, let's see if they can pull off a good Kenta, but no, that was just a fake. I know that Kenta has been used quite well by RRQ, but not Team Falcons, because with that Steffi, we've seen it so many times, 3 to be exact, and they are using it to perfection, to the timing wherein the HP doesn't lose up that much when that Fainted Refuge is on the table.
Yeah. So the Steffi comes out, so not much of a difference for Falcons. Santino finally gets picked up for BRU. There's a pick that, I'm surprised that they didn't prioritize it as much as I thought they would. But now with the Santino and the Orion, it's definitely a lot more self-sustainability on the side of BRU. Whereas for Falcons, in terms of their aggression, I mean, you have the Oscar and Ignis. That itself, is very self-explanatory.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, 2 on the front lines. That's something that Team Falcons need to, be wary about. That they have information compared to what we see in Buriram United, but they still have that Nero for the side of Jonah. So Jonah would be, not only would he be lobbing all those grenades, but also getting that information out of the plushie. And if he tags up at least 2, then he knows exactly where to throw those grenades, and they can go for the flank. That Santino, that Shape Splitter would be a great factor as well to lock in against Team Falcons once information has been relayed. But information would only happen if they hit any players of Team Falcons, or if Team Falcons manage to show themselves on the approach.
Yeah. Now we are ready for game number 3. Now to head on to Solara this time. Let's see if Bermuda BRU can pull it back on Solara and give us a more exhilarating series, because so far our predictions have been absolutely flipped around. It's not looking good for BRU. The Falcons, they're on the opposite end. They are celebrating after 2 map wins. Pistol is going to decide everything on fire. I've already found the first one. Limit with the M500, find the second. This round 1 looks like it's going to go in favor of Falcons. Wasana goes invulnerable for a while, but for how long? As Falcons gets an easy round 1 win.
I don't think Buriram United would be gunning for that pistol round. They want, who doesn't want to get extra coins, extra cash with all the elimination that you can get? But pistol rounds is not their forte, but now they have a decent amount of cash, I would say, to buy a little bit of mini Uzis. But will they be able to get close to Team Falcons? Because with that Aurora Vision from Elimination 7, that's already a queue wherein they cannot time that their move towards Team Falcons once that active skill has been triggered.
And that's the headache right now, because Falcons continue to be relentlessly aggressive. Wasana did go on the scouting duty early on with the Orion, but he's still taking shots, right? And without much knockdowns to work with, it's going to be hard for him to stay in that fight for long. And now he's going to be exposed and isolated. The exact same repeat of round 1. Falcons make it look easy.
Definitely easy. is the word from Team Falcons. And I don't know if this is something about motivation or just momentum for side of Team Falcons, because it seems like them not losing anyone still adds up to the pressure that Buriram United will be carrying. Now, Archway, it's quite balanced between both sides, and they can focus in getting those cyber airdrop points. But the only question, though, is how are they going to cross over? Are they going to use the slide rails or just push through towards this bend of Archway? And you can see Buriram United already doing with 3 and a couple from Team Falcons. And Wasana might be in trouble. It's a good thing a backup from BRU has came along.
That team arrives going to make one fight hard. Still arriving with these only buy so much time, and that's what Falcons need to do, right? If you don't think what's hard, fight and then kicking down when it runs out. That's what Pina did with the beating in his hand. From BRU.
Yeah. Now, and this is one thing though, you did mention about Orion, and if you get taken out early, you won't be able to charge up all those EP, all those Crimson Crush will be at a loss, but this might be it. A chance for Buriram United to take a point, and there you have it. With that Mag 7 in hand, both Jonah and Get High managed to clean out Team Falcons. And that is given the fact that Wasana is the first one to be taken out. But the response from Buriram United is not slow. They are premeditating all their movement and getting too close where Team Falcons will not get any shot. Now, I'm loving his turnaround from Buriram United, but we are going back to Eco Train this time around. Score is still favoring Team Falcons, and Buriram United has that MP5 level 3 in hand already.
Yeah. Very unfortunate that Falcons didn't have the better weaponry to finish off targets from long range, and that's why we saw Pina getting taken down earlier on. But they have the opening on fire. Wow! That's a bit too daring, even for my taste. And Falcons will be instantly punished by BRU. Not really sure if that was the game plan that they wanted to go for. They will bring it down to 1v2, but it's not in the hands of Limit. Very little versus Limit will need to make it will make it painless.
Oh, I don't know if that is a word, painless. Doesn't seem to be what the Team Falcons is feeling right now, because they are feeling the pain, especially the pressure, as the scores is tied up by 2-on-2. And Limited 7, AN94 in hand. Like, it's quite well in long range, especially in this part of the round. But close range, if Buriram United is getting a little bit too close, then that would spell trouble. So it's 2-on-2 in the score line right now, and Buriram United still can bring so much to the table. A couple of rifles, 3 rifles rather. Moshi has a Parafal that can tag up a lot of Team Falcons right now.
And this is what we need from BRU, honestly. Although it's a bit of careless approach from Falcons, let's see if they have rectified that, right? The ice grenade is going to make Wasana's life slightly hard, but they are bringing it back up. BRU, Santino Medican is on the ground floor. Hana is by time, and Pina is the one receiving the pressure. Jonah is move there. Overstepping, instantly going to get shut down by BRU.
Oh, let's see now. Pick up on Wasana, wherein we thought that was taken out. Now let's see if Jonah will be able to land a shot onto Limit 7, but he is in trouble. Only a few in HP, but there goes Get High, getting too close as a distraction. And I'm loving that position coming from both Get High and Jonah. If in case Get High failed that, Jonah will still have will be able to land a shot against Limit 7, even in the corner that he is taking. But that initial approach by Buriram United is what made it more phenomenal, because they did manage to get all those points without losing any other players.
This could be the start of what we want to see from BRU, as now they are the ones in the driver's seat with better weaponry compared to what Falcons has. And I'm surprised that Falcons decided to ramp up the aggression, but in a pretty careless manner, at least in the previous 2 rounds. And now they're the ones getting punished. Without the casting, the approach has to be a bit more conservative, because you don't really have backup plan or a way out. Only the inhalers are going to be your best friend. Pina will have to accept that fact. Back to 100. Ignis Wall comes through with On Fire on the way. Here comes the push, a triple pincer from Falcons as they readjust. They're trying to for their own. High, not able to salvage that fight. And Falcons look to equalize.
Again, the Kororo clutch factor is back. 3 down already with M590, forcing Moshi to move into the other side, not disrupting that pickup, and they will have all the weapon on fire already on flank, but needs to jump out or jump through the waters. Now, Moshi is already back in the coordinates, on fire! Lands that shot with AWM.
And Falcons bring it back to even ground again. This is a lot more composed, right? Less reckless. But I love the utility. The flame barrage into a pincer, that's what you need to isolate the target of PRU. Catching Wasana lacking too far in the front line.
Well, let's see though. That's something that can be turned around once again by Buriram United. Because as they go in onto Bloomtown, a little bit of Zazzle cuteness being shown on the screen right now. There's no cuteness in what the result would be with the battle between Buriram United and Team Falcons. Kororo already in front line. Good line of sight against Moshi, but unfortunately he gets tags up and has been forced to get that glue wall up.
Peanut's going to be receiving a lot of that fire if he stays there. So that super bonfire, unfortunately, doesn't get much of the value out. It's not willing to use more extra glue walls to cover the off angles. Wasana does find himself a 1v1. Also spots up the flame Mirage. And then could be Jonah picked up. Wow, on fire. Right on the money.
Oh, Moshi through the window. Shot at. A response to Team Falcons, and there might be it. Limit X7 might be the next one to go down, but Pina's already under rescue using that shape splitter to reposition, get out of the way, but Team Falcons is not out of the woods just yet. Buriram United is closing in, but Kororo is already up close on Get High. Needs back away, and there goes the shot on the Get High. Pina right now might be able to go for a double, but it is Kororo managed to land it against Wasana. Only Moshi remains, and no pickup is happening for side of Buriram United.
And that was just unfortunate. Moshi, he did his best. He got the exchange early on just now. And then we can see Wasana actually from afar trying to run in for the finisher, but he was just too late. He was too far away for any sort of a follow-up. And by the time he got there, it was already, Falcons have already set up perimeter. Get High decided to join in, and they were forced to commit to a fight that they had no business winning because Moshi did not have any means to support them from where he was. And Falcons starting to find the cracks in PRU's gameplay that really felt like PRU, after the pickup on the Jonah and finding the trade, were hesitant on the immediate follow-up, and that made all the difference.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're still in Bluetown, and there's no difference in where they will be playing. But hopefully, there will be some changes in Buriram's United approach, because as you can see, the terrain in Bluetown, there's a lot of isolation provided by the terrain itself, by the town itself. So that's one thing that they need to play against. On fire right now, going for a 1v1 against Jonah, but they know that Moshi is already in backup if in case he is in a pinch. But ice grenades from both sides, and on fire might be able to land a shot on Moshi right now if he peaks, but good anticipation on fire to manage 2 players at once.
Mine out on fire. Immense pressure somehow. Still surviving. The blue zone is not going to make it easy for him though. Jonah with the push on fire sneaks through. Oh, the cover fire is there from his teammate. I cannot believe it, on fire. He is still breathing.
That's one thing. I mean, that Plushy has been pulled in so that he will not pull up any glue wall, but he steps out of the boundaries, pulls up the glue wall, managed to weave through the zone plus Jonah, and still managed to survive. Pina right now, time turner, unfortunately gets high, gets through it, and with that M590, also managed to heal up and probably a pickup. Now, Limit X7 would be at their limits right now, together with Kororo, but up close and personal Wasana with a Mag 7, as well as at AWM. It's now left to Kororo, but not so much. Here comes the equalizer from Buriram United.
Back-to-back chain of events. This was killing blow here. If Pina got the knockdown on to Get High, I think this round would have been in the hands of Falcons, but unfortunately Get High outlasted and outmaneuvered Pina and transitioned it to a round win with the rest of PRU rallying together at the most dire times. Falcons almost ran away with the potential map, but here we are with Falcons on the back foot with very minimal to work with.
Yeah, windmill right now, and again, pretty much the same factor as I was saying in terms of terrain. When it comes to windmill, there's a few parts wherein you can get isolated, but it's a good thing that both teams is moving at the same time. A knockdown and elimination on Pina would be deadly against Team Falcons. Get high, moving a little too close. But Guerrero for the clutch factor once again with a double MP5, M590 rather, and there you have it. Team Falcons might be winning this fight.
Guerrero got cooled just like that. That should not have been allowed to happen. And yet here we are. Osana takes on fire down. There's still Moshi on the high ground. He could make a difference. The health bar is definitely favoring BRU a lot more.
Guerrero needs to top up his health, but how can he do so? He have motion oversight on Sana on the chase. Seems like you have a crow and a dog against you, and there's no getting away from sight from Team Falcons. But Moshi right now might be able to land a shot and probably take down, but no! It's Wasana who has been taken out first, and full health Limitex 7 can manage with Moshi right now.
Moshi can make a 1v2 happen. There is an opening to do so. Both of them are one shot away from going down. But it all comes down to how Guerrero and Limit work together against the Santino. The mannequin is going to be very important as Moshi pops on the glue wall first. Taser is going to start shifting. The ice grenade to flush him out. They have the info with the Aurora vision. Moshi dangerously exposed. Guerrero will now go for the push, and Moshi in the same line as his mannequin. The pick at the right time to bring it to a 1v1. Moshi to the low ground, and now this is positioned from the Moshi with the outplay. And BRU on map point.
Outmanned, outgunned. Moshi is still the one winning that fight on the clutch, and all he has to do is make sure that his HP doesn't go down to a limit, and also he gets sight of both players. But I'm loving how this thing is turning around. Buriram United match point already and potential to win the Solara map, adding more to their prestige when it comes to Solara, making it 100% once more.
And for the first time this series, Falcons are on the back foot. But if they can make round 9 as close as what we saw, it definitely cannot count them out. We might go to that sudden death again. I mean, Limit and Guerrero, they have been exceptional on this map when things get tough. And BRU, we still say that we want to see Falcons make BRU work for it, and they are making BRU slug it out.
Let's see now. We are going to end this in studio because it would be a back-to-back if in case Team Falcons win. And this would be absolute cinema from both teams. On fire already in crosshairs, but with the cover of that airdrop, he managed to get away, gets that M1887, and Faded Refuge right now. A little bit of nade action being brought in by On Fire, pushes Wasana and Get High onto the other side. Flame Mirage tags him, but this is troublesome for On Fire, going against 4 on that train.
He has taken over a very crucial spot too. Throwing the glue wall melters, Wasana try to push away On Fire. Now will have to retreat. Ooh, attack in the back, and still gets out. They even use a time turner, and that's BRU's turn to walk up. Big ice grenade. BRU sustaining heavy damage. Blue is closing in. Guerrero has a chance. He sees all of them. He needs to stop up Guerrero. Does it on the Wasana first, but they need to straight back onto both ends. It's just Jonah left alive. And they're going to look to clean him up. Jonah, can he make this 1v1 happen? Him and his limit. Jonah push through. A back-to-back flush for BRU to give us another game in this series.
That's a 1v1 with a great one. Jonah made that work. Despite the pressure of the blue, they still managed to work together. Even in the split up, they know that even if they get taken down with the blue, there's still a trade that will be happening. So I'm loving the third round. A great comeback and probably a stretch that can be carried along to the 5th game by Buriram United. And this might be just the start.
Incredible that the way for BRU to win this map came down to two back-to-back individual clutches. First Moshi and then Jonah. And in both events, Falcons pushed BRU to their absolute limit. Falcons, I think in terms of the game plan, Falcons just had a better understanding, a better execution in the macro sense. But when we needed clutch factors, BRU was able to pull it out of the hat. And I think right now it might just come down to that, right? Maybe that's what BRU needed to really be pushed into a corner and then clutch it out.
And that's one thing, that is what makes Buriram United deadly. Because despite of all the odds against them, they still managed to pull off that magnificent play out of a single player. And look at, if you remember that final moment, and later on the replay, on the highlights, we're going to see that the final moment wherein they're trapped on one side. Team Falcons could have just ice grenade them or literally a frag grenade and they will be out. But no, that didn't happen. They just stuck together, made sure that they know where Team Falcons will be coming in, gets into one corner, and it's just that clutch gene that worked through on that fight.
It's splendid stuff on BRU. It would be quite a shame if this one went to a 3-0, but I'm glad we're getting more, right? So at least for BRU, they have proven that they are not pushovers, and Falcons, they have been on the win, on the rise so far, but now it's their turn to, face that first loss of the series. The good news is that we're going back to their map pick on map 4. We're going back to Nextera, where Falcons had one of the better score lines against BRU.
Yeah, 6-2 on the score lines. That's tough, and hopefully Buriram United doesn't let it go that way. But we're going to go for a little bit of highlights right now into display. Started off in Aquarium. I know it's a trade-off, especially with the shotgun, the shorties that they have. But pistol rounds wasn't the strength of Buriram United. It was not, unless it is some other teams who doesn't have that much coordination. But when it comes against Team Falcons, pistol round, definitely Buriram United will lose. But as we slowly move into each area of the map, that's where Buriram United is finding all the approach of Team Falcons. And the repeat, like the switch up on this map is also working, favoring Buriram United.
Yeah, I think overall just it's very good approach from the side of both teams. I think BRU have definitely found their groove a little bit. Even through the highlights, you can see like at this moment, Kuro with the greatest flank of all time, and yet BRU, they were taking so much utility damage, and in the end they still were able to pull through and really challenge Falcons. MVP had to go to Moshi, man. He was the one who enabled BRU. He really put the fire in them before everything concluded. So semi-eliminations with the Santino. We did say how important Santino is, and I'm glad Moshi showed how good Santino can be.
Yeah, definitely. I'm with that Nikita as well as that Moko. And when that memorable miss, like you get knocked down, there's a huge chance that your teammates who is next close to you will also be slowed down. So it gives more opportunity for Moshi to tag you up or snipe you up, and you get that information out of Moko. And then with that Nikita's firearm expert, your reload speed will be increasing so that AWM, any snipers, would have more potential to be deadly at this point. And with the Rocky, we've seen that in the clutch that happened earlier in Windmill, wherein his shape splitter has been used several times already, and that's because of this pet, leading to 7 elimination, 5,178 on the damage, and 14 assists.
Yeah, just stellar stuff from this guy. And this is what we want to see overall. The scoreboard gives us a very good idea on how this game has played out. Jonah in particular, with the most eliminations this game, 10 eliminations, and everyone else having an even spread. Pina and Limit more on the back seat. But they say that the highlight was Keroro and On Fire, and they continue to deliver.
Yeah, I mean, they are delivering, but as a team right now against Buriram United, they need a little bit more push. But it's good. It's a good storyline because it doesn't end just yet, because we are going to see another match, potentially 2 more matches between these two teams, Buriram United and Team Falcons. But I'm loving that from both sides, they're not letting it go that easily. Compared to the previous round where did mention it's quite devastating in terms of scoreboard. This time, Team Falcons gave a little bit more of a fight against Buriram United. Now, this is trouble time for Team Falcons. Motivation is already being taken by Buriram United. They're getting the groove of the skills as well. And I think with what Team Falcons have shown with the draft that they have, there's a good chance that they will just aim for denial in terms of that draft pick later on. But let's take a look at a few more numbers, a few more data from both teams.
Yeah. And as you can see right here, even in terms of the average damage per round, it's very evenly spread out on the side of Falcons. Whereas for BRU, a lot more of it lean heavily towards Moshi. In terms of just how much damage is pumping out from that back line. And if you remove that from the equation, you can definitely see that Falcons has a lot more balance in how they distribute their roles. And that's something that I feel like is going to continuously be a point of to highlight for the rest of the series, regardless of whether we end on map 4 or we go back to Solara again. Falcons just had it all laid out, right? Like this game, we say that Kiroro and Fire were the aggressors, and then you look at the support system. 12 assists on both Limit and Pina.
Oh yeah, and that's one thing. Limited and Pina, especially Pina, I would say it's either he's in the front line or he's the ones giving the support for their teammates. But there's just so much that both teams is showing earlier from Team Falcons, now from Buriram United, and I guess this is just Buriram United lighting the fire a little bit. Later on, they will be ablaze because there's more potential of them getting one up against Team Falcons, and it gets close towards that final round in Solara, where if we just look in that last result in Solara, they might be getting their first ticket, their ticket to the grand finals from that game.
Yeah, and instead of that, they will have to play at least one more round. Back on Nextera though, that's where they were feeling very comfy. I feel like BRU were slightly lost, but we also said a big part of it was because of the draft itself, right? I think BRU just gave too much over the Falcons. With what we saw from the Solara earlier on, clearly the change in drafting has made a big difference. Falcons aren't allowed to just play without a care for the world and have a bailout, right? Have a bailout at the ready. This time they gotta be a lot more conservative, and even then Falcons were able to put up a good fight. So it really shows you how much prepared Falcons were for this best of 5.
Yeah, let's see, Dov. Let's see. I mean, that Cassie would be a winning factor if in case it will be taken by Team Falcons. But if not, at least they should have a little bit of plan, a backup plan, especially with what Buriram is going to bring into the table. Because in a bit, we're going to see which ones or which draft or active skill they're going to bring to the table. And I'm loving the odds from both sides. After that game, both teams has the same equal amount of wins already, and again, it's quite even between the titles already on this game.
Yeah. So we feel the mood shift a little bit, I think, for the side of Falcons. Not the dominant one that we saw at the start of the day, but I think for all intents and purposes, for Team Falcons, it's just a small speed bump, right? I think they still have the formula locked down. I think they still have a very good idea on how to approach the game as we see it. Now it's just kind of fine-tuning and polishing some of the areas that they were a bit hastier than they should have been, because I think even against BRU, there were a lot of moments where BRU were slow on the draw, and that's how Falcons took advantage of them.
Yeah, let's see now. I mean, whoever pulls the trigger first, then that might be a chance for them to get that point. But let's take a peek once again into the maps that we have played and we're going to play for potentially 2 more matches. Again, Nextera would be our next playground, and this is a pick from Team Falcons. So this might be a ticket for Team Falcons to get into the grand finals, bring Buriram United down into the lower bracket to go against PE Sports, or for Buriram United to extend their run for one more map onto Solara and then repeat what they did earlier, and they might be the one stepping in the grand final. So 2 scenarios being awaited by the end of this game.
Yeah. I mean, BRU brings it to a grand final, to a map 5. That's sort of what the doctor ordered. That would be well within our predictions. But for now, I think we still have to look back at the draft and how much, if BRU is going to stick with what we've already seen. I personally feel like they should, because that's sort of a big part of what gave them the success that we saw in the previous map. Or if it's just a Solara thing, then that's where I'll feel a bit more worried, right? So hopefully for Falcons, they are not too affected. But I think for BRU, they gotta show that consistency again. They gotta show us that whatever they demonstrated in the draft in the previous game is able to be replicated in map 4.
Well, let's see now. We're going to go into the draft right now. And it starts off with that Cassie being taken out, that Orion being taken out for the side of Buriram United, Oscar and Zane. Now, it's deja vu once again, and hopefully they just don't go for a repeat on their picks, because it's not getting exciting anymore.
Yeah. Let's see. Go for the Oscar. The Chrono. Zane goes over the BRU. So big pocket picks here. Although I would say that the Nero Ignis can be the option. I mean, Falcons have been really focusing a lot on getting their hands on the Steffi, in all the games, and we've seen that play out in their favor. And I wonder they will continue to do that, right? Because the Nero seems to be the ones that's kind of come true. So that means there's a chance we see the Santino again on the side of BRU.
Well, let's see though. A little bit of glimpse of that Morse, but no, Team Falcons would want that Nero to their side. So if I'm mistaken, this goes to limit X7. Now it's less opportunity for Moshi to go for a snipe, but they will be taking more information for the side of Coda.
And I think that's also a good denial as well. You take it away from Falcons, who have been surviving majority of these rounds just because they have that information. And Fino goes over to BRU, switching things up a little bit. So making the trade with Team Falcons. Tatsuya, Santino, both are Harvard.
Ooh.
No, it's the Wukong, right? I feel like it's either Santino or I think Santino makes the most sense. Like, knowing how Limit likes to approach this, probably would stick with Santino.
Now it's questionable for the side of Buriram United. They're not sticking to their usual picks, wherein there's one who will give that opportunity of a snipe from Santino, an Iris, a Nero, or even a Skylar. It is going to be that Coda though, but the clutch potential is still on point, especially with what we've seen in Moshi earlier. And well, I'm really loving this. Buriram United is aiming for a rush against Team Falcons. That didn't work in the first 2 games, but now there's potential for that to happen. But as you can see, the counter from Team Falcons, there is that Ignis as well as that Nero be able to block their approach or to just get information the moment that they get too close. They still have that on fire on that Oscar to be able to valiantly dash towards the enemy or probably away from the enemy. And the same story with Santino on Kiroro.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of agency here for BRU. They have gotten the aggressive part down right. So back to Nextera it is. We get another rerun of what we saw on map number 2. It's going to be Falcons map pick, as we previously stated. Let's see if Falcons can repeat that win, because if they do, they are off to the grand finals and they will have plenty of time to prepare to lift that trophy later on.
Well, let's see now as we get into play. Team Falcons is moving along the same area as they did earlier, same room, but it is Buriram United right now who will be pushed away with that Flame Mirage. Buriram United already pushing in on through this door, but no one's being tagged up right now from Team Falcons other than Kiroro.
And the Flame Mirage actually took down 2 of BRU's members, and that's going to allow Falcons to just walk in and finish off the rest. Same old opening on Nextera is always quite chaotic when if 8 dudes with pistol who is just firing in a small room, eventually someone is going to get hit by a straight bullet. And in this case, Falcons landing more shots than BRU.
Well, there you have it. 1 point already for Team Falcons. Let's see how that's going to play out on the same map, but a different position, because we've seen how well Buriram United our Team Falcons responded to the play that was laid out from the early game in Nextera. And as they go for the teleport, they will be heading into another side, a different side this time, but they still converge in the same room. How crazy is this?
The Flame Mirage gets thrown out very early on. We did see BRU attempt to go for a spray through, but unfortunately, barely scratched the members of Falcons, so they don't really feel the itch at all. Super Bonfire was laid down as the shoulder boost comes out. Wasana caught on the roof. His teammate gets on fire with the Battling Dash, try to navigate it, but Moshi was able to find a knockdown with the mini Uzi, and that is good news for BRU to start it off, get high, even found a finisher as Jonah picks up Kororo on the side.
Well, that's 2v4 situation. Buriram United has a good opportunity right now. Despite of them sticking together in one corner, there's little no chance that Team Falcons can put so much pressure against them. Even the Kingfisher, you can land those shots, but you won't be able to make those confirmation quite easily. So that forces Team Falcons to move away, but not so much of an opening. But no, that's a missed opportunity for Limit right now, but Pina is still on standby.
2v4. It's going to be a tough one for even Falcons to get through this. Unless Limit pulls off some miraculous plays. I mean, they do have the rifles to work with, right? In terms of distance, if they can keep a distance from their mini Uzi, I think Falcons will have a slightly better chance. But BRU will just wait for the circle to close in and have Falcons forcibly fight them head on. Then the mini Uzi won't feel too bad.
Let's see, the Blues closing in already. And mini Uzi, yes, can definitely work. But no, Jonah and the rest of the team, this ignoring Pina, but anticipate where he will be coming from. Now, they got information as to where Eliminate 7 will be, and well, little no chance for a clutch to happen at this point. If one goes down, definitely another will follow up. And there goes an equalizer from BRU.
Very much needed, very clean round. Some unfortunate moments on Fire. I felt like he had the right idea with the boost, but this time BRU read it. And the follow-up is a lot more decisive and swifter than what we've seen in previous rounds. That's enough allowed BRU to win this out, but again, just a round 2. Now we get the big weaponries out, the big guns online. It's the adjustments from Falcons, right? Like, we've been yearning for BRU to make some changes to switch things up a little bit. Now we want to see if Falcons can do that.
Now let's see now. Same position from what we've seen earlier, but Team Falcons receiving a lot of damage, and without that Cassie, seems like they don't have that much of pressure already. And then it is that Steffi that has been taken to the side of Buriram United, making them more aggressive. But On Fire goes for the Valiant Dash, but no push just yet. No takedown has been done other than that mini Uzi push. Flame Mirage once again, plus the pick up. Great coordination as well. Distraction being brought in by On Fire to make sure that they still have manpower to do so.
Wasana very low thanks to the Flame Mirage. Tries to go for the finisher but cannot as they cut line of sight. Wasana around the corner but only 17 HP. What's that with the hit shots? Oh, Wasana, he's about to make magic happen. Wasana! What was that?
7 HP clutch coming from Wasana. That was correct, right? It came from 7 HP, slowly top up, but still managed to get that clutch. I was wondering, where was Falcons facing? Didn't they see Wasana in that corner, in that slit between that blue wall and that glass mirror? Because he could have been taken down already.
Oh, that must have stung. You can see the bullets. You can visually see Pina's bullet was grazing by his shoulder. How did he survive that? Wasana had no business of surviving, but sometimes miracles happen. And here we are. That was a much needed round for Falcons.
Falcons could have ended that already, but it's an early takedown that distracted them. They need to prioritize and pick up. On Fire just doubling up with that rush, and now On Fire right now still doing the deed. Go for the knockdown, so that's armor already lost and potentially some of the HP as well. Now Eliminate 7 There goes the flushy and the takedown. Coordination at its best with on fire limit X7. This might be it. Buriram United has almost lost 2, but Moshi is being topped up.
Much better in terms of the execution of Fire. We have to take the punishment, the price to pay for being aggressive, but he does have limit to back him up. So the rotations from BRU unfortunately denied. Moshi peeks through the window, but takes a crossfire and plays on Fire right around the corner. Good stuff overall to get high. Able to drop on Fire, but he's left alone. Now on to Pina, but unfortunately,
oh no,
really isn't much place for Get High to leave, and the Blue Zone coming in. Get High knows that this is the end. Falcons with the equalizer that is almost guaranteed. It's Get High with one last attempt, gonna fall to his knees. Falcons, whoa, bring it back. It's 2-2.
Sorry for the laugh, because with the blue closing in, he was just staying in the corner, trying to be safe, not showing against Team Falcons, not showing any piece of his body at the Team Falcons. He's just losing his HP right there. The same happens as well. Even if he jumped out, there's still a chance that he can survive that fall because he does have that jump boots. But unfortunately, three Falcons is waiting for them. Now, that's a quadruple VSS right now. And we've seen that Luna being brought in for the side of Team Falcons as well. Luna's a combination of Luna and Nikita. So the fire rate, the reload would be deadly for the side of Team Falcons. And that's the aggression that they might be bringing to the table against Buriram United.
Yeah, and sometimes it's these executions that really make all the difference. I think Falcons have a very good idea to adjust on the fly. Albeit there are moments that you look at Falcons and they go a bit too hard on the commitment. But I think they definitely have kind of found that balance, right? The punish onto BRU, especially on Nextera, is very indicative of how much better Falcons understand the approach. I limit and on Fire finding the angles to really lock down BRU is very telling of that.
Yeah, let's see though. Speaking of tell, Wasana does tell that Kiroro is up close against him, but on the other side, the same approach. So it's a carbon copy of the tactics. But Moshi having his sights on Limit X7, nowhere to go, and there goes the takedown as well, together with the blue. Now it's one down from both sides. It's Wasana and Limit X7 on fire already on the flank. Valiant dash already used, and the save can happen. Blues closing in a little bit too fast, and Kiroro and Pina just putting pressure on Buriram United. Get High almost being taken down, but Get High still managed to get that headshot.
Unfortunately, he's left alone again, just like the previous round, with little health to work with, and Falcons will dispatch of him the same way that they did in round 4. This one, Wasana really looked to be close, but unfortunately, Kiroro got the better of him. And once more, we see the tag team with the Oscar, the Valiant Dash. Sometimes you don't need to go through the glue wall, you go around it, and it has been really blindsiding BRU when things started getting chaotic.
Let's see now, because not only is this getting chaotic, but it seems like it's also poetic for the side of Team Falcons, because with the skills that they have right now, it works quite well in Zip Way. And we know that AG Jews play on a Santino. Kiroro has a good potential to do so as well. So they have spotted Jonah already with the shots being brought into Kiroro with that Shiru as a passive scale. He knows exactly where it's coming from. Now Wasana's been taken down. Get High couldn't go for the pickup and even cannot go for that clutch. Get High almost surviving. Valiant dash plus a time turner. Team Falcons wants to bring it home.
This was 2v4, by the way, Neptune. Falcons just 2v4 BRU. And this one was flawless. Look at this. Started with very good tag team. They blow up Wasana with the spray through the smoke, and then Get High, really desperate to make a difference, completely outmaneuvered, and then Jonah joins in late. They are funneling into the firing range of Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, and one good thing is Limit X7 serves as a cameraman of all that happening. He was just in there, not even hiding. He's out and open, taking shots on whatever Pina is showing and Kiroro showing right now. Now let's see if that can be done This time in Grab Labs, shot on fire a little bit too early, but they can respond and probably tag up a few players from Buriram, but not that much. So HP needs to be recovered by Team Falcons, but Wasana with a Thompson X almost bringing one down, but on fire a little bit too slippery.
I cannot believe it. On fire still got away. Oh, whatever BRU is trying to do is not working out, man. It is absolutely not working out. Falcons with another moment where they threaded the needle. And that was a headshot, by the way. On fire, sneaks through the time turner, plays in the smoke, jumps over, and then Limit finds the snipe onto Get High, who was just trying to help his teammate. He got lost in the smoke and lost his life. And now this is a series point for Falcons. They're one round away from Grand Finals.
Now, for those of you wondering how are they making those shots despite of the smoke, they do have the Moko, and they can, they mark any opponents that they tag up. Now, with that, together with the VSS and the Luna combination, they can spray and not even need a praying to take each player down. It happened to Get High, it happened to Wasana, and on fire level 3 on MP5 can be deadly as well. Still have that Luna, but also with a J-Big's barrier and the Shani heal up, he can be in the front lines most instances than not.
Yeah, on fire in a 1v3. This time, no bailout is allowed. They make sure that on fire's elimination is permanent because he's been getting away with too much. And BRU finds some space to breathe after the past few rounds that have gone disastrous for them. They find themselves in the 4v3 this time. And Moshi, some good suppressing fire. BRU pushing forward a lot more. Jonah finds his isolation. Wasana loses life to Limit, but good response on Get High and Jonah. And that's exactly what BRU have been looking for.
Oh, Get High, MP5. And you can see as well, with the position that's being taken by Buriram United, they are anticipating blue closing in, and they just wait for that trickle through. In spite of Wasana being taken out, it's just that height that Get High managed to bring, and that gives him a more potential of a headshot. So the run is not over for Buriram United just yet. Now that still continues on until Team Falcons grabs a win.
BRU will have 3 more rounds. Gotta take it one at a time to force us to Solara. These Falcons have been breaking their ankles almost every single round. Again, the tags come in. This time BRU is gonna deploy more manpower to deal with On Fire in the front line. And Falcons are gonna triple down On Fire, dashing a bit too far. They get a 1-for-1 trade, Limit on the side, and Limit's gonna play an important role to get the crossfire in. As now he's gonna be the one tagged out, the time turner being thrown in. Karoro from behind, the blue wall is blocking him. Karoro needs entry right now, but a bit too late. They've lost Limit.
Now let's see, it's a 2v3 situation right now. Karoro still have that clutch potential. Will he be able to get away, Get High with AWM? If he sees Karoro, a snipe is bound to happen. But unfortunately, it doesn't happen. Wasana anticipating headshot potential with the Tommy. And now Pina goes next. It's a 1v3 situation that cannot be given to Pina that easily. There goes the glue wall to stop him from moving away. The pressure from Wasana definitely is on.
Yeah, Wasana's spidey senses are tingling. Just like the previous round, they dedicated more resources to stop the rush and to really punish On Fire for trying to hold crucial areas in the front line. And it's worked out 2 times in a row. That is the formula. The BRU brings themselves to 4. And 1 step closer to forcing the map 5.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one thing that I'm worried about, especially for Team Falcons, is On Fire has been the bait in that play, in that initial play. Getting in, crossing the boundaries, putting the blue walls, putting the smoke, even taking a lot of damage. But the backup is quite slow. So I guess with the speed that On Fire has, with that Valiant dash, the rest of the teams couldn't catch up. And that's where the timing needs to be pristine. And we expect a lot more from Team Falcons in that regards. But let's see how they're going to make it work this time as Deca Square. As there goes Karoro chasing Wasana out of their airdrop, and Wasana turntails.
And that's good enough. Reposition with the Santino too. They can't get Wasana this time. Wasana being very, very diligent with gathering that intel because Falcons were looking for a knockdown. Now, the Wasana has been able to pull away from that area. They get to reset, but even better yet, they destroy the mannequin and at the same time put Wasana in a safe spot to control that front line. This is the formation that BRU wants to be in.
Let's see, it's a 1-2-1 split, and apologies, it's not Deck a Square, this is Rust Down right now. The Blues closing in. Jonah already have information as to where Limit and On Fire will be, but the Blue will also pressure him to move out into sides of Limit X7. Hopefully Get High will help him with that pickup, but no. The timing was pristine for Captain Jonah. He managed to avert being detected by Team Falcons, but getting too close. Kiroro right now tagged up, but still has some HP to deal with him.
Yeah, unfortunately, the A124 connected, so there's no abilities there, but it doesn't really matter, does it? As Falcons still putting up a decent fight, Wasana last man standing. It's the prince against the world. Get High, pick back up right on time. 3v2. The ability to come back out, Wasana now gets dropped. It's Get High again. He's been in this spot plenty of times, and every single time they put him in this spot, they will make sure he go down. Falcons will soar above and beyond, and they will head into the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, it was delayed by one game, but still managed to do so. 3-1 scoreline against Buriram United. And I guess this is your prediction in reverse. Quite far from my prediction, I would say, but still. It is a great run between these two teams, Buriram United and Team Falcons. We've seen the adjustment that has been done by Team Falcons after they lost that game, after they lost that Cassie. And that's just one thing. Hopefully, with all these cards being laid out by Team Falcons, they can still use some other decks to be playing towards the grand finals. Otherwise, it might be a lost cause for them.
I mean, again, I think the whole story of the entirety of that series was just Falcons were a lot more prepared with their rotation, but you can see in the way that they execute, right? The way that they were reading BRU's movements. On Fire and Kororo, they are doing God's work. You did say that On Fire, for majority of the time, acted as the bait, but it's more of the follow-up, right? I think the support system that Falcons have thrown in that is allowing them to control D space and really go on the aggressive onto BRU. That's what's working out, because I think most of the rounds that BRU lost when Falcons initiate their protocol, BRU have no way of adapting to it. It always felt like they were caught off guard, even though we were just now on map 4.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's just so much of capability that we've seen from Buriram United in those cases, but it's just unfortunate that especially with first blood that is happening. The moment that Team Falcons gets first blood, all they have to do is wait. If there's an opportunity to slow down the pace, and Buriram United is being played for their patience. That is what we've seen from the early parts of this match, up until the last game. But Buriram United did try and just pull away from the drafts, go for the approach wherein they are rushing in. But the moment that Team Falcons wants to balance out their aggression against Buriram United, that's where we see this score lines. As we go into highlights right now between these two teams and Nextera, let's talk more on what could have been done by Buriram United to extend this game.
I think it's just, stop preventing Falcons from taking like all those space. There are some good examples. I feel like when we look at, I believe, round 7 or round 6, we saw the rounds that BRU won. They were able to punish Falcons, right? When Falcons were a bit too hasty, we're trying to take control. Especially that Wasana and Get High were able to work together. But the thing is, those moments are very far and few in between, and that's sort of the worrying thing. There's so many times where we see BRU having to resort to individual clutch rather than having the SOPs laid out properly. And that's not good enough, right? You need to have a very good foundation. And I dare say that in this series, at least, Falcons outdid them.
I do agree with you. I mean, that individual prowess that we often see from Buriram United is a good factor. But if you go against Team Falcons, wherein they're more coordinated, the communication seems to be more in sync, then there will be so much trouble. Let's take a look at the MVP of that game. Won't be surprised if it's on fire because of the number of damage as well as assists that he has brought in with that Valiant Dash and JB, Shani, and Luna and Flash, making sure that he still survived despite of turning his back against the opponent. And we've seen that MP5 being used quite well. Now, we rarely talk about JBs. I mean, the Silent Sentinel we're in, you can use up your EP to be able to heal up as well as be more tougher against the opponent, and that's what you need for your rusher. I mean, it can block any of the damage against the opponent that can extend your life.
Yeah, I think that also is a very important factor for Falcons, the fact that they have means of staying in the fight, but at the same time, it's just the ability usages, right? I think being able, the way that they maneuver around key abilities like the time turner and the usages of the Valiant Dash have consistently been helping them win the fights more often than not against BRU, especially in the same chain of events. BRU mostly find their members isolated.
Yeah, let's see now. As we look into the scoreboard right now, Wasana on our side will be our top fragger, and that would be the same as on fire from Team Falcons. But as we look into the second place, I would say from Team Falcons, it's even doubled or more than double what Get High has brought into the table. And this is where probably it's because of map factor. Moshi doesn't bring in so much in terms of elimination, not even that much in damage, and that's where needs to be changed, because despite of being in the bottom frag out of the team, look at the damage and the assist from Limited 7. The comparison between the snipers tells a little bit of, or I would say half of the story.
Yeah, I'm glad to see, in contrary to a lot of the previous matches or previous iteration of Clash Squad tournaments we have been able to commentate, a lot of times the snipers are the one putting up insane elimination numbers, but this one falls back to a more classical approach of a 4v4, right? Almost brings back the Battle Royale feel, where the sniper players are primarily the support, the pillars that provide the damage from behind, and then you have the finishers in the form of the rushes. In this case, Wasana and On Fire, because I feel like On Fire right now is on one of its best Clash Squad forms that we have seen in a long time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, having that responsibility on his shoulders, getting information, giving that being the distraction for the team. It's a good thing that he is surviving all of those and doesn't have that much as well, other than the Valiant Dash and all the passive skills that we talk about, and that Flash as a pet. So that's one of the, I would say, the outliers that we are seeing out of these players. But let's take a look into some of the numbers that has been brought in by the team's damage overall, like 300, almost 347 on average damage per round. Same goes with Kiroro and Limited 7. And that number, even if it brought in more by Wasana, it doesn't trickle to the rest of the team. And that's where Team Falcons is winning the fight.
Yeah, I think to add on to that is also how you look at BRU. This was sort of what we discussed from map 3, where the total damage dealt is heavily skewed, right? It was Moshi in the previous round, and then now it was Wasana. Whereas for Falcons, very evenly distributed, and off of that, they are now through to the grand finals. Whereas BRU is not the end of the road just yet. They dropped down to the lower bracket finals, and where they have another best of 5, this time against PE Sports.
Well, let's see now. Buriram United, PE Sports, a story that we've seen from the past, and hopefully this can be turned around by PE Sports. Otherwise, it would be a grueling battle against one of Thailand's top dogs. But we've seen that prestige from PE Sports after winning AG Global. We know that they're studying their opponents, and Buriram United, in spite of not showing that much because they're winning most of their battle, they know exactly where to look into if they're going to plan a counter strategy. Drafts would be a different factor, maps would be another factor. Strategy is, I would say, takes up more than half of what these teams has brought into, and we've seen that from PE Sports. They I don't know, they screwed up their picks and they still managed to bring some points to their side. So that's where the skills of PE Sports is, the adjustability, their how they adapt to the situation, and then hopefully they adapt well against Buriram United.
There is some time, for BRU to kind of plan for the lower bracket finals. Falcons, they can now just observe and study their upcoming opponents. They're guaranteed a second place finish. PE Sports, I'm pretty sure they've been watching, and now I wonder what that series is going to play out, right? Because PE Sports is about to go on another crazy run like we've seen, the big name of Vietnam. I think this is probably the second, third time that they had a downfall and then they came back strong. And the fact that they are now here, guaranteed top 3, I want to see if PE Sports can put up the same degree of resistance against BRU, or did this loss, crush BRU? That's what I want to see.
Let's see though. There's a lot of storylines that we want to unfold right now, and the chapter is getting close to the end. There's a lot more that we want to find out, especially in the strategy of all the teams right here. But Buriram United will be stepping in onto the plate, the lower bracket finals against PE Sports. And PE Sports, as you did mention, they have plenty of time to study not only the previous matches but the current, the just concluded match between Buriram United and Team Falcons. And if PE Sports is smart enough, then they can take a page of that book from Team Falcons and use that against Buriram United. And I want to see that happen. I want to see some points go to the side of PE Sports. No offense to BRU fans out there, but we want Buriram United to be pressured so that they can show more than what we expect them to see.
See if it's a team that is molded, under pressure can become diamonds again. Because I think PE Sports have some similarities in how Falcons approach Clash Squad, and that is the worrying part, right? Because BRU, I think the usual protocols that they have been dominating everyone with hasn't worked against Falcons. The PE Sports have a chance to take advantage of that and overcome them. But for now, we'll go for a short break. When we come back, it will be another best of 5 in the lower bracket finals between PE Sports and Buriram United Esports. See you in a bit.
First blood. Double kill. First blood. Double kill. Triple kill. First blood. First blood. Triple kill. First blood. First blood. First blood. Double kill.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome back to the Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia 2026 Spring. It's a mouthful and it is absolutely full of drama so far. We just witnessed the battle between Falcons and Buriram. And I don't know if you guys think Buriram needs to, just fix some parts here and there, but I think Falcons played an amazing matchup. And now thanks to Falcons, we get a game between Esports and Buriram. Once again, this is an elimination matchup. It is the lower bracket finals. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio. Down here with my brother Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, to bring you guys this next one.
Yeah, this is a repeat of what happened. Hopefully the result will be different overall from the past, because PE Sports had lost so many times against Buriram United now, but did, like Husky did bring out a good point earlier before the break. PE Sports had a potential of watching this game unfold, and this is one thing that Buriram United doesn't want to happen. The pages from Book of Team Falcons being used by PE Sports against Buriram United is something that might not be easy to pull off, but we've seen how well PE Sports is adapting to these games.
PE Sports has grown. PE Sports has improved so much, right? If you guys tuned into the recent, Free Fire Max Asia Invitational, they made it to the semis. They placed third. That's not too bad at all. They've got so much of experience under the belt, because if you look at FFWSC 2025 preseason Clash Squad, where Falcons eventually became champions, PE Sports did not qualify. And then you look at the Spring Clash Squad, PE Sports did not qualify. And, they didn't just give up just like that, right? These boys have clearly been hustling. They've clearly been practicing, because FFMAI was a more recent experience that they had. So even though they were taking those L's, Neptune, throughout the whole time, they have always been stepping it up. And now again in the third spot. But can they take it further? Can they upset the Thai teams? Your prediction, my prediction, Neptune.
All right. Fair enough. I mean, we've seen Buriram United, how well they bring the battle against any opponents other than Team Falcons down. And now it's a good point that they can get a 3-0, but I'm putting that 1 for PE Sports. Plus 1 for adaptability. Hopefully they can adapt, and probably they can switch the tables against Buriram United. I don't want to see that.
Yeah, I'm such a fool, right? I was just hyping up PE Sports. I say they're not going to take a single game away from Buriram, because I think just as much as PE Sports has improved in the past tournaments, Buriram has started improving in these past tournaments as well, right? I mean, you have to look at the fact that last year, throughout the whole year, Falcons were whooping Buriram's butt in terms of performance as far as Clash Squad is concerned. They were two-time world champs. Buriram did not get to the end very much, but now you see that consistency. But of course, a little bit more about Buriram in a bit. LBT, Wangshi, Zaref, C2 once again stepping up to the plate. Yesterday, the phenomenal team of PE Sports beat down, kicked out the current world champions of Clash Squad in AG Global. But one might argue, in that competition, Falcons and Buriram were not there. If they were, would AG have become champion?
Great question, great storyline, and I mean, that's true. If Falcons and Buriram did manage to focus themselves on Clash Squad together with Battle Royale in the global finals. They might be part of where AG is in contention. But Buriram United right now, I mean, they're not slowing down. We've seen some of, I would say, questionable calls, especially with the pick on game number 2, wherein they could have changed a few things. But just copying it from game number 1, I don't know what's up with them. The map could have been an advantage, but at least change it up a little bit. That would work to their favor, especially when you saw how Team Falcons play. And that's where PE Sports would get that +1 on changing things up if it's not working their way.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I was a little surprised as well with the mirror pick on game 2 earlier. And Falcons were like, okay, sure, you want to pull a repeat of what just happened in the first game? We'll do exactly that. And of course, they got the dub once again. Buriram were forced to re-roster their main focus on those active skills for the game number 3. And that's exactly where we saw a little bit of a turnaround. But that's not enough, right? In this matchup against PE Sports, though, I feel like Buriram is definitely going to be surprised, because yesterday when we saw PE Sports play up against AG Global, there was a lot of changes that we started seeing in the variation of active and passive skills that PE Sports was bringing on, and I expect those surprises to continue on here today.
Well, let's see. Now, before we start off the actual game, we're going to start it off with Lone Wolf and Narrow Cage. This is where we decide who's going to get the first pick. And Buriram United did win this against Team Falcons earlier, but Wang Shi against Wasana, let's see, and what they bring into the table, don't have any sight of the skills. Wasana got that Valiant Dash, so he might be able to go in, but no damage being put into Wang Shi at this point.
Oh, that one was a close one. Now in Lone Wolf, you got to win out. This 1v1. Just got to get to that 5. Sounds easy. Not as easy. Wasana. Just slow and steady. Just waiting for his opponent to take the step towards him. He's the Oscar. He wants to break through those glue walls. And that element of surprise together with the shorty should be enough. But Wang Shi is the first one to pull the trigger, literally, with both the Valiant Dash and the shorty.
So both of them does have that Oscar and that shorty in hand. Now let's see though if this is something that Wasana can turn around, get in the middle. Wrong anticipation in terms of Valiant Dash and up close and personal. Still Wang Shi taking damage or taking hits against Wasana and having the HP, no chance to recover.
No chance to recover just yet, Wasana. The opportunity now for Wang Shi as Wasana applies his medkit. Timing, Valiant Dash, Wasana able to pull the 180 but misses his opportunity. The accuracy just not on point for Mr. Wasana today. You can see him try to laugh that off, but that laugh is about to turn into a frown if this scoreline continues to go up on the side of PE Sports.
Now here comes the question. Is the strength of Wasana coming from the information that's being relayed to him? Or because 1v1 doesn't have that much information. That would depend on the sound cues, the damage that is brought in, and it is not happening right now. But for Wang Shi, we've seen him go up close and personal, even in his knives. But here comes Wasana, glue wall against himself, but Valiant Dash against the opponent still gets the hit.
Wow! Neptune, can we talk about that mistake, my friend? Valiant Dash from Wasana to cut the distance down. He didn't break any glue walls. He didn't surprise Wang Shi. He didn't even find the connection with the shot off of his shotgun. Wang Shi, on the other hand, with that patience gameplay, breaks down his defenses and gets that on-point shot. 3-0 now. PE Sports about to run away with this. Wasana needs to make some sort of magic happen.
Let's see what magic can be done. He switched to the M590, and he is taking shots just to distract Wang Shi right now. A little bit of nade action. Doesn't hit Wang Shi. Stuns him a little bit. Valiant Dash to break his own glue wall. Wang Shi now being turned around by Wasana. Weapon of choice not really favoring Wang Shi at that point.
Yeah, this time that mistake by Wang Shi just a little bit late on the trigger of the Valiant Dash. Not really on point, and Buriram able to catch him out in the open through Mr. Wasana in this 1v1. Lone Wolf looking like it is a tough fight for Wasana, but nothing's over just yet, right? A comeback not too far away if Wasana can pull himself together with his AWM.
Let's see, AWM right now from Wasana. But you know how Wang Shi is, especially on the snipes. There goes the stun. Doesn't land at all on Wasana, but Ice Grenade does. And the glue wall to stop him, but no! Up close, ADS in, and still managed to get that 180. Wang Shi, what a monster!
Yeah, I don't know if you guys caught that frown on the face of Wasana right there as he took the L. I told you, man, those laughs are about to be turning into frowns. And Wasana not happy with this scoreline, but he cannot deny Wang Shi is on point, he is on form, and he is 1 point away from getting PE Sports this advantage. AWM once again, Wang Shi versus Wasana. No grenades in the hands of Wang Shi. Already tried his luck earlier on. Wasana with a big miss there as well. Ice grenade missed by Wang Shi, expecting Wasana to get a little bit aggressive there. Now he just needs to depend on his quick flick and, well, hopefully perfect aim once again, like we have seen from him time and time.
Yeah, let's see now. Wasana, well, position is known already from both sides. No one's moving an inch. The Blues closing in, and as he backs away, Wang Shi has a perfect angle if in case Wasana pulls back. But no, not given the timing, and Wang Shi is the ones being pressured by the Blues that slowly is closing in against him.
Wang Shi doesn't really need to do much. Both players have got their Valiant dashes still intact. 2 glue walls. Wang Shi with a great glue wall drop, but choosing to not stand behind a glue wall defense. Wasana just barricades the front of him to make sure Wang Shi does not Valiant dash his way through. Surprise, Wasana! Valiant dash is there, but Wang Shi uses it to escape, and the 180 double on the tap. Wang Shi gets the victory up against Wasana, who's looking a little bit out of form. That's not the right way to be on the final day here of Clash Masters. You need Wasana on 100% because don't even think about Falcons yet. You may not be able to pass PE Sports.
Let's see. I'm really loving this because we mentioned from the past as well. Cass has mentioned from the past as well that PE Sports is finding their strength from both Wang Shi and Seraph. And this is just a preview of what Wang Shi can do against Wasana. But again, there's no other player involved in this game. There's no other teammates involved from this game. So I'm really love how this is turning up. And this is just a recap of how PE Sports did manage to get a win against AG, showing that the combination of Wang Shi and Seraph is still on point.
Yeah, and it wasn't just a simple victory, right? They gave away the first game to AG Global, and then they reverse swept them in the series. It was phenomenal to watch the rise of PE Sports. They've improved once again so much from barely qualifying in these Clash Squad competitions to now making it to the 3rd spot 2 times in a row on the international stage. That is a big achievement for PE Sports. And Wang Shi, one of those players that just proves that they deserve to be here, right? Because that was no fluke. That was just clear capability to dominate one of the most lethal and accurate players out there named Wasana.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions now being thrown because earlier after the loss against Team Falcons, it is being shown that Wasana is not really on form. And then being brought into the 1v1, losing that fight, there'll be a lot of fans or probably haters out there that would be putting so much more against Wasana. But that's one thing. Pros like Wasana from Buriram United or the entire team as well, they don't... It doesn't matter whatever they say. It's what they show. And I'm pretty sure they will show differently once it involves the entire team.
Yeah, and it really doesn't matter what the chat says sometimes, right? Because the chat isn't playing in Clash Masters right now. The chat would not qualify past the group stage or even the Swiss stage or whatever stage because it takes a different level of capability to play on a stage like this. I mean, we can talk whatever crap we you want about Wasana, but man, that guy is on a level far beyond many other pro players, which just speaks very highly of what Wang Shi just accomplished out there, and speaks very highly as well of the other players that have once again battled up against Buriram, and Buriram has very successfully overcome them. So player analysis this time round, Seat 1, 65 eliminations so far, with a total 39,062 on the damage. Top weapon, the AWM, as well as the team booster for his loadout. Very rarely do we actually see the team booster managing to get a pickup out there, because usually this guy goes on the front lines with that Zane, and he is quite capable in terms of taking that first blood for the side of PE Esports, which has been that shock factor for a lot of teams out there.
Yeah, I love the combination as well of what C1 can bring to the table. Skill would be aggressive. Weapons use would be a sniper. Loadout would be a support. So he's an all-rounder, I would say, in terms of all this, in terms of all the data that we bring in the table when we talk about C1. And that's what we love about PE Sports right now. So we did mention about Seraph and Wang Shi, but you add C1 to the mix, you had the leadership of LBT, and you're seeing a rise of PE Sports once again.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And we have to remember, Z1 is not the most capable player from the side of PE Sports. We still have the superstar Zarif, right, who is in the top 3 predators of Clash Masters so far. And Zarif with C1 on the front lines equals annihilation. You also have a very capable LBT. And then behind all of them, Wang Shi on the snipes, PE Sports has managed to really concoct a strong squad. This player is one of the weaker players of the squad. That is how crazy the comparison is going to be, right? But of course, let's take a quick head-to-head here between C1 as well as Moshi as well.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, elimination-wise, I do agree with what you pointed out. He's not that strong as a player, but look at that assist. The number of points ahead of Moshi, and we've seen Moshi already in play. He always lands all those shots, adding to the assist numbers, but C1 is something else. Very close to 490 already, and damage is not even quite far. So this is what we want to see from PE Sports. Your backliner would be more aggressive in getting all those, landing all those shots, reducing all those HP, and then you will get those wins. Especially with the condition that we have with the medkits in Clash Masters, that definitely helped a lot.
Yeah, no doubt at all, man. And of course, this is the comparison between the team MVPs, not necessarily with the exact same, weapons that they go out there preferably using, because, in a CQC, I would definitely bet on what C1 can do out there. Moshi, on the other hand, has relied way too much on that AWM. A Moshi without the AWM, I feel, is slightly nerfed. No, really. In the past, I think Moshi was very capable of switching out to a close quarters combat gun, be it the SMG or even the shotguns at times when it was needed. But these days, it feels like if he doesn't have the AWM in his hands, he might not be walking away from that engagement with a clutch on his side. C1, on the other hand, he's more like a Swiss Army knife for the side of PE Sports. He can get it done long range. He can definitely annihilate you on the shorter range. And this is quite an apple-to-apple comparison from the perspective of efficacy of getting eliminations for the squad, right? If you see the eliminations, they're not too far from each other. And both players are not the main predators of their squad, Neptune.
Well, definitely. I would love to see more of the numbers right here, but because of the win that PE Sports has in that, we're going to look into some of other stats, and that would dictate the next game that we have. The best map out of PE Sports right now is Bermuda. 4 times it has been picked. For Solara, 2 times it has been picked, and Nextera would be better with 80% on the win rate. And I'm loving this because out of the 4 games, it is rounded off. Out of 4 games, they won 3 matches in Nextera. And in comparison to Buriram United, it was a reverse. 3 matches and only 1 win.
Yeah, they may have a 80% win rate in Nextera, but what's really important is to also highlight that they have picked Bermuda 4 times because PE Esports is a team that prefers to play with a little bit more space. They don't like playing in very tight spaces, but that is the shocker in my perspective as far as PE Esports is concerned, because when you look at Nextera, you have a lot of these compounds where it forces you into a CQC. This is PE Esports playing out of their depth and still walking away with an 80% win rate. I think that is very impressive for PE Esports, Neptune, you know, because again, this is not their preferred play spot. They don't really want to dominate in here. They're not fully confident, but the fire in PE Esports, but more importantly, the way they have been drafting their passive skills as well as creatively bringing in the accompanying pets have helped them have an edge in a majority of these battles, which is really 3000 IQ stuff. I think, you know, whether they are doing it together as a squad or they've got an analyst on their side, they're definitely doing their homework.
Yeah, I mean, homework's being done not only by the team, and if I'm not mistaken, Nolan has also helped them out in terms of those strategies. Now, let's go to Buriram United right now. We've seen this earlier. Kalahari is still 100% win rate, but take note, they only played this once, and they won that match. So, we don't know how it's going to throw off their strategy at this point, but one thing's for sure, you want to get away in Solara when you're dealing against Buriram United, because 4 out of 4 matches they have won, and 2 of which from the stats we have right now is their own pick. So even if their opponent's picking Solara, they're still winning the games.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I think it's good that you mentioned they've only played Kalahari once, because this is just like, you know, bad stuff that you find on social media, right? Over-sensationalized you know, news. Kalahari 100% win rate. Yeah, they've only played it 1 time, so it's not really their strongest map. There is a big problem here for PE Esports. The problem is Buriram likes to play the same maps as PE Esports, which means Buriram is very comfortable on the home picks of PE Esports. So even though the Lone Wolf was won in a very valiant fashion by Wang Shi up against Wasana, I think they can't really run away, because even when they go with their comfort picks, they are still going to meet a very strong and comfortable Buriram who's actually pissed off, and they want a rematch with Falcons.
Well, let's see now. We're going to talk about not only maps, but also the skills the teams has been brought in by the teams. Now, for PE Sports, that the Cryo Mine being brought in by PE Sports, 46 elimination has been brought in, 26,451 on the damage. Steffi, that has been used quite phenomenally by the team. And I guess I pointed out a good point earlier that is underrated for Steffi, because not only does it block any throwables, it also adds a little bit more shield for your teammates, thus it being used quite often in the latter part of this Clash Masters. Yeah,
we definitely need another highlight of top banned active skills, right? Because if you really want to talk about the active skills that are really meta right now, you have to take a look at who's getting their butts kicked out of the roster or the selections each and every single match, because those are the really OP skills. And obviously we've got the top picked active skills here, which kind of shows that these guys get picked when the big boys are not around, when the really good active skills keep getting banned out. But of course, good to see Nero here, because he's not that big of a threat. At the same time, he is not a non-threat at all, right? He's very annoying out there. A lot of eliminations from his capability to disrupt these players, because I don't know about you, man, I know how the plushie works, but still when I'm playing and suddenly that plushie comes flying at me, I still panic. Okay, sometimes you see the plushie right there, Neptune, but to take that plushie out takes a few extra seconds. Just in those moments of disruption, I get annihilated by my opponents. And that's the capability that Nero brings into these matches.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not only it's the sub-context of some of the skills right here is one thing that some players or some pro players is taking advantage of, because Nero's still in play, but we've seen so much of that Zane as well as that Koda. Zane from the hands of Wasana and Koda from the hands of Jonah. Now, I'm really loving how from both teams there's quite some strengths and only a little similarities, and this is one thing that they can take advantage advantage of when it comes to draft right now. Because in terms of the usage of Nero, 6 times it has been used by Moshi. Once it was used by Jonah as well. But for Zane, it's across the board. Wasana get high, Jonah can use this because of the how in sync they are when it comes to this battlefield. But every time the coda has been in play, it's always going to the captain Jonah. So that's one thing to expect. If you want to deny visual and also a winning capability for Buriram United, you deny the captain of that Aurora Vision.
And you see a very clear story painted by the top picked active skills of PE Esports versus Buriram. PE Esports, their main character is that Nero that they depend on. They want to disrupt, and then followed by that Steffi. They are focusing on the defense. They are worried about sustaining a lot of this damage out there because of the lack of medkits. Now on Buriram, you see the opposite story on the other hand. The disruption, the Nero can bring it, but it's lower on their priority. They want to get into the thick of the action with that Zane. They want to know exactly where their opponents are with the Aurora Vision, and usually the player that has the Aurora Vision is capable of being a little bit more aggressive. Buriram, with a heavy focus on that aggression, which I think is going to be a huge weak point of PE Sports here, but they've got exactly what it takes to counter them, which is their natural playstyle. Again, they're going for the disruption, they're going for the defensive to make sure they are beefed up when they are attacked. But whether or not they're going to be able to avoid confrontation for long and keep the distance between themselves and Buriram, I think is going to be really dependent on the compounds that they play in Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, compounds or the corners. If Nero, if there's some area wherein you can be stuck in a corner, Nero would be beneficial. And it's not as if the Nero is the only skills that can be used with both teams. Zane might be the top pick in Buriram United side, but for PE Sports, it's fourth in the top pick, and the win rate is quite even more because 5 times it has been picked, 4 times they won that, and it's either Serif or one-time LBT who managed to use it to perfection. So I'm really loving this storyline wherein PE Sports can adapt to the draft, steal it away from Buriram United, and they can still use that skill against their opponents.
Yeah, let's take a look at the map order here, Neptune. We finally have the picks coming through from both PE Sports and Buriram. And it looks like we're going to be kicking it off on Bermuda, a comfort spot for both teams here. But PE Sports gets the advantage with the Bannon pick.
OMP Esports brings it to Bermuda, and then we have Solara. And again, we don't want to see Solara to show up really in this map, especially with the record that Buriram United has, but they will be bringing that to the table because that's where they have the advantage. But let's see now, after the maps, we go to the draft, and which one's going to be banned? Zane and Orion. So it's a good thing it's not Nero, because we talked about that a lot as well earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see Buriram United, they are not going for the ban onto the character that PE Sports usually, was trying to opt for whatsoever. They look at how can they break down the defense of PE Sports very early on when they go in for that rush. And taking out the Crimson Crush allows them to literally crush PE Sports faster. And the Zane ban on the side of PE Sports, on the other hand, is really acknowledging what the players on the side of Buriram can do with it, right? Wasana on the Zane is as tanky as hell. They don't want to deal with that. And they bring in the Valiant Dash. We have seen how PE Sports has used this once again for their disruptive mannerism in these fights. If they can pair this with the Narrow in a little bit, I think it'll be a big advantage for PE Sports. But Buriram pulling in the teaser. Let's go, Kenta.
Well, if either they can or they can't, that would be nice. Oh, okay, all right.
I gotta God, I thought they were gonna troll us on this game. And then still walk away with the victory. I would have. Yeah. So
I guess that Kenta broke that draft pick.
Yeah, the Kenta cannot make it through. Okay, he can't make it onto the roster. Okay, sorry guys, we got a little too excited. All right, I really wanted to see what the Canada could do, bro. I mean, some cheese threads out there has never really hurt, but it's gonna hurt your opportunity of getting into the grand finals for sure. So we resume. It's still the Zane Oscar band, Chrono band on the side of Buriram United Esports, and they bring Orion into play instead. This is a very curious one, right? Because I really wonder when this remake was done in terms of their ban, because initially I thought they banned out that Orion. I really like the fact that Buriram is bringing this in, because now they are going to be annoying on the front lines, and they have the disruptive capability of that narrow that they have sneaked off of PE Sports. Obviously they like it too. I'm liking where Buriram is going with this.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, Moshi definitely will be wearing that Nero, and it's either get high or Wasana on that Orion. But as we can see, Cassie will be brought into the table. Now, I'm not quite sure if K is a good pick, but there you have it. That's Steffi. And this is what I'm talking about. And Steffi has been, I would say, underrated. Under the radar in most instances. That not a painted refuge not only denies the throwable, but also restores the 10% armor every second.
Correct.
Damage is reduced. So I'm loving that they're using this against the teams similar like the time turner.
Yeah, the restoration of armor, I think, is one of the highest or the biggest highlight off of that Steffi. And obviously the extra bit of damage reduction, right? The extra bit of defense, because you are going to need that. Once again, you don't have free medkits to work around with unless you get in to that airdrop for that snatch. But those are, really big targets in the game right now. And you don't want to take such risky maneuvers up against Buriram up close and personal. But looking at the Buriram United Esports roster, Sentino Ignis locked in as well. This is going to be a highly disruptive roster on the side of Buriram. You've got the capability of the Crimson Crush and the Shape Splitter off of that Sentino for the surprise plays. You also get the Flame Mirage Neptune. This is going to be very irritating for PE Sports, unless of course they can keep that space between themselves and Buriram with the initial parts, bait out those active skills, and then go in for the counter.
Yeah, I mean, if we see a repeat of what happened earlier between Team Falcons and Buriram United, like put them in a corner, and you can use both that Cryo Mine and that Flame Mirage to damage your opponent. Put in a little bit more smoke, and it is chaotic in that small room. So that's a great potential that Buriram United can use back in this game. But I'm pretty sure with the Valiant Dash for the side of Zverev, he might be able to get away and even take down the opponents if needed.
And because PE Sports has got the Oscar and the Cassie, I think that PE Sports will be able to be a little bit more tankier on the front lines. But I hope they don't make the mistake of linking up that Oscar with the Cassie, right? Because I think there is another viability of sending a little stronger player on the front lines to assist that, Cassie on the Oscar on the play. So, either way, if the players on the side of PE Sports maintains a strong number on the front line, I think they should be able to deal with the pressure that the Orion brings into play.
LSC now, pressure will be built after this round. Pistol round right now is where they can go in an even ground, but Wang Shi already across the battlefield. But Wasana charging up the Crimson Crush, especially with a super bonfire, but a backstab on to get high, and get high has been taken out with a USP2 from Zverev. So that's one man down, and Zverev will be taken out as well as a trade.
Oh, smart play here. M500 working its magic alongside the USP2. Zverev. Wasana won the slice, finds Wang Shi. It's a 2v2. Moshi will be able to get away from harm as Wasana finds everybody out there. Double on the slice with the sight and the USP2. Jonah took one for himself. And all Moshi did there was play distraction, allowing Wasana to dance.
And that's one thing. I mean, first blood has been taken by PE Sports, but quickly as that, denying PE Sports of that victory. Now, let's see, though, if they can turn things around. Same map, different sides or different spawns. But the only difference, though, is Buriram United has invested already a lot. Like level 2 on the armor, on the helmet and the armor, and as well as a power foul from the hands of Moshi. And you know how it is. He's deadly, especially if he reached that rooftop.
And Seat 1 on that high ground with the Deagle. This is a big play. If he can take Moshi out of the equation quick, this will be great. But unfortunately, Buriram is stacking those players on the roof for the easy pickup if anything does happen. On that off chance, Jonah on the circle round looking for Wang Shi. Wasana on the other hand, aggressive with the mini Uzi, but unable to find any players isolated just yet on the side of PE Esports. But with this high ground though, Wasana very dangerous, tags up Wang Shi, but the mini Uzi is not going to do it from a distance like that.
Flame Mirage right now to go for the approach. Triggered by Buriram United, but Wang Shi goes down. There goes another. And only one race each one who will be cooked, fried, and served in that round number 2. And Buriram United gets their first 2 points.
Oh, Wasana, very smart Wasana. Wasana wasn't trying to go in for any sort of eliminations or whatnot, right? All he was doing is marking the opponents with his Smoko. He just wanted to get the wild sprays on them with the mini Uzi, and very smart to do it from that high ground. After he marks his opponents, exposing their location, it's shared with the rest of the members on the side of Buriram, and they all go in for the rush. That was a brilliant play off of Buriram.
Yeah, definitely. That's one thing that's why Moko has been often used by players right here. Just one hit and you get information already. But speaking hit, Jonah tagged a little bit. But there goes the fainted refuge already being triggered. Jonah would be taken down with a Thompson. Now Wasana needs to move away. And they go in onto that Steffi, but unfortunately it doesn't help them that much. Wang Shi with a Thompson, who is quite deadly even in a hip fire for long range, pushes Moshi far.
Yeah, I take it back. If you want to link up that Oscar with the electrotherapy and you want to play like that, be my guest, because you are gonna be whooping some butt. What a play that was. Zaref running through them, and of course, granted, they all had the Thompson this time around, and every single one of them definitely running either the Nikita or the Luna. And if I'm not mistaken, we see quite a number of Nikitas on their side, right? The players on the side of PE Esports just had one intention there: run on in, gun them down, do not allow them to recover from that situation at all. And they executed that brilliantly. And of course, with that electrotherapy, they didn't even need the insurance policy off of that. That's exactly how good the accuracy was.
And I'm seeing a pattern right now for Buriram United. I mean, if they're going to use that Cassie, would be their failure. And there you have it. Another takedown against Wasana, relieving a little pressure against PE Sports. Seraph right now getting the rooftop, and this is where they can go for pinch 2-on-2. But Seraph goes down from Mini Uzi from Get High. It's not over just yet. There's still a few more fight from Buriram United. It's a 2v2 situation, but each one can easily be picked up. Wang Shi a little bit too aggressive though, jumping in, but still Buriram United can play along.
Oh my lord, my goodness me. The accuracy off of Get High is just so scary, but you gotta respect the recovery off of PE Sports and the routing towards that vantage point that is usually held by the team, by the sniper of the team that spawns on that side of the map, right? So very smart routing here by PE Sports to gain the vantage point, but Buriram saw that one coming. They had the vision on them, and they literally managed to call out their play, and you saw that double shot. They got the knocks, but the recovery of a PE Sports right after that, right? Focusing on picking up C1 instead of going in for the rush gave them the advantage in numbers, gave them the victory in that round. Great decision making off of PE Sports.
Now let's see now, PE Sports Spawn would be the same area where they have won. Now Wasana can be taken down a little bit too early. A lot of throwables onto him right now, and he managed to get an airdrop. Now Wasana, through the smokes, through a bunch of glue walls, would be isolated from the rest of the team. Seraph goes for the Valiant Dash, misses an opportunity to look right, and misses Jonah as well. The distraction that might be the downfall as Get High moves in above them, and LBT almost taken down, but the connection is still there, and unfortunate. Even the time turner doesn't stop that bullet.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And Buriram is just so aggressive with this. And you can see why Buriram is being aggressive. I've already scanned through every single player on the side of Buriram. Neptune, they are all rocking that Moko. They just want to get the sprays. They just want to get that information. But that aggressive play is putting them in a little sticky situation, because if you look on the defensive capability of PE Sports, they've got what it takes, man. they've got the auto on their side. If they get a knock on these Buriram players who are very aggressive, instantly they get the advantage. And guess what? Buriram is not running the Joseph. So if that auto's memory slows you down, you don't get to shrug it off. You don't get that extra boost in speed. This one is a big passive play mistake from Buriram.
Yeah, I mean, Buriram United needs to fix that unless there's little no opportunity that it would play against them. Because right now, judging from the active skill alone, there's little negative effect that they will be using that Joseph. So why not use two other skills like the Luna or especially with the Miguel on that Orion? So let's see if that plays out quite well. Get high! Great pinch against, together with Wasana against Seraph. And
there you go.
With that painted refuge, they are still playing along and trying to force survivability. But PE Sports right now dealt with Jonah, dealt with Jet High, now with Moshi, and PE Sports only one went down. They still win the fight.
I cannot stress this enough. Again, when you look through the perspective of the Buriram players, you see every single player on the side of PE Sports has been marked. Again, this is the focus of Buriram. Go in, spray through the smoke, connect with the shots, mark the players and give the information to the rest of your team members and allow them to take them down. But PE Sports, on the other hand, is just not looking for such cheese strats, right? They're going straight in. They've got the Shani on them. They're sticking together very close to each other, and they're going in here for the victory just purely through that aggression. And they've got the painted refuge off of that Steffi that's definitely bumping them up. They've got the electrotherapy. PE Sports is winning this out from multiple angles, and 2 cyber points on their side as well, Neptune.
Oh yeah, priority would be cyber points. Now let's see, Zaref M590 already moving in. Painted refuge on the ground. Both painted refuge has been pulled out but doesn't work well from Get High. Seraph has been knocked down, but still PE Sports, I would say that is a flawless run, and to be exact. And the reason why they're so aggressive as well for PE Sports, because you did point out that they have that Cassie, they have that Shani Gear Recycle, but they also have the Olivia for the side of whoever's wearing that Cassie. So I'm real from LBT. So there's just so much healing involved right here, and they just need to be together. Now, one factor though that might throw them off is that Jonah has that cryo mind. Yes, they do have the Joseph, but there's still some risk of HP being damaged, so they need to be cautious of that.
Yeah, no doubt at all, man. And obviously, there's a little bit of disruptive capability here from Zaref and Wangshi, very specifically Zaref, who's rocking that Rocky as well. So he's got that low cooldown on that Valiant Dash. He'll be looking to get into these fights, but a little isolated at this point of time. Wangshi, far away, spots one player going in for the backstab, but popped out with the Shape Splitter. Smart play coming through off of Moshi, but Zaref just waits and pulls the trigger. M590 triple for the guy, and PE Sports pummels Buriram in the first game.
That's one thing. I mean, Santino, as long as you know the mechanics of that skill as well as the conditions to wait for that to be triggered, you can anticipate that sniper or the Santino user right ahead. There you have it. PE Sports first round, first game against Buriram United, winning it as if it is that easy, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, no sweat, bro. PE Sports just whooped Buriram. And again, I think this one was a very interesting case study of whether or not passive skills make a difference, right? And we always focus on the bans and picks. We are always looking at the active skills, but very rarely do we dive into these passive skills that are making a very big difference out there. These passive skills paints a very clear picture on what the play style of the team is going to be. And Buriram's play style in that game against PE Sports, just blindly spraying, getting the marker, and then confidently getting the elimination, did not work out.
Exactly. I mean, you get information out of not the Coda, not the Clue, but out of that Moko, and it does die down. Though we're not seeing that much of Sensei Tig per side of PE Sports, only against LBT.
Yes.
And that's one thing. if LBT is the one has reduced man marking skills and he's the one who's healing a teammate, that makes PE Sports a little bit more aggressive. So the wrong skills, like the wrong combination of passive against what PE Sports thought about after seeing probably or anticipating what Buriram United is going to bring to play.
Yeah, and I think this one was not a big deal in the grand scheme of things because I think I can't make that statement. I think this really depends on what the confidence level was for Buriram, right? If they were merely testing this out in a real world situation, then I think I give them a pass on this loss. But if they really thought that was going to work, I've got a big question mark for them instead, and they are about to get pummeled because even from yesterday up against AG Global, I've been pointing this out. The drafts on the side of PE Sports has been out of this world. They have been playing it down to the T. They know what to ban out from the opponent's side. And even in this game, they did not want the Zane because they knew they were going to get into the thick of the action and they were going to try to get in and out quickly. You saw that combination of that Oscar and Cassie, how Zverev just zooms through them. They wanted to be that fast, nephew.
Yeah, exactly. And well, I'm really loving this this type of PE sport showing up in Clash Masters, going against a top dog that I don't know if it's the stamina that's being lost or probably the motivation for Buriram United, or going to your story, they're just playing this along, just give that opportunity for PE Sports. But, well, let's feature that Cassie as well as LBT that saves the team. Most instances than that. We mentioned about that Nikita, where in the Fireman's Export increases your reload, and you need that if you have that M590, that Olivia, that healing touch that increases the healing effect by 30%, as well as a silver spoon of that Joseph that immunes you from disruptive effect, as well as slow down marking and even the skill silencing. So I'm loving this combination and that Sensei Tig that we keep seeing.
Yeah, just because A124 is no longer the main pick of active skill does not mean you can drop that Joseph. And this is that big mistake made by Buriram. They are not rocking that Joseph at all. And I think the Otto's memory miss definitely, hurt them a little bit, right? And again, this guy with the Olivia and Cassie combo, big brain play. He's the assist of the team. I mean, he's the gunning medic. He's the running gunning medic. He's one of the only medic rushers out there, and I think this is something that PE Sports has managed to crack before the other squads. But can they perfect this play? Because I think the theory is really solid off of what PE Sports is trying to do with the active and passive skills. But where they do definitely lack is, I think, in the mechanical skills department. So this might just take a little bit of extra time to cook. But for now, it worked out perfectly, man. Look at the comparison here between Jonah and LBT.
Oh yeah, I mean Jonah LBT, it's quite huge right now, especially with assists. But I'm really loving the damage contribution that has been brought in by both of these players. It's just a loss for Moshi right now. I guess with that, with what they brought in, especially with the Santino, it doesn't work at this point. They need a different kind of map to make that work quite well. And they could have brought in, I don't know, probably the Iris. We've seen a lot of glue walls being played right there, but we know Moshi doesn't play that much. Or probably just could have taken that Nero away and just give away a different skill to their teammates so that they can he can play his sniping quite best.
Yeah, and of course at this point, the Buriram haters are back. They're like, you see, we told you Jonah Wasada's not performing. Well, this game was definitely an odd one for me, Neptune, because it felt like Buriram was not trying. It felt like Buriram was just rushing out there and spraying and spraying and spraying, not really focused on any sort of an objective in the games, right? And that was very weird because the usual deadly Buriram is very calculated. You see some different pacing round after round, but that one seemed to be just a little bit of, let's just try to get this game over as quickly as possible. I'm feeling sus. I think there's a little bit of a comeback on the table here for Buriram, at least in the next map.
No question, because the next map would be Solara, and we can throw some numbers, but it's a perfect run for Buriram United. Every time they jump into Solara, they always win, even against Team Falcons. So I'm really loving that this will be back and forth right now. The only question though is for how long, because yes, they can get Solara. Nextera though is a different story, and Buriram United is not doing quite well on that third map. But focusing on Solara, I think BRU has it in the bag. That would depend on the skills as well.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be dependent on the skills as well, because we know that strategy-wise, Buriram definitely feels comfortable on Solara. But play style-wise, in terms of what was being done out there in this game that just ended, clearly PE Esports was just miles beyond them in terms of, having their nerves together, right? I think the Lone Wolf game definitely rocked Wasana's confidence a little bit. And I think that's a very big factor that we're not highlighting enough, because just before getting into a game, if you piss someone off or if you break their confidence, their game is definitely going to be messed up, They're still going to be stuck on that Lone Wolf fight thinking, I could have done that a little bit better. Maybe that's one of the factors that's still nerfing Wasana and gang right now.
Oh, let's see though. Let's see. I mean, we've seen Wasana in his worst run, and you can still see a smile on his face. So later on, we will be able to see him. But for PE Sports, motivation is high right now. Yes, there's a little bit of, I would say, wackiness, especially from the draft that we had earlier, and they're just playing this chill. PE Sports is not pressured at this point, and they are bringing in a little bit of different confidence in Clash Masters. But as we go into the highest damage weapon per player, and I'm really looking forward to this to move up, but the Thompson from the hands of PE Sports was deadly.
Yeah, and this was just from that previous game that you guys just witnessed. And Zaref Wangshi, again, we got to look at the strategy that they were going in with, right? And PE Esports knew that they had the defense and they wanted a quick in and out. They had the Oscar on Zaref, and obviously that backup was going to be a strong one. Wangshi was walking in with the Steffi, pretty tanky as well, because Wangshi had the Nikita, the J Beebs, and the Joseph as the passive. So very brave to step on into these battles, assisted with the high rate of fire off of the Thompson, obviously giving them a lot of damage. But map after map, brother, we're going to have these stores swapped up as well. So we're going to look into that one. The next one is going to be Solara, picked by Buriram, and they get the first ban as well as the pick.
Yeah, I mean, Solara, again, Buriram United, they are opting to more Solara. If that can only happen, I think Buriram United will just want Solara all across the board, because that's where they are winning all those games. They know exactly, and the dynamics of that map alone gives them more potential than the other maps that we've seen. And even those specific drop spots they have in Battle Royale, they're losing some games, but not in Solara.
Well, let's take a look at the drafts and see if or not we get somewhat of the same story. This time PE Esports going to be banning out that Orion. No more Crimson Crush for you. Obviously, they still want that, but they just felt like that Crimson Crush was just a little bit too annoying to deal with on the front lines. Buriram's going to be taking away the lifeline that Chrono gives you through the time turner out of the hands of PE Esports. So this is a fantastic start, and they're going to punish Zara from the very get-go by sneaking away that Oscar.
LSU, they still have that Zane that can be taken by Seraph himself, and we've seen him quite well. And the
there you go.
They have, and they still have that Cassie. So Zane Cassie immortal build, as we call it. I think PE Sports can take this point, but let's see on what can be offered by Buriram United.
And Buriram wanting to go in for the surprise play, the disruptive capability of that Flame Mirage. Ignis, with the potential lock-in here, they could obviously focus on taking that Sentino as well. But I have a feeling like the Nero could be a little bit of a better investment in the overall grand scheme of things. But they do get a double pick here, Neptune. So maybe that could be a big potential for the lock-in.
Let's see, they do have that Ignis already, and Pressure Get High will be in there. Captain Jonah will be given his coda. So those nades have definitely targets on them, and it won't miss.
Okay, I think the passive skills are going to be switched out this time around because they're going for straightforward information, right? Because earlier, they had no active skills with the info. They were trying to get info off of the passives, which produced a very messy Buriram on the front lines, spraying and praying that they get those tags through those smokes. But this time, I think it's going to be a much more put together front on the side of the three-time world champ. So this one looks a little convincing. On the side of PE Sports, though, again, with the heavy focus on defense plus disruption through that narrow.
Well, let's see now. Santino still being brought in on the table. Again, there's a lot of questions that we have, especially in the first round with that Santino use. Anticipation is there with that shape splitter, but hopefully it will be used quite smarter this time with some of the favorable active skills for the side of Buriram United, like the Coda as well as that Oscar for Wasana and Jonah. So we want to see that aggression back in Buriram United's side, but how can you go about that when you have on the opposing side a Zane and a Kazi plus that Steffi, and if in case you go a little bit faster, you still have that Nero that can slow you down.
Yeah, so I have a feeling I'm gonna make a wild prediction that Moshi is going to be nerfed in this next game because we are running a map that does not have the AWM. Correct me if I'm wrong, Neptune, because without that AWM plus that Moshi, I definitely do have my doubts. Of course, there are other, potential that he could go in here for. I'm definitely looking at the VSS potential that Moshi might be trying to gun for, but I haven't really seen him make magic work off of that Santino and the VSS.
Let's see now. Let's see. I mean, Santino VSS, it's quite... I would say quite different at this point. AWM is more viable when you bring that Santino in. That's dependent on where it's going to place. It's a good thing that the lineup of the maps as well is quite different because we start off in Aquarium when it's CQC and you don't have that much weapon just yet. And as you can see, it's more of the shorty being used because you want to get up close and personal. And there you have it from both sides already. Trade and Moshi goes down first.
And get high, Wasana. It's a 2v1 and C-Tuan could not get that clutch. The shorties on investment straight up from the start, and Buriram managing to burst through them, all thanks to the initial first blood that Jonah got off of Wang Shi. And without that Steffi, without that painted refuge, without the extra layer of defense on the side of their front lines, PE Esports is starting to look a little bit rocky. And C-Tuan with that narrow, he played his part, I think, a little bit too early, right? He went in there with the toss of that plushie, could have waited to gain some sort of an advantage a little bit later.
Yeah, let's see though if that can be timed quite well.
Wow.
Damage onto PE Sports with a nade, but Jonah would be taken down quite quickly. Follow up on Moshi, and seems like quick turnaround by PE Sports with much stronger weapon. And this is what I'm loving about this team from Vietnam, the adaptability that they're showing to the table.
Yeah, and the force buy that they just brought into that fight. My goodness me, with the mini Uzis just walking through these players. You got to respect that from the side of PE Sports. Usually not many teams manage to get away with the force buy, but they were confident. And this time around, you did not see that plushie, that cryo mine being tossed out carelessly by C-Tuan. Waited for the perfect opportunity, but of course it was a little bit too late. The rest of his team members already got those shots in. This time a little bit of a different shift routing. Two on the outside, C-Tuan and Wang Shi trying to go in for that cyber point.
Let's see now. A little too close for comfort, but that super bonfire might be saving them. Valiant dash and the tag against LBT. Wasana is on a roll in spite of having only just a mini Uzi. Have a potential to steal that Mac 10 away. 2v2 situation now because of Moshi bringing Seraph down. And let's see if Wasana can top up the HP. Otherwise, they might be at a loss.
Now, Sana. Not enough HP to deal with that MP5. Moshi finding one, but Wang Shi on the double makes sure PE Sports gets the advantage, even though they lost that initial pistol round. This is a big turnaround for the Vietnamese squad.
Well, let's see now if that can be turned around back. by Buriram United. So far, trade after trade into this game and into areas of the map really shows that PE Sports have studied their opponent in this specific area. Not only giving that advantage to Solara, to Buriram United, PE Sports know how to play back. Now let's see how can they play it in it could rain because LBT is in trouble.
Yeah, in trouble. You can definitely say that for sure. Play Mirage sent out, get high, just tagged up a little bit here. Barely any HP left on him. Zaref goes in for the shutdown. Get high, eventually taken out by Sichuan's kill. Went in there with the narrow and the plushie, getting the knock. Wang Shi on the backup as Jonah gets the knock, the pickup instantaneous for PE Sports. And now with Moshi in a 1v4. Yes, he's got the Sentino, Shape Splitter available, but no AWM, sir.
Yeah, only a powerful in hand and not so much of HP to work. Tries to top up with a backstab and a Mac 10. There goes Zaref for another elimination. PE Sports grabbed another point, making it 3-1. But we've seen a comeback potential from Buriram United even against Team Falcons. And I'm pretty sure there's a plan right there from BRU.
Yeah, and by the way, a quick update. There is an AWM available here in this store. Sorry, guys, we just had our stores swapped around in our minds. But with the AWM potentially available for Buriram later on, there might be a big comeback possibility if they can bank on Moshi hitting those crazy magical shots. But PE Sports trying to make sure they bring this one to a quick end before Buriram gets the economy to afford those AWMs for Moshi. This is a big playoff of PE Sports. And now yet another aggressive start, but the Steffi Painted Refuge saving them, and a double Dragon Freeze tossed onto the front just to get a little bit of a nick onto their HP, which Buriram daringly walks into.
Yeah, that's one thing though. They need to be cautious because Buriram United has a triple Max 7 in their hands, and the moment they get close, then that would spell trouble. Now, there goes the ice grenade onto Wang Shi, tags up a little bit of a top up on armor as well, but no one's moving an inch. It's more of buying into the patience of the opponent, and Jonah and Wasana might be pushing through. Wang Shi right now with a glue wall against them. There goes the Cryo Mind and the Valley Dash, perfectly timed by PE Sports, and they know exactly where Moshi is, and he's left alone once again.
That was a brilliant play, timed perfectly with Sichuan and the toss of the Cryo Mine, stopping any extra glue walls from being erected, and the dash right in. You had the electrotherapy and you had the capability to disrupt their plays. Zaref had the Zane, not worried about taking the damage at all. Had the Mac 10 with the rate of fire. That ended up perfectly on the side of PE Sports to pull their 4th round victory here. A little bit closer to closing this game off against Buriram.
Oh, I mean, Mag 10 from Zaref, barely used, barely seen, especially in Clash Squad and Clash Master, but level 3 is quite deadly, especially in speed that Zaref can put himself against the opponent, and that extreme encounter that gives him more of the shield. Wang Shi though tagged up, and there goes Valen Dash. Unfortunately, there's still a super bonfire, and that super bonfire that would help him heal up, but unfortunately he has been taken down.
Yeah, Wang Shi shut down LBT, going in for the save, counters Wasana, but gets stabbed in the back. LBT found by Moshi as well, who played that perfectly. Now the Sentino can dance around since the AWM is in the hands of Moshi. He swaps on back. Shape Splitter played perfectly again. But the problem is Moshi really low on that HP, and the Mag 7 sorts that out. The moment he spotted his position on that swap, it was the advantage for PE Sports, but man, that was too close. Moshi, when he has that Sentino and the AWM, I think Clutch Genes activated, Buriram could make a comeback. But again, PE Sports knew that was the fact, and that's why they are rushing to close this before the economy improves on the side of Buriram. They are on match point now. Holy hell, this is a great match off of PE Sports.
Now let's see now, Bloomtown. This is where the snipers can be a little bit more comfortable. If PE Sports can, or if Buriram United can take this, I would say balcony, and they might be able to make those shots. But PE Sports has anticipated that already, splitting into 2-2 spots. Each one will get that advantage to take shots against Moshi as well as those trying to go for the airdrop. And even with the ice grenades, you're seeing the potential of them just baiting Buriram United in, and PE Sports is quite ready for that.
It's a slow play this time around because the compound is really huge. But Moshi, of course, has got positional advantage thanks to the shape splitter, but he will not be abusing the swaps just yet. Waiting for the prime moment. And it's a great flank around Zaref with the power foul on that headshot. Nails down Jonah. And now, here comes the push from the side of PE Sports. They know they have an advantage, but those glue walls erected to stop them. Time to pull down as well. But Sichuan shows no mercy with that Mag 7 as he runs through them. And PE Sports again with a 1v4 up against Moshi as they pick up Sichuan.
No AWM, no Santino can save Moshi at this point. No, he dove for the switcheroo, but the Blues closing in. The moment he switched back, he will be done for. And there you have it. PE Sports gets their second point in this series against Buriram United.
Making the underdog run, PE Sports, who did not qualify for the preseason of Clash Squad last year. PE Sports, who did not qualify for the spring season Clash Squad. For PE Sports, that just could not make it far when we went through the fall season of Clash Squad as well. They are back, and they are back to take it all away. But perhaps from Buriram, who doesn't actually have much to give, they're not the champions of Clash Squad anyway. But it is, of course, a big accolade to pick up yesterday as they kicked out the World Series Clash Squad champions. And PE Sports about to do it to the 3-time world champions for Battle Royale as well.
Bro, they're growing the list right now. They're growing the list of the teams being eliminated at this point. And PE Sports, I'm really loving how well they play that. I mean, it was not just smarts. They're using the advantage of Buriram United against the Buriram United. Because most of the time, BRU is aggressive. PE Sports baited them to be aggressive based on the skills that they have selected. And then you see the timing, the precision of PE Sports. And that was just some 3,000 IQ play coming from PE Sports.
Absolutely. And of course, once again, the adjustments on the fly, because earlier on we did see 3 Rockies being played on the side of PE Sports. Now they swap it out. They brought in the Sensei Tig for Sichuan as well, because they realized that, okay, wait a minute, Buriram, they continuously spray us with the mini Uzis. They spray us with whatever guns they have because they want to mark us with that Moko. Sensei Tig helps you shrug off that marker a little bit faster, and that's what they want. And obviously, Sichuan looking to play that aggression on that front lines. He had the Nikita, he had the Moko, so he himself wanted a mark. But more importantly, what he was focusing on getting the knocks, especially onto the Buriram players that were grouped up together, because he had that memory miss off of that Otho. And guess what? Only Wasana brought in that Joseph Neptune. Nobody else had any bit of defense against those slowdown on the side of Buriram.
That's one thing. I mean, they do have that Nero, so they could have anticipated on that. But PE Sports is prepared for anything. Triple on the Joseph on them. So it's not really slowing them down. It's boosting them up. And you've seen that speed coming from PE Sports every instance that they get tagged up. And I'm loving this side of PE Sports right now. It's just unfortunate for Moshi, always left alone. But there's potential for clutch if it's a 1v2. And then later on, it trickles down to more opponents, but he's not given that opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and speaking of Moshi, he was the only player that was playing the Otho on the side of Buriram, and he was getting some crucial picks, but every time he got a knock, he, quote-unquote, slowed down the players of PE Sports who had the Joseph. So that one worked in the opposite manner. The rest of the PE Sports players just got boosted up in terms of speed. this was a battle again, Neptune. Won out big time with the passive skills, with a little bit of assistance of the active as well. And again, C1 with that sensei take to shrug off those markers, rocking the disruption perfectly with the cryo mine off of his narrow. And he himself has that auto. He wants that memory miss. He wants to get those knockdowns, and he sure as hell was getting those knockdowns off of that Mag 7. And one perfect stay now for us is Nikita on the current way Clash Masters is set up without those med kits, and Nikita getting you that healing deduction every time you get touched by those bullets. It was very difficult for Buriram to recover.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's very difficult indeed. And he does have that enhanced hammer on him. And look at the elimination. And you know, with every knockdown, you have an opportunity to enhance more weapons. And I won't be surprised if every time the players from PE Sports pick up a weapon, they get enhanced by C1 just like that. 9 elimination, 3,382 damage, and 15 assists. Always in the play, even in a close range or afar, he always makes those hit. But let's take a look at the scoreboard or all the stats out of all the players from that game.
31% damage contribution with 9 eliminations on his side. And that is massive, man, because if you look at the eliminations that Wang Shi and Zaref got, those are big numbers as well. But C1 was doing so much more with those tags. He was looking for those knocks. He wanted to upgrade those weapons. He definitely wanted to disrupt all of them with that memory mist off of that auto. And it worked out perfectly, Neptune. I think this is what everybody would dream of, right? Getting that perfect concoction of, strategy to annihilate even those who have been known to be the best of the best in the world of Free Fire Esports. This is a big victory for PE Esports. And look at the mana, 6-1. My God, Buriram did not stand a chance in that game.
Exactly, and I'm loving that this goes double hit against Buriram United, because not only were they 2 down already in the points, but their record in Solara has been blemished by PE Sports, and no more perfect run in terms of map, and the skills is really read quite well by PE Sports. Looking at the numbers right now, it's more of like for Wang Shi, even if he's not bringing that much in terms of damage, the assist is just pristine. Everyone is a double-digit assist from their side, so it just shows that PE Sports is there not only for the aggression, but also the timing, the coordination, and it shows in the number.
Yeah, and look at that KDA off of C1. 24.0 is insane, especially when you compare it to the players on the side of Buriram. Not a single player going past that 1.2. That is ridiculous for Buriram, and a huge activation in terms of beast mode for C1 and PE Sports. I mean, every single player outshining Buriram here on this game number 2. And this was a Buriram pick. This was a Buriram, start in terms of the ban as well as pick as well. They had every single advantage you could ask for.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, they're seeing some chat right here saying that Buriram is already tired because of the number of games that they played, but not these pro teams. They get motivation, they get that momentum out of the number of plays. If they were asked, there's no breaks. They want to play like back to back because they get that momentum, they get that chemistry built already. So I don't know. It's just PE Sports being a little bit smarter, stronger from that fight, but it's not over just yet. In the previous game, elimination rounds or group stages, yes, that might be the case, but not here in the playoffs, AJ.
Yeah, I think the audience, they're thinking of a different game. You think we are playing a farming game, where we are harvesting some rice off of our paddy field. You're tired already after you've filled up 3 big gunny sacks of rice. No, okay, it's Free Fire. We can play Free Fire from the time the sun comes up all the way till the time the sun goes down. What you talking about tired? I have played Free Fire for so many hours. These guys are not going to get tired, but what they are going to get tired of is losing if PE Sports continues to whoop their butt. But I believe in the comeback. I think Buriram has got what it takes. I think in a very big way, the picks in terms of the passive skills have definitely hurt the chances of Buriram, right? Earlier we saw them walk in with 3 Rockies, and Rocky basically reduces your cooldown. It shows that Buriram wanted to play an aggressive game. They wanted those quick refreshes and they wanted to disrupt, but PE Esports was better because they could disrupt, plus they had the defense. They had the Steffi, they had the Cassie, they had the Zayn. Bro, they had everything, man. So Buriram, they better get this next draft correct.
And let's see now on what the draft would be, and then we're going to see as well which map we're going to play in. And again, we're done already with some of the plays. We're already some of the information that has been relayed already. Is there a few more that PE Sports can bring to the table in terms of mind games? Because 2 on the board already against Buriram United, and we did mention that Tulara is one of the best map for BRU, but they are being brought into Nextera, and we saw how that failed miserably for Buriram United.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But of course, Buriram again gets the first ban and pick. The advantage for Buriram in this game to decide how they want to play this out, because we have already seen what's good on the side of PE Sports, and they're focusing on the defense. They're definitely focusing on the disruptive capabilities as well. And I think this is where Buriram is lacking. They need to steal that away. PE Sports goes for the Sentino ban. Buriram this time punishing what should be punished. They take the electrotherapy away.
Now, I don't know about the Santino ban, because it seems like from what we've seen on Moshi, it didn't work out that well. So they could have let that in and probably like ban something else. But well, whatever, make it work for their pick or probably their mind games. But I'm pretty sure that Nero would be available later on for Buriram, unless it's taking. But again, the strength in the front line is being strengthened even more by PE Sports.
Yeah, and obviously this Orion and Zayn is a great pick because it serves up a fantastic capability of offense and defense. And Orion basically has that trump card to get you out of a pickle, just like how Tatsuya could just rebel rush away from a situation, right? But Buriram United Esports, on the other hand, they've got the Oscar this time. They've stolen that away. So the possibility to disrupt is there. Instead of going for the narrow on the double disruption, they bring in the Ignis, and I think this serves as better utility in certain circumstances where you get to block out a lot of vision, especially if you haven't been marked by your opponents just yet.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see. I mean, the Ignis, it does quite work well, but it didn't work so much, especially when we saw it being done against Team Falcons and for a couple of instances against PE Sports, and denying them of that Nero as well will be detrimental to the success of Buriram United. So they don't have the quota anymore. Or they don't have the quota yet. So without Nero, they can bring in the quota, but they are losing out on some of the active skills that they are very comfortable in using.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And looking at the way things are going, PE Esports might just be able to pull a 3-0 over Buriram with this sort of a draft, right? I'm really liking this. The defense is very strong on the side of PE Esports. You look at the capability of Zayn, Steffi, and Orion sustaining on the front lines and the disruptive capability off of C1 on that narrow. I'm really liking the chances of PE Esports. And Buriram does not have that Sentino to play some sort of a surprise trick against them and, get into these very irritating flanking positions that the Sentino can open up for you, even as you sustain a team rush up against the side of PE Esports. So this is PE Esports preparing for the worst up against a capable team of Buriram United Esports. But Buriram still has that opportunity, Neptune, to turn things around. It's all going to be dependent on how that information is flowed through that Aurora Vision.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora Vision in the hands of Jonah or in the hands of Moshi would be different this time around, because at least he would know if there will be someone close to him. He can anticipate his target. Now Jonah will be using that Ignis, and he might be able to tag up, and as well as increase the odds of BRU to get those tags with the Moko and Ignis combination. But right now, Nextera is being played, and let's see how Deca Square will be circled up.
Yeah, let's see if This is going to be that perfect spot because that VSSs that we love should be back in action in a bit. Earlier, we saw Moshi and how he pulled this off up against Falcons. He tried to get that backstab, which served up the team very well in terms of getting them the pistol round advantage. But Jonah this time with that jump headshot. And Moshi with that backstab, the position up high, giving him that advantage once again. PE Sports clearly did not watch that game up against Falcons. And Buriram takes a first easy round. This is just rinse and repeat in terms of positioning.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, same area of the map, and that's where they're blocking everyone. With that Ignis, the visibility has been stopped, and the damage would be added. Despite of the Steffi being pulled in, the Painted Refuge, it doesn't do that much if you're being burned away with not only the shots, but also the Flame Mirage.
Yeah, and again, you see all of the players on the side of PE Sports, they were getting marked already. How Moshi got all of that damage in, how was it easy for him to get those markers, know where to position himself, is thanks to the Moko on the side of Buriram. You know, majority of their players usually run that Moko. Getting that extra information gave them an easy pistol round. But now in this round 2, the VSS is so quick on the investment. Jonah and Moshi taking the big gun straight up to PE, who do have the mini Uzi. They want a CQC. If Buriram falls for this, this is going to be a bitter end for them.
Let's see. I mean, if they can stack up on a rooftop, it's a better opportunity for Buriram United. But now, Wasana, footsteps as distraction together with Moshi. No one stepping out. No one is giving them any hint. They can rush in. It's just a matter of time right now. But Wasana might have been spotted by Wangshi already. And if they have that glue wall, they can get closer. But backstab is just that great, especially from Jonah up top.
Yeah, and Moshi is going to be very dangerous in this position, especially with the VSS in hand. You saw what he could do just with the pistol. With this rate of fire, probably running the Luna as well for that extra sustained rate of fire on his side. But PE Sports, again, they've got the mini Uzis. They don't want to take the risk. But the timing of C1 and his cryo mine, I think, is going to be big. Just to get that information on the side of PE Sports, because really, nobody has glue walls at this point except PE.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, forced buy on the glue wall. Minimum echo, go for echo with that mini Uzi. And the winning game, well, should end. Serif already jumped out. Get Heim, tags them up. But it's a 2v2. And there goes Wang Shi being tagged with that Valiant Dash. Wasana first one to go. And Buriram just wriggles through against PE Sports.
And Wasana up against LBT. LBT managing to get the best of him, all because of that Orion, but the timing was played unfortunately poor on the side of PE Sports. They overstayed their welcome in the defensive compound, and the rotations from Buriram started off a little bit earlier, allowing 2 players to get into position to make sure they stop their descent, and that caused them to all go into disarray. PE Sports losing 2 rounds in a row, but look at the investments. They've got the Thompson X. But again, they want to get up close and personal. Buriram can get it done long range with the VSS.
Yeah, VSS against Thompson. Which one is stronger? If they Google, well, definitely the great idea, especially in this part of the woods, because Buriram United needs to keep that distance. But because of the smoke, even those VSS will not land. And PE Sports slowly inching in, prioritizing in on those airdrops points, and Wasana cannot move in.
Yeah, and PE Sports just prioritizing the cyber point at this situation. LBT, very aggressive, gets the quick sneak in onto Wasana. Wangshi, wild sprays! And with the Thompson, this is exactly what PE Sports wanted. A CQC, they lay out the smokes, they hide behind the cyber drop, and they take advantage. And spraying down the players of Buriram. This was a force buy, but a brilliantly executed force buy. LBT for the finisher. And the Thompson brings PE Sports to the round victoriously.
Bro, imagine bringing 4 VSS against 4 Thompsons, and PE Sports will just bring everything to their table.
Oh, yeah.
It would be even tougher for Buriram United on the next round. It seems like, in spite of the 2 points that BRU has, the investment would be lost. But they still have a few more on the eco on them. But LBT, smart move to get close and personal against Moshi, because that might be a loss in terms of weaponry as well.
And that was a big investment from PE Esports because they knew it was a cyber point round. They knew they wanted that cyber drop. They wanted the advantage. They get the medkit off of that as well. And it was a very tense situation for sure. But it puts them in the situation to have an advantage in this fourth round. With LBT on that level 3 MP5 thanks to that cyber drop. And now pushing up fourth with 2 players. Level 3 MP5. Xerath for that Thompson gets a double off of the assist as LBT pushes in with the Orion. And that was the damage done already. And the only trade out was Wang Shi on the opposite end.
And unfortunately, Buriram United, Jonah and Get High stuck in a gondola, and Xerath would be get this close, just this close to either a nade or to shoot them down, to shred them to bits. And there you have it, Flame Mirage, a turn around, and as quickly as that, LBT pulls away, leaving Xerath to duel with the 2. That was just a distraction. LBT was just to distract them.
Xerath with the ace on this fourth round. How about that for the Thompson supremacy? And throughout the whole game, he just had his Crimson Crush in his pocket, saying he does not need that. What a play. What a player. And I have to say, Xerath would not be able to do that without that massive assist, right? You got to respect that. And obviously with LBT pushing up front with that Ryan, Xerath on that Zane as well. This is the situation where you've got such a strong defense on the front lines, you don't need to think twice going in for the push net.
Yeah, I mean, prioritization would be to take down the ones in the front lines of the opposing team, and that is being done quite well by Xerath and LBT. And there you have it, another Adam Wasana with a few HP, but Xerath also losing HP. But unfortunately, the extreme encounter makes him a little bit more beefier, and the same story will happen. This time, the other duo would be left behind.
Yeah, y'all get ready for a 3-0 because PE Esports not here to piss around. They are here to piss on your hopes and dreams. If you are a Buriram fan, what a play so far. But Moshi keeping things alive with his VSS on that jump. Still gets caught out, but C1 with the Thompson now with the attack on the double. Jonah gets the knock from afar, but Xerath sorts out Moshi also with the possibility of the pickup. C1 not too far away from being rescued here. And Jonah annihilated as PE Esports just shows them exactly who's boss.
The timing in those gondolas, the moment it gets close, the doors just shut against them. Buriram United from both sides couldn't even switch up their tactics because there's, I don't know, probably no more plan in this specific area of the map. And how can you plan that? With Extreme Encounter as well as a Crimson Crush in front of you, potentially makes it difficult for them to really respond. But speaking of response, here comes the Thompson respond from Wasana. And let's see how well he can use this.
Another big fight down the middle because here comes another cyber point battle. Get High against LBT deep in the smoke. Get High and LBT tagging each other up as Wang Shi goes down. Jonah traded out. Great turner timing here by the Thompson holding Xerath. Goes in for the execution as well. Moshi from up front. The only survivor now from the side of Buriram up against 2 players. He's got the coda, he's got the information, but he can't get close enough as PE Esports 2 cyber points in their pockets already. Dominating this game up against Buriram.
Let's see, Xerath who's just providing to be a distraction right now, forcing Moshi to jump in front of LBT. But UAV's been there already, and a little bit of Dragon Boots on them just to lighten up their footsteps, not to be heard. But here comes the pinch. Both players from PE Sports going against Moshi, and instantaneously, the moment he got hit, MP5 ends that player.
The cyber airdrop store giving the players of PE Sports the Skylar skill card is a big-time lifesaver. The time turners being popped out just to have that slight bit of an edge. They've got 2 cyber points now. Big investments paying off for the side of PE Sports. And now a level 3 Scar, a level 3 MP5, LBT with the Crimson Crush. He is looking to crush the hopes of Buriram and their fan base.
Everyone has a level 4 armor as well from PE Sports.
man.
So that is tough cookie to beat right now for Buriram United. So with this kind of map, this is where Moshi might be able to pop off. But hopefully they move in a little bit slow, give an opening so that PE Sports can be or will be baited in. But Super Bonfire already set up. That would be the trick. And Valiant Dash Wasana though goes in for a takedown against Moshi and backs up with that Thompson X once again. Now it's Buriram United taking the reins and LBT and Seraph will be left alone.
Yeah, that was a big play off of Wasana. The Thompson X just doing that damage, rate of fire sustained. And obviously the damage more than enough to sort out those two players. Get high though. Has got a potential big chance here with the Winchester on the level 3. Come on. LBT couldn't even try in that situation. Just sustained heavy fire. And the Winchester gives them that round. Buriram desperately trying to catch up with PE.
And from what I've seen in there, after the Valiant Dash, Wang Shi, a man that can't be moved. I mean, didn't move an inch, didn't respond. I don't know what's happening right now. Hopefully it gets fixed later on because the gap between them is getting close. But we're back in Grab Labs and the same story might happen. Looking into the weapons that's being brought in, they still have a couple of Thompson X for the side of PE Sports and one Winchester, but Get High and Jonah will have their own Winchester, and let's see if this will bring them to that win.
Moshi with the guns to annihilate. The VSS on standby, as well as the Trogon if things get spicy up close and personal, because Graph Labs pretty much do that to everyone all the time, putting them in a surprise close encounter all of a sudden. Now, that narrow, don't know if that was a mistoss there. C1 caught out in a unfortunate timing here. Wang Shi can't back him up. They all have to back away, but Wang Shi dropped, and the follow-up from Wasana this time. Wasana waking up with the confidence off of that Thompson.
I love the coordination right there because earlier we just saw Get High and Wasana up close with that cryo mine being pulled in. Instantaneously, we've seen the rest of Buriram United already in play, and they're doing the same thing that's being done against them earlier by PE Sports. Stick together, but make sure that you outplay the minds of PE Sports before you go for that regroup. So let's see, same potential tactic can work in this area. And, well, let's see if PE Sports can play it even better because up close and personal, they still have that Thompson on them.
Yeah, this deep into the game, especially this compound, C1 has to use that plushie smartly. The cryo mine can play a big play here for the Cyber Point. Oh, Crimson Crush, beautifully done as Get High just sneaks on in there, but that was just no backup play. Chrono brought out Jonah, just managing to survive a little bit there before the rest of the PE Sports. They turn tail to punish Wasana. They managed to get him, but they turn their backs onto Moshi, who finds them with the Trogon. Wang Shi with the Thompson X, but just can't seem to find Moshi, who's quick on his feet.
Let's see the Skylar inside rhythm, and there you have it. PE Sports managed to time it that well, and with that crack on the blue walls as well as that jump from the side, LBT just knows how to time his movement, and Jonah as well as Wang Shi has a little no chance to prove. Now it's Seraph rather with that Trogon who just timed it quite well, but now Rust Down, we are here and we're getting close to stretching this towards round 11.
Series point, Neptune. PE Sports wins this. Buriram is out of Clash Masters, and PE Sports will book the grand final spot up against Falcons. PE Sports, the team that has never won something like this on the Southeast Asian level just yet. PE Sports, a team who for the first time will get to that second spot, man. Let's not even talk about being champions. Even getting the second spot is a big achievement for PE Sports, and they're doing it with style. LBT leading the charge alongside Seraph. They have to play this one slow. Seraph on that Zayn and doesn't get to activate the extreme encounter, gets sprayed down. The timing was off, and here comes the rush as well as Wasana finds C1. PE Sports pulled the timing a little bit wrongly.
Yeah, and there you have it. They are being mowed down, leaving Wang Shi alone against 4. And I guess Wang Shi is feeling what Mo Shi was feeling earlier. But there you have it. A takedown on Jonah, but no clutch that will be happening, especially with the M1887 in the hands of Buriram United. Is now equalized 5-5.
Could they have left this one a little bit too long, too far out of their hands? Buriram is now on the very edge. One more round loss gets them kicked out, but one more round win perhaps allows them another chance at life, another chance at that grand finals. 3 cyber points again in the hands of PE Esports. They've got those level 4 vests, and you can see all 4 players with that vest. This is going to be a slugfest, and it's not going to be a good one for Buriram. But PE cannot make that mistake again, Neptune. They trickled in one after the other like a very bad Bollywood movie.
Let's see. I mean, LBT did spot that UAV, make sure that there's no information. The same goes for Buriram United. Now, it's up to the movements. And BRU, though the slow in the pace, Wasan is already in crossline, and LBT might be able to take advantage of that. But Jonah is standby together with Moshi. So no one is stepping in with Wasana. No one wants to step in against Buriram United, Wasana into that hexagon. And PE Sports will just be stacking in on one side.
Yeah, PE has to play this very slow now. They've activated all of their active skills and they have not refreshed it just yet. Getting into an encounter with Buriram right now will be very, very, very difficult to survive. And this is that right move from PE Sports. Look for that reposition, buy time. And this is that opportune moment. The active skills now can be used. As they move on in, they activate once again, all at that very same moment. This could just be the difference maker. Flame Mirage sent on out, goes past the players of PE Sports who are not touched by it at all. Glue wall melter laid out. And here comes a little bit of a bonfire to keep them warm as well behind that container. Ooh, beautiful Skylar's Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses of Buriram. And this is that push. Active skills available, Neptune. This is the time for PE Sports.
And there we have it. I've seen A124 being used as well. That disables some skill of Buriram United. But unfortunately, not everyone from Buriram United has been taken out. But there you have it. PE Sports gets this win. And they move to the grand finals.
What a timing! What an execution! They knew exactly when they could not fight. They knew exactly when they had to back away. And they knew exactly when they could pounce once again. And that was the final pounce. 3-0 to the 3-time Battle Royale World Champions. Buriram United Esports are out of Clash Masters, all thanks to what PE Sports just showed us in a perfection of Clash Squad.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they know how to prioritize on the cyber points. They know how to use it quite well. Yeah. And that final match gives them almost unlimited in terms of economy. They can get everything onto the table. And we've seen that Riptide Rhythm as well as the A124 that disabled Buriram United from that final moment. That was just a chef's kiss for PE Sports victory.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And again, this is the furthest PE Sports have ever gotten at a competition for Clash Squad at this level. Worst case scenario, they walk away with the second spot. Best case scenario, they are your brand new champions and the inaugural Clash Masters. That is a great step up. And again, PE Sports was just that Vietnamese squad that inspired every other team behind them, because it's not like they were the first Vietnamese team to come onto the Southeast Asian leg, right? There were many others before them, but PE Sports, it was the one that started off the great era of Vietnam in the world of Free Fire esports. And then they went away, man. They didn't really win anything big. And now they're back for it. And I think they can go all the way if they keep this up.
Yeah, definitely. A great motivation for all Vietnamese players and teams out there. And PE Sports showing phenomenal in Buriram United. And one thing's for sure, though, the prediction that I'm laying out definitely is wrong. Prediction that my partner is laying out, though reverse, it's still right.
Nah, you see, when the numbers came up, I was talking a different story, right? Because again, the story that I was painting out showed that PE Sports was a damn good team. Because based on what we saw yesterday, when they kicked out AG Global, the team that did make it all the way. Again, and when we were at FFMAI, they went there. They were showing up great up against the Indian teams. Unfortunately, they faltered up against NG. So yeah, a little unfortunate there, but they still had the fight in them. For a team that barely qualified for Clash Squad last year, PE Sports did not give up. PE Sports has taken this up to the next level, and it's unbelievable that they got to do this because they are outsmarting, they are outthinking teams that are supposedly better funded and with a better backup. This is big, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. This is big, and definitely a great chance as well to show up in games like this. Despite of this prestige of the teams, just like Buriram United has brought in, AG Global has grabbed from the global finals. PE Sports steps in to crush all of those. And it's not as if they crush the dreams, but it's like they're building another set of dreams from the other teams that haven't taken that title just yet. And this is just a beginning for PE Sports.
It definitely just is. And PE Sports just being that underdog. And bro, they're underdog in many ways. They are literally doing that lower bracket run right now. And unbelievably, if you guys think, Buriram might have been tired playing back-to-back. Now think about PE Sports, man. They have been on a hustle, but of course, they're not going to complain. You always look at LBT's face and you always see the smiles on LBT's face. They barely break a sweat. They barely, stress over these situations. Cool, calm, and collected, but always focused on that cyber point. And I think this is that one big similarity that they have with Falcons as well.
Exactly. I mean, they know how to bring that in, those investment, those cash into better investment, and you need those cyber points to get those investment. Now, I love to see how well the MVP is, Zeref right now, and I don't know what he's grabbing right here, but I think that's a burger, a Buriram burger that they just bought into. Now, with that, Zayn Extreme Encounter definitely is a must for this guy. The aggression coming from him, together with the Luna, Joseph, and that Shani, and with the Rocky, he can bring that Extreme Encounter on a double if needed, and Thompson. We've seen how well it has been used, even against the most used VSS in this map.
And this is why they were playing the timing so perfectly together, right? Because this is the perfect combination of active-passive skill plus the pet. Because you look at Zayn and you look at the Extreme Encounter, you look at the cooldown. The cooldown is reduced by that Rocky. You get to spam it a little bit more often. And every time you use your active skill, it goes into the gear recycle that Shani allows you. And that's basically extra 30 shield points for yourself and your team members. So not only do you have extra shield off of the Zayn, you've got extra shield off of Shani, and you're boosting up the rest of your team members with that gear recycle as well. It's just big brain plays off of the passive skills, and they have combined it with the active skills so beautifully, so effortlessly. I think that this is just a masterclass of PE Sports. From beating AG yesterday to beating Buriram today, PE Sports is still showing us that they are a class, they are a cut above every other big team out there right now. 10-7 eliminations. You gotta love this comparison up against Moshi.
Yeah, I mean, the damage is not that much. It's because Zeref, if I'm not mistaken, the most instance that he goes in for the elimination is more of a headshot. So it doesn't care about chipping those damage against the opponent as long as he gets that confirmation. And not only that, the rest of the teams held out that as well in that much regard. LBT, with the coordination that Zeref and LBT has done in those gondola plays, I'm really loving how well PE Sports has evolved right now. More numbers for you guys, but I would like to see average damage per round for the side of PE Sports. It's not that much though. It's again the confirmation of those elimination.
Yeah, and this time the KD averages are much better. You see the response coming through from Buriram. You see the fight back from them. You see the effort to play this toe-to-toe up against PE Sports. We saw many back and forths, but I think it was just a little bit too late, right? Buriram, they kind of rested on their laurels, not really going full-blown aggressive from the very first game. You see the effort on this third game, and therefore the numbers are quite close to each other, as opposed to those previous games where Buriram maybe felt like, okay, we can make that big comeback. But no, man, you know, PE Esports is a totally different team these days round, and I can't wait to see what they can bring up against Falcons if this is how they continue to play. But of course, we have to acknowledge Falcons have always been the dominators of Clash Squad last year until the global finals. The global finals, the only reason why Falcons did not dominate that as well is because they just didn't qualify. But if you look at Southeast Asia, our spring season, our fall season, our pre-season, yeah, everybody was getting their butts whooped by Falcons.
I mean, I'm really loving this kind of Phase 14 Falcons right now, because despite of them losing against AG, they were brought down a little bit in terms of numbers, but once we got into the elimination bracket, they're still on the upper part. Now, they might have moved quite faster and not less, I would say, less mistakes that has been done against Buriram United, so there's less learning. But I'm pretty sure they have their eyes peeled on PE Sports, and they will try to deny them of those cyber airdrops and probably the active skills that PE Sports has been playing the best against Buriram United. So that's a mind games before even the actual matches begin.
Three-time Clash Squad champions in Falcons. They won the pre-season, they won fall season, they won spring season. They beat Buriram to get it, they beat Twisted Minds to get it. They did everything possible to dominate. But, of course, we hyped up AG Global, mainly not just because they won the global finals for Clash Squad, but also because Dew just pulled off the most phenomenal Santino play. And I think just that Santino play alone just put us all into this delusion that, okay, we can forget about everybody else. We talk about AG Global, but that wasn't enough, right? PE Sports showed us that that wasn't enough. You can't just live in the past and not live in the present. And PE Sports was definitely in the present as they drafted every single game. This next one up against the three-time Clash Squad champions, the dominators of Clash Squad in the year of 2025. A team called Falcons, who are also the champions of the very first Esports World Cup. They are taking the stage in the grand finals up against a team that has never been here before on a level like this. PE Sports from Vietnam. We're going to take a quick short break. This was Neptune. I am AJ. When we come back, it's going to be the grand finals. I hope all of you guys are ready.
Triple kill. First blood.
kill.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to... This is it! A 12 MT7!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting. In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire Esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome to the grand finals of the Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia 2026 Spring. We started off with 8 Titan squads. Now we are left with a team that was whooping everybody in shape in the world of Clash Squad last year. They are called Falcons, up against the underdog of underdogs, Esports from Vietnam, fighting to be the very first Clash Masters in history. My name's AJ. I am the Mustachio, down here with my brother Husky. We are your casters for the grand finals.
It's been a long time coming. We talked, we whispered about fairy tales, we whispered about Cinderella stories, and something that seems to be impossible in the making, and yet here we are, Esports, not just about to have a chance to become the first ever Clash Master champion, but to become the first ever Vietnamese team to hoist a trophy on the regional stage after God knows how long, probably never. So this is not the first time they've been in this spot, but this is the closest that they've ever been to a trophy.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Unbelievable, right? They keep getting closer and closer. The closest was at the recent Free Fire Max Asia Invitational. They ended up in the 3rd spot in the competition. Now they've inched 1 step closer. We've got our predictions coming up for you guys as well, in terms of who we think is going to be able to get the victory and be your very first Clash Masters. I understand the 3-2 scores on your side, but I am just going on the thrill of the 3-0 that Esports just served up to Buriram United Esports, the 3-time world champion, Sasuke.
Totally understandable, sir, because after that previous performance, a part of me wanted to go 3-0 PE, but I also wanted to do the grand finals justice, right? I think it would be a disservice if we end in a 3-0 in that fashion. I think 3-2 would be the best case scenarios. I think Falcons so far still look pretty much untouchable. They had some, pretty iffy moments, but it's not something that comes from, poor gameplay, more so when BRE was clutching on them. But when we put the clutch factors aside, I think Falcons still look pretty damn strong.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think one thing we have to respect is the mechanical prowess of the players on the side of Falcons. Limit X7, On Fire, Kororo, Pina. If there was one problem with the Falcons, was that they were not good with the long-range annihilation capability. When they brought on Limit X7, Team Falcons became complete. On the front lines, you've got a solid player in Pina. You've got On Fire and Kororo, who are able to back up the squad in any situation whatsoever. And Limit X7, undeniably one of the best snipers in the world of Free Fire Esports.
And today, On Fire and Kororo have been tearing up a storm. This is the most on form I've seen them in, especially On Fire, who usually doesn't put himself in the spotlight, has unintentionally put himself at the forefront of the Falcons roster. And the challengers from Vietnam, LBT, Huangxi, Zerv, and Situan, some newcomers, some old guards, but a roster that is the current powerhouse of the region.
On Fire is currently placed number 4 in the overall Predators list of this Clash Masters, but Zverev is sitting 1 position above him. On Fire with 92 eliminations, Zverev with 99 eliminations in the competition so far. It does not get better than this. This is some lucky shot that PE Sports have managed to squeeze into the grand finals. This is off of a massive effort to improve and dominate game after game by PE Sports. And I really have to say, mechanical skills may not be where they excel 100%, but their drafts have been absolutely perfect recently.
Yeah, this is a date with destiny, because last time they met, the most recent time they met was the upper bracket semis, and Falcons absolutely decimated PE Sports. 6-3 Kalahari, 6-1 Nextera. But before we even look at the grand finals, we have the low, and it's about to kick off right now to see who gets dibs on the map selection.
Let's see if Wang Shi can once again put a dent in the confidence of a big team. Earlier, he took on Wasana, winning that out pretty much one-sided. Wang Shi used the Oscar to perfection. Kororo this time around, though, very aggressive. Will get tagged 2 times. Make that 3 times as Wang Shi shows no mercy.
Wow, Blake, and you missed it. Wang Shi really merciless and ruthless with the execution. Both of them, of course, rocking the Oscar, but Wang Shi really just cashes in on those instants of hesitation.
Yeah, and of course, Wang Shi with the advantage from the get-go because it's the VSK, and he's very comfortable on the snipes. Kororo, on the other hand, not as comfortable as Wang Shi when it comes to those long-range engagements. He wants to get up close and personal, which is something that the VSK can definitely assist you in doing. 1 wasted freeze on the side of Kororo. He has to be really careful with the management of the utilities that he has on his side, trying to keep the distance up against Wang Shi no matter what. But he still does have that Valiant Dash! And as I say that, he runs straight into his opponent, Wang Shi, with the misplay on timing and punished by the Valiant Dash off of Kororo.
Yeah, a lot better from Kororo this time. Pretty patient, although unfortunately the utility was sort of a bust, but it did make sure that Wang Shi wasn't on that high ground. So that's something that, can give props to Kororo. I agree with you, right? We hardly see him in those long-range fights, at least not excel as much as other players. But you let him get too close to you, this is what happens. Kororo just steamrolls him.
Absolutely. Now, Wang Shi missing with an opportunity. Add a little bit of HP off of Kororo. Even the frag grenade finds nothing. Good glue wall set up here. He's got 2 more to work around with Wang Shi as well. Valiant Dash is still intact for both. But Wang Shi gets tagged up by the deep freeze. Kororo now with the advantage gets the tag in as well. Valiant Dash, big misplay, and Kororo had that timed perfectly.
Wang Shi going on this absolute defense there. Not really the approach you want, especially that you're giving Kororo a bit too much respect. You can see the pressure coming in from our Falcons player, right? He just walks straight into Wang Shi, has no need of his own Valiant Dash. The Wang Shi needs to sort of adjust a little bit. I think you can let Kororo walk up, but you need to show resistance.
And the shot was definitely an advantage for Kororo. And even this round, the M1887, a big advantage for Kororo. Wang Shi needs to figure this out. Well, he played the Oscar great up against Wasana, but just unable to get those 180 flicks in time. Again with a Valiant Dash, aggression from Wang Shi, gets the tag onto Kororo. Kororo responds with his own Valiant Dash, but too low on the HP. Wang Shi takes advantage.
And that is a much better approach. You hit him when they least expect it. I don't think Kororo was expecting Wang Shi to just bomb rush him, and just getting that health advantage helped him survive long enough. Now, with the M1887 done with, I think the confidence should build up a little bit more. We did, you guys did discuss it previously, like the map pick, especially on Lone Wolf. If you can dominate that 1v1, it does boost that morale.
Absolutely, and Wang Shi now just making sure to get those early tags in first. And without the medkits, these initial bouts will be very important, but in Lone Wolf, it's a different story altogether. They get to recover, but in a 1v1, you barely get the timing. Great flash, Wang Shi was blinded, but barely made any bit of impact whatsoever as Wang Shi just decides to stay behind cover. M590, advantage for Kororo, but Wang Shi with the initial tag onto him. Instant application of the medkit. Valiant Dash gets a big tag off of Kororo.
Oh, perfectly executed. I think the flashbang was actually not bad, but unfortunately Kuroro didn't cover enough distance, right? He ended up exposing himself. Peeped through the glue wall, but Huangshi again presses the advantage. And these are the moments I think the lack of hesitation for Huangshi is working in his favor. And now an overhead flash doesn't connect onto Kuroro. So something that Kuroro can take note of.
I think they just don't want to play with the flash. They're just chucking it out and not using it at all. Kuroro on the chase though, M590. This time has a decent advantage. Both players have not used that Valiant Dash just yet. Blue walls laid out. Kuroro on the approach. Huangshi doesn't want to fight in that position just yet. Backs away for the medkit usage. Oh, and the Valiant Dash saves the life of Huangshi. And now Kuroro with 1 HP and Huangshi with the finisher. Great play. This time defensively, the Valiant Dash saves the Vietnamese player.
Contrasting expressions on both ends of the aisle. Kuroro definitely having a bit of that reaction off of that play. Again, Huangshi anticipating. I think Kuroro did not expect Huangshi to be behind that glue wall. The off angle caught him off guard completely. Another situation of getting blindsided in a CQC.
Yeah, this is exactly why Tatsuya was so annoying in the past metas, because you spot him out, you get the info, you go in for the rush, you lay out your utilities, and then he just bursts away. That was replaced by the Valiant Dash. But the great thing about the Valiant Dash is you get to use it defensively too, and you saw that executed perfectly from Huangshi on that round. And now, match point, game point for PE Esports thanks to Huangshi again. Looks like he's the best 1v1 player PE Esports has got on their side.
Yeah, and one of the new bloods of the team as well. Him and Zaref both have been superstars in their own regard. I think you look at week one, you would have expected the kind of numbers that they put up.
Yeah, and I would have actually expected Zaref to be that 1v1 player, looking at, how he has raked up so many eliminations, 99 eliminations in the competition so far. But I guess, numbers just don't tell a perfect story. By the end of the day, you got to look at who handles the pressure well. And clearly, Huangshi's handling the pressure well.
They're definitely having a lot more fun. I mean, we even saw them having a wacky comp with Dimitri and Alok, and they still almost made it pretty close. Here comes the rush. Kuroro down to 78. Huangshi same as well. One pump is going to end it all around the corner. Wow. The pre-fire again, Huangshi. Yeah, flex on him, boy. You have earned it.
Again with the valiant effort and with the Mag 7 this time. Dude, Huangshi loves playing on the snipers. Huangshi loves playing it from afar. But when you force him, he shows you that he truly loves Free Fire. Bro, yeah, as a pro player, I've got a position to play, but I play this game, right? Close quarters seem no problem for this kid at all whatsoever. That final Mag 7, and it's not just the way he got the victory. It is that cool, calm, collected, I'll emote all the way through from the initial parts of this and just step on in there to pull away the victory. With such confidence, he executed that.
I think we call that the flow zone, right? He has entered the flow zone. I think he's having a lot of fun. And you just came off a 3-0 against BRU, and now you sort of win that dominated Lone Wolf. I think PE Esports, they're in the right headspace, and with Huangshi doing it 2 times in a row, I think Falcons have quite a tough grand finals coming for them.
They sure as hell do. And, you brought up this point again. It was what, Neptune and I were talking about earlier on as well. The Lone Wolf, in terms of how it can sometimes dent your confidence just a tad bit. We saw the smiles on the face of Wasana, and then we saw those smiles turn into a big frown by the time we got to the end of Lone Wolf. And if that kind of plays on your mind, I think PE Esports is going to have a massive advantage. Question is, do Falcons allow their little feelings to get played with as well off of that brilliant showdown that Huangshi put up?
Yeah, I think, we saw a bit of that, some smidge of that on Kuroro's face as well, right? And I think around like round 4 or 5, that when Huangshi started outplaying him, you can clearly feel a minor frustration that it could have gone the other way. But then you see the cascading effect. Huangshi just kept on stepping on the gas, and it became Kuroro who was actively trying to make plays happen, but none of them work out.
Yeah, and we also saw a few mistakes off of Wang Shi where he tried to use his Valiant Dash first. He tried to get aggressive first. And he very quickly found out, I think in about 2 rounds, that nope, I should not be the initiator in any one of these engagements. And from then on, you saw the very critical decision being made by Wang Shi. I'm just going to chill. I'm going to allow him to take the first step. But of course, I will toss every single utility at him first just to play my luck, right? If I get the tag onto him, great. But that's not the main intention. The main intention is the timing, because both players are on the exact same active skill. That Oscar, the Valiant Dash. The first one to use it is not going to be able to use it again. And he calculated that quite perfectly as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of times where, you look at and I think it's the whole concept of whoever presses the button first, they lose. And in this case, you have to look at what the teams have brought to the table. Not to put Falcons aside, I think they've had a spectacular season so far, at least in the Clash Masters. But PE Sports just slowly creeping up the ladder.
Yeah, absolutely. Up against Buriram earlier on, we saw Falcons just, not giving them any bit of space whatsoever. I expected it to get dragged out a little bit, but Falcons were not in the mood for that at all. Very efficiently kicking Buriram down into the lower bracket final, where PE Sports crushed them in that lone wolf and then continued to crush them in a best of 5 where they brought it to a quick 3-0 finisher. Nobody expected Buriram to, first of all, lose it in that fashion or even lose it at all, especially up against PE Sports that has never proven themselves on a stage like this before in the way they're doing it right now. And I think the consistency is just mind-blowing. The amount of improvement that Vietnam has pulled in such a short span of time.
Yeah, especially against a player as decorated as Kororo, right? Like he himself was a highlight reel maker through and throughout Clash Squad. But when you look back at Battle Royale, the accolades that he has gotten pretty close to some big achievements. And then now with Falcons, this is sort of like the best shot, right? The golden holy grail for him. And yet you look at a team like PE Sports. Sure, Vietnam hasn't really had a super team that has lifted a trophy yet, but time and time again, they produce individuals that can, rival the greats. T Kui was one of them, ex-born in the sniper role, and now we're looking at Zverev, we're looking at Huang Shi, we're looking at Alan and Mufasa from Heavy. They have some pretty sick individuals in terms of gameplay.
Yeah, and I think that was, that's actually a great point. And that has been the biggest bane of the Vietnamese squads. Every team has got a superstar, but you don't really have a team that could work together to pull it off perfectly. And for the first time, I think we are seeing PE Sports have that within them. And I have to say, it was off of a major re-roster. Zverev, Wang Shi being brought into the squad has made PE Sports turn into a beast that is unpredictable, untouchable in many of these circumstances. We look at the draft of the active skills once again quite a lot, but the passive skills where the pets are brought in for that perfect combination up against their active skill, PE Sports has really analyzed this competition through and through, and they somehow found a way to master this even up against these Thai teams who are technically, argued to be the best region of them all.
I think, to add on to that is also we are potentially, I want to say potentially, but that's not the right phrase. We are literally looking at 2 of the teams who have done, I think, the best sort of prep, and I'm putting mechanics aside, right? I think it's just how they approach these rounds, from draft to the gameplay, the first 10 seconds and how they play out the sequence. They've got it down to a T, and that's how Falcons overcame BRU. They were exploiting BRU's tendencies, and then we saw the same from PE Sports, where they read into how BRU wanted to play, and it's just denying BRU. And I think a lot of it came from just denial. It's not like they were aggressing. They were just denying whatever plays BRU wanted to make. And it got me curious on how this finals is going to play out. Who is more prepared in this short amount of time?
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I think when you talk about just being patient and denying those plays, that's once again what we saw through Wang Shi and Kororo. Wang Shi literally waited Kororo out, right? He didn't poke the bear. He just patiently waited him out, and it looks like the patience grew very thin on the side of Falcons. Kororo started making these decisions that just wasn't going his way, and he was playing right into the hands of PE Sports. this could really be something that happens in the matchup between these two teams shortly as well. Let's take a look at some stats here off of Zverev, the current dominator of our competition, ranked number 1 with the total eliminations. He is the predator of the competition. Unbelievable. 115 eliminations from this guy.
Last time we had a superstar that has such a breakout performance, it was our Prince of Thailand, Wasana, where he was dominating for a full season, a full year in fact. And then now to have Zverev kind of rival that to a certain degree, I think in its own way, is a pretty good thing. Man, God, I hope when we get to Battle Royale, this is the exact same version of Zverev we're going to see, because I think this kid has set the bar pretty high for PE Sports.
Yeah, extremely high, and I can't wait to see them, just go and grab that championship once and for all, just putting this to rest, because we've been waiting for Vietnam to get it done on a level like this for a long, long time. And Zverev, if you look at him, usually on the Zayn, sometimes the Orion picked up by Mr. Zverev as well. You have to love his plays on the Oscar, be it the Orion, Oscar, or Zayn. Every single active skill, he makes the best use out of them. And it's all about the timing for Zverev. And most of the time, they do bet on the electrotherapy. And I have to say, if Zverev is so strong with the numbers right now, it's most of the time because of that backup. And if you've got that electrotherapy off of that Cassie, if LBT or Nolan, as a matter of fact, LBT actually, is behind him with that electrotherapy, I think it has enabled him in so many of these matches. It really makes PE Sports what they are right now, a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, I personally want to see if the teams are even going to let Cassie through, right? Because she is such a powerful character at this point of time. Yeah. I think if we just remove Cassie from the equation, that's where we truly get to test both squads. The team head-to-head also tells us a pretty good storyline on what to expect between On Fire and C-Tuan. This one, I think, is quite a shocker. The fact that C-Tuan is just completely dominating in terms of total assists. He is like, almost 200 more assists compared to On Fire.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you look at the total eliminations here as a squad, you see PE Sports having more numbers than Falcons. Granted, Falcons have played less matches because they've been very efficient with their games, but it still definitely speaks volumes, right? You look at the overall assists as well. Once again, this proves the statement that PE Sports is a well-oiled machine. When you go in for those eliminations, you're not just going in for those 1v1 engagements, which Wang Shi proved that he can get done. But PE Sports knows the value of going in together as a squad and getting it together as a team. And they've just been shining all the way through. It is, of course, still going to be a very big fight, though, because mechanically, Falcons are superior.
Absolutely. Their best map still Kalahari. We didn't get to see that today because we only got Bermuda and then 2 Solara and Nextera picks when they went up against BRU. But the Nextera, we started the day with only 1 time picked by Falcons, and then now they added 2 more to the tally thanks to the earlier upper bracket finals where they completely dismantled BRU on. So it's another map that I think PE Sports will need to pay attention to, right? Will they let Falcons run that duplicate twice, or will they try to spread out the map a bit more?
And of course, at this point of time, I think for a team like Falcons, map preference definitely is there, but they are quite great on each and every single compound they play at, regardless of map. And when you look at PE Sports, I think there's definitely a big pattern here. They love the spacing. They love to play it out in the open. They don't really want to depend on the risky play of the LBT Wang Shi Zverev combination on the front lines, because that electrotherapy is not always going to be saving your life, unless of course they've got the Orion on their side, which happens to be a great pick for them. Bermuda gives them the capability to have a little bit of spacing. Nextera, on the other hand, has surprisingly been a great win rate for them nonetheless.
Yep. It's 83%. It's pretty sick. I mean, it's good to see PE Sports still holds Bermuda close to their heart. But when we look at Falcons, which is something that was discussed earlier on as well, Ignis, Oscar, and the Chrono still top of the list for them. They are a lot more driven by having a mixed balance of utility. And I think having the chrono being an option for Falcons is also a pretty scary thought because we've seen them dig deep into the pockets, right? The Skylar was something that we saw. Steffi was also heavily favored. We even saw them rock the Coda in the upper bracket finals earlier on too.
Yeah, Pina usually the one on the Ignis, and I have to say the Flame Mirages off of Pina has been fairly accurate in almost all of his matches, right? He's able to play so much of informational disruption every time he brings out this active skill. So no doubt here at all, very effective in the grand scheme of things. And of course, you've got the Oscar and the Chrono that has helped Falcon be very defensive. But this is the similarity to PE Esports as well, that really focuses on the defense, but their main focus is not informational play. It is disruption. It's that surprise play as they bring that Nero in pretty consistently, and he has been quite effective in terms of bringing away the numbers. But it is not without the combination of the defensive capability that Steffi and Zane provides.
Something that, Falcons have also been leaning into, I think, in the later stages of Clash Masters, though Nero has sort of been what the Vietnamese team gravitates towards every single time it's open. We see a lot of the Nero plus Ignis together, and it's just a utility hazard field that is very hard to navigate.
Yeah, LBT and squad have literally just been smiling their way through the competition so far, except now. For the first time, I'm actually seeing a little bit of nervousness on the faces of the PE Esports players. And I think because they have never gotten here before. But Lady Luck will still smile at them. They get the first map pick. It is their comfort Bermuda. And they also get the first ban end pick. Big advantage in the first game.
And you can even see the map order tells a good hint of what the preferences are, right? PE picking Bermuda, and then Falcons picking two of their strongest map, Kalahari and Nextera. Whereas for PE Sport, they got Bermuda for map 1 and 5. Solara is going to be the question mark, right? Can they get past Solara? Because I think if they do, and then Falcons dominate on their map choices, Bermuda on map 5 seems to favor PE a lot more, but the Falcons player think differently. They think it's going to be a 3-0 for them.
Well, they are confident with the 3-0. I want to see it, right? Because if you can 3-0 a team that just 3-0'd Buriram, I mean, granted, you already beaten them in the upper bracket finals, it still is a big flex by the end of the day, right? Undeniably the very best in the competition. But of course, PE Esports with the initial ban onto that Zane, and they rip away that Oscar instantaneously just to have the disruptive capability on their side. But Team Falcons with a very scary pick on that Orion.
This should allude to a narrow pick for PE Sports. I don't see any other choices that is on the priority list. Though I would say the stakes for this grand finals is higher. It's pretty high, but it's also higher for some of the dedicated Falcons fan, right? I literally saw one guy who says if Falcons loses this final, he's gonna quit. He's gonna, I don't know quit what, but please keep on supporting Falcons. The year just started, man. We have a lot more to come. Come on.
No. If you're that weak, you should quit. All right. PE Esports.
I'm trying to get some people to stay. Okay, we need the numbers. Come on.
These are the same ones who will scream at a team when they lose and support them when they win. No, but of course, jokes aside, PE Esports with a very strong Steffi pull here, always prioritizing on the defense, and they've managed to do that once again. But the Chrono Coda pick shows the Team Falcons are well balanced. They've got the information, they've got the defense, they've got the capability to block out information off that Ignis and also reap away a little bit of HP and a very strong front line off of that Orion. Falcons looking scary, but PE Esports can definitely disrupt that play with a well-timed cryo mine off of Situan.
Yeah, and I think it's also worth pointing out that PE Esports is one of the few teams that is willing to run triple rushes. I say triple rushes, but Huangxi also has been playing a lot of that supportive role from the back line. Some people probably identify him more as the bomber of the team, but regardless, right? Based off of what we saw in Lone Wolf and having Zeref getting a comfortable pick on the Oscar, I think PE Esports, despite having a very some more defenses to work with, they don't mind taking Falcons head on.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So, in the overall grand scheme of things, I think if you want to play a fast game, PE Esports can definitely afford to do so. But that is not going to be their main priority. Why? Because that Sentino is on their side, right? You need a little bit of time for that mannequin to find that perfect spot before you can jump into the fray. Or else you're going to be getting into battles with 3 players ready, one still kind of on standby, kind of trying to get into position. That's not going to be a clean fight up against Falcons if you've got a little bit of unsynchronized maneuvers. So that Sentino is going to be a crucial one in this matchup. So Wang Shi better bring his best.
Yeah. We're going to jump into Bermuda for map number 1. This is PE Esports map pick. The favorite map, in fact, throughout Battle Royale and Clash Squad. But we're going to start with the pistol. So Vortex right down in the middle. That's where supplies are going to be located. PE will make it there first, and they're not shy to take on Falcons head on with On Fire already going invulnerable. Straight to the Vortex. They actually connects with the Zera, but he gets knocked by the Valiant Dash. Thank goodness he was able to get out.
Yeah, man. The airdrop just laying him down on his side. Zeref, on the other hand, with a great big advantage there, just went running on in. But the smoke vortex getting them a lot of capability to just spray on through. A little bit of a barricade here, but this is turning south as the players of Falcons just wanted to depend on blind shots through the smoke, whereas PE Esports very carefully took a step outside of that smoky region and focused on those defenses first and struck just when that timing was right. And the Vietnamese team gets the first round advantage.
Yeah, a bit of a shell shock there for Falcons. You can see at one point they realized that this isn't working out. They pull out their sight, especially On Fire, to try and get up close and personal. But PE Esports basically just, kept them at an arm's length. Just made sure that Falcons can always get close, but not close enough to deal the final blow.
LBT this time, with the sight in his hands. Second round, no cyber drop just yet. We gotta wait till round number 3 to have that. Wang Shi sending out the mannequin towards the right-hand side. Swaps position as well. That was brilliantly played. And now he's got a deep flank up against On Fire, who's still well hidden. LBT, sight in hand, circling around, looking for that backup of a Wang Shi as well. Spots one out together with Zeref inside that time turner. They choose to not to aggress on forward.
Yeah, Kuroro is wasting a lot of time and it's causing PE Esports to lose health, but finally Wang Shi finds the first drop on On Fire. With Kuroro not having much health to work with, this should be an easy elimination. LBT just slices him into bits. And PE Esports, they gain the advantage. Limit got found out. This should be round 2 for PE.
Yeah, look at this, man. Wang Shi with a sliver of health left on him, but he just doesn't care. Just runs straight at the final player on the side of Falcons because backup was definitely on the way. Positional and numbers advantage for PE Esports in the final tail end of that round. And they brought it to a perfect finish. Kuroro could not get the clutch. And 2-0. Economy should start recovering from the end of the third round onwards, but there can still be a force buy here for Falcons. So PE Esports needs to be careful. They can't be as aggressive as that second round.
Yeah. And so far, the housekeeping has been quite pristine from the side of PE. They've been making sure that Falcons doesn't get to aggress too much. Denying Falcons space, that has been the gameplay. And this Santino enables that tenfold.
Oh, big play here by PE Esports. This time smoking it out. They definitely won the cyber points once again. But they get scanned out by that Coda. This is going to be a big possibility of a play executed here by the players of Falcons. But the informational play gets them absolutely nothing. On Fire with the MP5. Taking the fight straight up and LBT sprayed down. And the cyber point sneaked away by Falcons.
Zera instantly replies by taking down Kuroro as he's quick on his feet. The decision making is from PE is still pretty much on point. Pina not looking too healthy, and Huangxi has a great angle on the roof. If Falcons don't pay attention, this could be devastating. Limit doesn't get hit by the shots. It connected on the roof instead.
Unfortunate for PE Esports because it was all about the Aurora vision. And they knew exactly where to fish out the player. Unfortunate because that smoke played out by PE Esports was only to secure that cyber point, which they definitely won. That level 4 West, it's going to come in very handy up against a powerful team like Falcons in the tail end of this game. Zeref on that pickup, but no medkits on him, so he's just going to have to waddle around, It's absolutely safe because one wrong move and it's going to get put down once again.
Huangshi instantly with the swing and does relocate.
Oh, nice.
Draw the cryo mine as well, so now they know where On Fire is. The backup did come true, but unfortunately the shots aren't connecting. Huangshi would have loved to get more as Zverev punished by Pina from the drop down. Huangshi somehow gets the snipe on the Pina. That's a good trade, but they don't have the health bar to work with. Zituan and a sliver of health.
And this was that mistake made by PE Sports. Of course, there's just no way of telling if or not Falcons were going to go for the force buy. But usually based on the trend of many of the squads here into that round 3, when they've got enough money to get those long-range capability, the weapons, the damage definitely makes for a good trade in terms of not having other utilities in this matchup. And Falcons made the right bet. Not only did they manage to get up front and pull the round away, they also had the Cyber Point won from the side of PE Sports to their side, even though it was an initial fantastic setup by Vietnam. So Falcons with a crucial big victory there.
Definitely an unfortunate missed opportunity earlier on when they could have gotten a body in their favor. But still, pretty minor in the grand scheme of things. PE Sports still has control. And so far, initial shots that resulted in some damage has been coming from PE. They are the ones getting those first blood drops on the Falcons.
Extra flash freeze available for Falcons on purchase if they wanted to from the Cyber Airdrop store. They're definitely looking for the Steffi and Raiden skill as well, just to have a little bit more extra disruptive capabilities. Spotting one out in the open. Zverev with the Thompson X will spray him down, and the sniper stood no chance. LBT from afar finds a Pina. And this is PE Sports once again at their best.
Talk about an infiltration. Zverev just walked across the map, up the stairs, and found one for himself. There's little to no resistance for Falcons in this round. PE Sports, they're halfway there.
This is the way you gotta dominate if you want to take this one all away from the 3-time Clash Squad champions, the dominators of this mode last year. And obviously, they were confident walking into this matchup, thinking that they could 3-0 PE Sports, but it's a 3-1 scoreline. Vietnam saying, hell no, it's not going to be that easy. They did miss out on the Cyber Point, though. So I do expect PE Sports to get a little aggressive on that round 6, but they have to once again be very careful. Careless mistakes could just lead to a untimely demise.
And this time it's a better start for Falcons. They cover their grounds and tag onto the members of PE. But PE are going to full commit with 4 men onto On Fire. No more Orion available. So the favor goes into PE again. On Fire comes out of it and instantly dismantled by Zverev.
All because of the tactical market purchase, the chrono skill in their hands. And that push was phenomenal. We saw what Zverev was doing. He wanted to cut the distance, and he knew he had to go up against an Orion on the opposite side. So what was his solution? The Thompson X, as well as the chrono skill from the tactical market, giving them a major advantage. And now PE Sports 2 rounds away from clutching game number 1.
That was just dominant. PE Sports, they stuck to the plan. They didn't get scared off just because 2 of their members took initial damage. They full on sent it, and that Oscar, the value is starting to really show to allow Zverev to get in the face of Falcons before they were ready to respond.
Cyber Point fight once again. Obviously, this is a big bait down the middle. Flame Mirage sent out by Falcons does not tickle a single player on the side of PE Sports, but the second one does. On Fire now has that information. Pina trying to push on in with that flank. MP finds no connection, and PE Sports, they've already unlocked the Cyber Point, and they get it for themselves. Falcons with the sneak away once again. Big time victory. LBT dropped, and PE Sports trying their best to hold on with Zverev.
Zverev really trying to ramble that, but this time the entirety of Falcons were lying in wait. All 4 of them working together hand in hand to shut Zverev down. Unfortunate for LBT, he got completely destroyed through the smoke. Pina just held the trigger down.
And that was all thanks to the Mokos on the side of Falcons' capability to mark up those players. And there was only 1 Moko player, there was 2 Moko players on the side of Falcons, if I'm not mistaken, Pina and Limit. So you can definitely thank them for that extra information, forcing their way forth with the Ignis. That Flame Mirage was a big play on the second activation, getting information off of 2 players, and then Limit with the flank, getting the shots in as well. That was was Falcons winning it out in the blind, but thanks to the Moko markers.
And Pina off to a good start, taking out Zverev. That's the tip of the spear, already snapped in half. Zverev needs help, but they're not going to give him a chance to do so. Huangxi was able to get a trade back, and that looks a lot more better on fire. Now forced to go invulnerable. The Chrono Shield makes life hard. LBT trying to take Carrero down before he gets brought back up, and should be able to do so.
Looks like match point time for PE Sports. On fire, Crimson Crush can be activated. Goes into the Crimson Crush form. Untouchable, but up against 3 players. Zverev picked right back up. Prioritization on the numbers advantage for PE Sports. And if Zverev comes right back up, the lone survivor on fire gets taken down. And PE Sports on match point in this grand finals game.
Absolute stunning performance from PE Sports. This got up to a pretty rough start. Falcons absolutely immediately pop Zverev, but the response again, we literally talk about how Huangxi in these 1v1s, he showcased it in Lone Wolf that he is capable, and he bailed his entire team out. We're gonna be back on the same spot now for round 8, but PE, they have everything they need to win the round.
Except those cyber points, man. So it's still a big advantage here for Falcons. If they can drag out these rounds to access that level 4 best, just to give them a little bit more beefiness up against PE Sports. But it looks like PE Vietnam wants to end this nice and quick. Zverev for the M590 on the hunt down, but is going to be barricaded away. Smart play by Limit X7, who puts a little bit of a distance, but Huangxi still on the chase. Needs one more pump, and he does find Pina. Oh, from afar finds Limit as well. And PE Sports with the first game victory up against the dominators of Clash Squad, Falcons themselves.
Sensational stuff from PE Sports. I mean, even the last round, round 8 execution, that was perfect. Go in with the Valiant Dash, force the Crimson Crush, and then they follow up with a frag grenade. Who would have expected that level of precision? But PE Sports nailed it to a T, a 6-2 scoreline on one of their best maps. And what a way to start off the grand finals with a statement.
Yeah, and PE Sports definitely planned to get aggressive from the very start. They were playing a triple Rocky setup. With that Rocky, a little bit of a quicker cooldown on your active skills. And mainly, you had Zverev on the front lines. He had the Shani as his passive as well. That gear recycle every time you activate your active skill, which thanks to your Rocky is now a little bit quicker. This was, again, big brain drafting in terms of the pets, passives, as well as actives from the side of PE Sports. But what's more amazing than that is we kept emphasizing this, Husky. We've got a mechanically superior team in Falcons, and PE Sports just shrugged that off.
Yeah, it's the brain against brawn. It's not to say that Falcons aren't good on the brain part, but PE Sports, they are outclassing them in these executions. I don't remember the last time I saw Falcon players run away like that, right? It's completely defenseless, completely caught off guard. It felt like every time PE Sports get in their face, Falcons are caught with their pants down. But PE Sports just keeps on doing it. And there's so many layers to it, right? The way of the execution, the way they pull it off is very different every single round. So Falcons could never anticipate who is going to strike first.
Absolutely, man. And this is just a merciless game style off of PE Sports. And the sly smile that LBG has been carrying on his face all throughout the competition, now I understand why. Initially, it looked like they were just so nonchalant. They just didn't care what happens in Clash Squad, in Clash Masters, whether they win, whether they lose. They always had that smile on their face. But now I understand that smile was the smile of a very confident man, because the way they are pulling this one off up against everybody, AG, Buriram, Falcons, just makes PE Sports look like a brand new beast we can bet on.
Yeah, if you only came into the grand finals, you know, having watched the upper bracket semis and thinking that this is gonna be the same rodeo, you have another thing coming for you, because it is exactly the opposite of what happened when they first faced off in the playoffs. Sure, Falcons sort of swept PE, but now you look at this Bermuda map, PE did not leave any room for Falcons to breathe at all. Even the rounds that Falcon won, they had to work for it, right? They had to really squeeze PE dry before they even were given a chance.
Yeah, and you also have to look at how PE, first of all, I highlighted that they were playing the Rocky, so they get to use their active skills more often, and that indicated that they wanted to play this aggressive. They had the defense off of the Shani, but there's another element that also made them very scary. If you look at the passive skills, you see Nikita highlighted, and you will see Nikita highlighted for every single PE Sports player. Every single one of them running the Nikita, extra reload speed, and you also get to reduce the healing of your opponents by 50% for about 5-6 seconds every time you touch them with a bullet, which means recovery was going to be merely impossible on the opposite end, especially with the rate of fire as well as the pressure that PE Sports brought in. Wang Shi, the MVP. Wang Shi, the winner of the Lone Wolf. Wang Shi, damn it, man, the difference maker in these games. As the rusher playing the Sentino, we've seen the Sentino played in the hands of the snipers. Now, watch it played in the hands of a flex player who can definitely snipe, but who can definitely get the job done up close and personal as well. This time with the M590 as his favorite weapon to annihilate, with 11 eliminations and 5 assists, Husky.
Yeah, Santino isn't usually picked as a staple frontliner. We've only seen it like one other time before Huang Shi did it, but now here he is, right? Like he's doing these fake outs, he's gathering intel, and it also gives him the safety net of being able to run in front, cause chaos, and then dip out instantly. The main concern for Falcons isn't even that, wow, where's his sniper at? Is where is this Santino at? And once he flickers out, we still have to worry about a sniper player. We still have to worry about C-Tuan that is popping our heads from 10 miles away. Yeah. I think, for Falcons, they have to start thinking about how to slow down PE Sports first, because it seems like PE is getting a drop on them every single time.
Yeah, and Wang Shi is the only player on the side of PE Sports walking in with the Antonio, with that gangster spirit. He's got that extra layer of defense. It's technically having like a passive Zane on your side, right? He's got the Joseph as well, which means you cannot slow him down. If at all there is any attempts of using an Otho on the opposite side, which there was, Limit X7 was using that Otho. If at all he's affected by it, he gets a boost of speed thanks to that silver spoon off of Joseph. He was just so ready for this battle. And Wang Shi, at the end of the day, just performed like a phenomenal player out there. But we cannot take it away from Zaref as well, who had just as much impact when it came to the KD averages. But we got to respect the damage that Wang Shi brought out in totality. 4,322. My God, that was massive. And 5 headshot eliminations. Husky, that's insane.
Insane stuff. I mean, even C-Tuan has 18 assists in total. Remember when we look at the total assists from both teams in terms of the stats comparison? Now you look back at it, my goodness, PE, the way that they work together as a team, and there's no question about it, right? This is a well-oiled machine that, despite this being a slightly newer roster in totality, you can see the synergy coming together. Especially these new players, I think that's the best thing about them, right? They still have a lot of space to be molded with. So they come into this fresh, they're fearless, they play like nothing else matters, and then they give us some of the greatest plays up against some of the best players.
Now, I think I saw that wrong, but I think I saw 18 assists off of C-Tuan, which is ridiculous if you look at it, right? Because he's got the Otho, he's got the memory miss on him, he gets to spray down the players on the side of Falcons. This was turning into an advantage a little bit for Falcons though, because a majority of their players were running the Joseph. So that kind of played a little bit in the opposite way. He wasn't as effective, but being able to get that much of damage in, although you were boosting the speed of your opponents, you were still giving a lot of information away to the rest of your team members, and a big advantage. Again, in Clash Masters, you don't get free medkits. You gotta earn your medkits. You gotta get to the airdrop, and you gotta hope and pray that when you eliminate your opponent, they've got a medkit that you can loot off of them. It's not easy to survive in Clash Masters now, Aski.
Not at all, and this is why we look back at the lineup that was being ran, the draft by PE Sports. They want to make it hurt. They want to make it hurt real bad. Once the bullet connects, you are gonna bleed out. And now Falcons is going to be put on the hot seat. What is the next course of action? Because up to this point, they've been running the same MO. They've been able to overcome BRU with very systematic approaches. But PE Sports came in with the exact same playbook, and they did it better.
Yeah, now you don't see the confident smiles on the Falcon players like what we were seeing at the very start of the game when they were flashing 3-0 hand signs to the screen. I don't know if they were putting up a premonition of what's about to happen to them. Well, they better save themselves from a disaster like that because this is their map. This is their first ban and pick. And I think they can't run away from, again, going in for the bans onto these big, opportunities that keeps putting them in a pickle, right? First of all, if they can take away that Zane, if they can take that Cassie for themselves, I think Falcons will have a big advantage up against PE Sports.
And that is a big if because I don't think they will ever get the Cassie. I think the Cassie is permanently banned in this grand finals because of the value that she provides. We've seen it, throughout those 2 weeks. Though, if there's any consolation, wait a minute, Cassie went through, but
yeah.
Are you willing to first pick Cassie? I don't think Falcons are willing to go for it. So the Cassie is going to go over most likely with a Zane to PE. This is Zareth LBT all over again.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this Orion ban because the electrotherapy has just been so advantageous for PE Sports and they're allowing that combination to go through again, right? And you've got the extreme encounter off of that Zane. You're definitely going to see a triple Rocky setup on the side of PE Sports again because this is the start of a very capable rushing composition off of PE Sports.
I wanted to say, if there's any consolation, Kalahari, they won Kalahari against PE Sports on the upper bracket semis with a 6-3 score. Let's see if they can repeat that, right? With a slightly different approach from PE Sports. Steffi and Koda really leaning heavily into the utility. That means you're giving Chrono over. This feels like PE Sports already getting that major advantage in the draft.
Yeah, I don't know as well, right? Because PE Sports appreciates that Steffi. PE Sports appreciates the extra tankiness on the outside. Chrono, on the other hand, doesn't give you that extra layer of defense. It just buys you some extra moments where you get to go in for the save or whatever. But PE Sports has mainly been all about just being tanky on the front line. So I think this is a big hit in terms of a steal that Team Falcons has executed. No?
I just find my way back home.
Oh?
This is something that I really respect, man, because Skylar's very effective. If you can use a double Riptide rhythm instantaneously, it should be able to smash down those glue walls. So Falcons might be trying to go aggressive against PE Sports here.
And that's going to make it a lot more interesting. We just say that Falcons pocket consists of the Skylar. We've seen it a couple of times. And for it to come out right now on one of their map picks, I think this is where they want to regain their confidence, right? If they can beat PE Sports on Kalahari again in the dominant fashion like they did in the last time they met, then we got a finals on our hands. But for PE Sports, they were handed some of the most standard meta, close to immortal lineup. So I do wonder what Falcons' answer is.
And then you definitely will see PE Sports hustling a little bit more for the Cyber Point because the Cyber Store in Kalahari does give you access to the Skylar skill card. But of course, you are limited to just one purchase per team. It's not too expensive, right? So PE Sports does have access to that sort of a disruptive capability. But it's not a double Riptide rhythm sort of disruptive capability. So Falcons with a very big advantage. And also we have to acknowledge in Kalahari, you've got a lot of these angles where players are going to try to camp and try to survive, sustain with their glue walls from afar, trying to get those long shots. Again, that Riptide rhythm can come in handy, but it's not super meta right now, Husky.
Yeah. Miss Santa Catarina is one of those few areas that when we get there, it will be quite chaotic. But PE Sports, because they have the electrotherapy, Zareth can do exactly this.
Oh my.
Right in the face. T1 follows through. Feels like this was premeditated from the very beginning when they got all these picks. Pistol for PE.
That was too quick. USP2s everywhere. Zareth with a headshot, C2 with a headshot, everybody with the upward flicks, getting the advantage. And you can see Wang Shi didn't even need to use that time turner. He was like, wait, I was saving this for a rainy day, and it looks like today is just a really, really hot day. No sign of rain at all.
Yeah, this is sort of the prelude for what's about to come and what is possible with PE's lineup. Of course, they did win the first 2 rounds in the previous map, so Falcons should be anticipating that. A 2-2 split, but for PE against Sichuan and Huangxi is going to do some reconnaissance, and Karoro with the double.
And I have to acknowledge as well, PE Esports had the right ban here because Sentino in the hands of Limit on Kalahari is just a disaster, right? Because it's a very big map and that would allow Limit to reposition very easily. So PE Esports again winning it out big time on the drafts here. They do have a numbers advantage, but without Wang Shi in the mix, this is a flat out 2v2. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses of Zeref and forced ahead with the Mac 10. Limit though traded out. LBT with the side, putting himself in a 1v1, but saved by the double revolver thanks to Pina.
Ooh, that got a bit too close for comfort. And even when Karoro got the initial knockdown, the PE Esports still brought it all the way to a 1v1. I mean, the side from LBT, that looked incredibly nasty. But good on Karoro, being able to get those long-range shots because Zero was about to tear it up once he reconvened with the rest of his teammate. Either way, Falcons definitely showing some signs of life this last sequence. Look a bit hairy, you know, like LBT trying to get in range with the sight, but unfortunately Pina able to keep him at an arm's length. So you head to round 3. It's going to be command post. Again, if you are PE Esports, you have all the tools you need to get up close and personal, just like you said, to contest for the cyber points. Huangxi will have to absorb the pressure as On Fire, relentless with the assault. Pina helps him out, and Pina takes out On Fire at the same time with his own utility. This could have been good for Falcons, but it just became disastrous.
Disastrous indeed. Pina with a sliver of health. Now he's down as well. Limit all alone with the Riptide Rhythm in his hands. Could still play Disruption here, but up against the Narrow, there still needs to be refreshed. LBT has got that electrotherapy, and he just goes in for the finisher instead of waiting to pump up C-Tuan. And he was forced into that engagement as Limit came running straight towards him. This was PE Esports again, just taking a massive advantage. But Falcons winning out a big segment here, which is grabbing that cyber point, Husky.
Yeah, and that's the win that they will have to hold on to because it's quite a tilter when your ice grenade took out your own teammate. Because Falcons could have walked away with that round as well, but an accidental team kill costed them that point. Either way, PE Esports still haven't won a single cyber point for themselves since Bermuda. The Vortex dropped right in the middle to cut off vision. C-Tuan will be the one split away from his team to get the high ground, where Zeref and LBT sticking together to try and gain some control.
Now Zeref needs to be really careful here, has to go into the extreme encounter. C-Tuan and LBT both straight down from up top, but the response is perfect. Zeref with the Mac 10 and the VSS headshot out of nowhere! Gets a double for the squad! And he's going to go in there for the annihilation. On Fire now with a sliver of health. No medkit on him at all. No electrotherapy on the side of Falcons. Therefore, On Fire has to stay hidden. C-Tuan potentially could be picked up here. And he does get that. 4v2. PE Esports looking good.
Karoro finally gets some sort of exchange onto LBT as Zeref also eliminated and removed. Now there's a chance for Falcons, but a double up from C-Tuan and Huangxi will turn it into an almost impossible situation. On Fire did get time to patch himself up, but is still outnumbered by PE. A peek around the corner. On Fire again dropped to dangerously low health. This should be a round for PE.
Yeah, impossible for On Fire to win unless he hits a double headshot. But off of a Mac 10, it's probably just going to tickle their heads a little bit. Huangxi and C-Tuan just gets the finisher. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, says Vietnam. And that's a 3-1 scoreline. You can take the cyber point, but you can't take the victory today, PE wants to say.
And this round started with Falcons getting 2 knockdowns. And then came Zeref, the rock, the anchor, the backbone, and the spinal cord of PE. Gets 3 in fact. One of them got picked up, but the other 2 not so lucky. Someone needs to keep Zeref in check. And he thought it's a good idea to give him Zane and have Cassie.
Yeah.
PE Esports teaching them the hard way.
Yeah, dude, I mean, the Cassie's definitely a perma-ban if you want to face up against PE Esports based on their current roster. But they chose to take the Orion out. And if anything, I think the Orion is definitely more punishable at the end of the day. Huangxi down on the ground. Zeref does straight out Pina. Limit finding the opportunity to make sure Huangxi does not get picked up here. It's a flat-out 3v3. No medkits on the side of Limit and Karoro, but On Fire does So he can take a little bit of extra risk here.
The good news for Falcons is that they have high ground. So for PE to aggress, it's not going to be easy. But what? Caught on the glue wall, just tripped over, and Zverev gets the freest punish.
Zverev lucked out big time there as Karoro goes in for a misclick, tripping on his own glue wall, putting himself in a little bit of a pickle. Zverev gets the elimination as well. Limited on fire, too far away to pick up their brother. Now on fire, gotta be on standby. Zverev doesn't give him any chance whatsoever. Mac 10 to the head, and Zverev just annihilating player after player. The predator of Clash Masters is at it again.
I'm going to call it early, AJ. If he does win this, I think I know who the Grand Finals MVP is. We are looking at him right now, in the flesh. New kid on the block, debut season, in the inaugural Clash Master, and he is doing magic.
Zverev, at the start of this engagement, of this match, he was sitting down on 121 eliminations already. 25% of his eliminations came through headshots. Zverev is a beast. Zverev is a monster. LBT trying to show that he can back up as well. As the Cassie player getting that first knock onto On Fire, but the finisher needs to come on through, and they build those glue walls to make sure no pickups can be possible. Wang Shi annihilates from afar, but Zverev now down on the ground, but they do have the numbers advantage. Wang Shi flanking on out, keeping his eyes onto Limit as the rest fight Karoro.
Protect President Zverev is the game plan. Limit knocks him down, but the finisher still comes through. This is supposed to be Falcons' best map, 100% win rate prior to us hopping into this lobby, and they're getting absolutely devastated. It's a 5-1 scoreline in favor of PE. What is this parallel universe that we're living in, man?
Finally! After years and years and years of waiting for PE Esports to show up big time, they do. And man, oh man, they definitely acknowledge that mechanical skills-wise, we cannot improve overnight, but we can definitely put in the homework for the drafts. They did that, but this extra boost of confidence, this re-roster, this Zverev, this Wang Shi is just making PE Esports that untouchable beast. As we head on into what could be the final round of game number 2, as PE Esports again sits on match point.
A 2-2 split from both ends, and Falcons desperate to find any sort of avenue to shut PE Esports down. Has to start with an isolated pickoff, but I think PE Esports got the info. Pina lost 80 of health already. Huang Shi is going to break the glue up, but does not aggress. It's all about creating that fear in the hearts of Falcons as LBT and Zverev make their way forward. Here he comes again.
And I think this is just a no-go now for Team Falcons. Limit does manage to find Wang Shi from afar though, so there's a 1-for-1 trade. As On Fire gets flattened, Zverev punishes with the Mac 10, finding the long-range capabilities of Falcons and putting an end to it. Pina with a sliver of health. He's got the Kingfisher in hand, but no life to make good use of this Kingfisher. A med kit is not even on hand. He does manage to pick one up now off of the ground. Pina right back up in this game with that full-on medkit on himself. The super med coming in handy in a pickle.
There's a chance for an ace here, AJ. Zverev took out 2 of Falcons members single-handedly with the help of LBT, and now he's been placed in a ring of his own, the Coliseum, a makeshift iron cage. LBT helping it out. Zverev, initial shot coming through. They're gonna try and double onto him. Zverev still good on it with the Mac 10. Zverev, how are you constantly doing this, man?
2-0. One more game away from the very first major title for PE Esports and Vietnam in a long, long time, if not ever. Unbelievable effort and performance from PE Esports here, taking the fight to the dominators of Clash Squad. Again, preseason, fall season, spring season of 2025, there was only one team that dominated Clash Squad, and that team just got dominated 2 games in a row by PE Esports.
And got crushed on their best map as well. Last time they met, it was 6-3 in favor of Falcons. Right now, And then 6-1 in favor of PE. If there's anything that PE has shown, and they're about to lift that trophy, and with almost utmost certainty at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this was just a unshakable PE Sports. Untouchable as well. They ran on in there. They had the three Josephs with themselves, but with a little bit of a difference, right? You also saw this time, since the Cassie was in, LBT brought the Olivia to his side as well. They anticipated bringing in the guns that just could go rat-a-tat. He had the Luna on him, extra rate of fire, brought in the Sensei Tig. LBT was the underdog in those equations, always getting those connections and making sure his squad was powered up. And I don't think Zaref would be as brave. Again, I said this earlier before this matchup started, and I'll say it again. Zaref is the predator of the competition. He's good, but he's definitely much more confident with LBT behind his back.
Yeah, they were given literally the dream duo, the dream combo that is gonna boost their chances of winning the game. It was handed over to them. This round, I felt I could have really shaken the dynamics of this entire map, but again, that unfortunate team kill from Falcons, and then it just snowballed into a Zaref show. He was making a montage reel. I hope he has this recorded on his side, because the amount of TikTok clips they can farm from just Kalahari alone is out of this world.
Oh yeah, no doubt at all. And the way they brought this one to an end in such a dominating fashion was just beyond impressive. Nobody would have been able to call this one PE Sports, and they didn't take the easy route. They got kicked down into the lower brackets, and they made the underdog run, squeezed themselves back into the grand finals. They eliminated the world champions of Clash Squad in AG Global yesterday. They eliminated the three-time world champions of Battle Royale in Buriram just moments ago. And they're about to annihilate the best Clash Squad team that dominated 2025 in a little bit, if they can bring this to the close. And Zaref, the well-deserving MVP, again, rocking the Rocky, had the Zane, had the gear recycle off of Shani. Unstoppable, unslowable thanks to Joseph. And he was just wrecking havoc on the front line. Just to make him so much more irritating, he had the Luna and he was playing the Mac-10. The Mac-10 already has a very impressive rate of fire. Plus that Luna, dude, he was untouchable.
That man is he's bringing the Matrix to Falcons himself. He is, on supersonic speed with how he's moving. I gotta say, Zaref really is a breath of fresh air. And PE Sports as a whole right now looks like the best team. And imagine how crazy this would be, right? Like, assuming they win map 3, they would have just won the whole tournament from the lower bracket finals to grand finals in 3-0 fashions on both series. They would have been a team that eliminated all the Thai teams, all with accolades along the way.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, we definitely did see a double Luna on the side of PE Sports as well. By the end of the things, they wanted to keep a sustained firepower up against Falcons, and it worked out, right? They suppressed the capabilities of Limit. They didn't really allow, first of all, Limit to rage on this Kalahari map like he usually does and fly around with that Sentino. They banned that skill out from the very get-go, and therefore they already knew that, okay, we don't need to worry much about Limit's capability to reposition. We just have to take the fight straight up to his face and end his run. And that's exactly what Zaref was tasked with doing time and time again. And 43% damage contribution. It's massive, man.
Falcons fans shaking their boots right now in the chat. It definitely looked pretty grim after the first 2 maps. But we're going to Solara next. That's going to be PE's map pick. And last time Falcons was on Solara, it was up against BRU and they lost as well. So the track record not looking too good for the Thais.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I'm just a tad bit rocked by what PE Sports has been able to do to all of these big teams, big names, and Falcons just struggling to keep up with them. Again, The 3-0 hand sign that we saw on the cams of Falcons about to come true. It's not in the way they thought it was about to happen. Solara up next. PE Sports picked this map. They wanted big time, and we get into Solara. We know for a matter of fact it is not going to be an easy fight at all. There's no VSS. That's going to be a big problem.
Yeah, I think, even a lot of the viewers are probably dazed after what they witnessed, right? And I had the same feeling when I watched PE Sports completely just, trample through BRU, and I can't believe that this might happen again. And they are just, it feels they're getting better, right? They're getting fueled by the earlier wins. And right now, I think Falcons, we thought that, some changes is going to come through the play style. They switched up in the draft, but I think it went the other way. So please, for the sake of everyone else, get rid of the Cassie. You cannot let PE do this.
No, you definitely cannot. And this is a map where Sentino might be quite useful, right? Because you do have the AWMY in activation. If you've got the Sentino as well in the hands of Limit, this could be still very dangerous. So I do anticipate a ban on that Sentino. I don't really find the other classes on the side of Falcons a little bit uncontrollable, unhandleable, right? You even had the Orion, which didn't give them much. The Crimson Crush could barely do anything, but it could also definitely be a big active skill that the side of PE Sports might want to take off of the table early on.
Yeah, and I think that if there is a ban, you could still, like what you mentioned earlier on, let the Orion be an option to be picked because he's manageable, right? We've seen Falcons manage Orion. We've seen BRU do that. Orion is not invincible. There are certain conditions that make him effective, but Oscar, Cassie, these are game changers. These are utilities that one tops you up, the other disables you, but also blows through your defense all in one package. And I think it's incomparable to what Orion brings to the table.
And right now, I think Falcons are in a little bit of a pickle because there are too many superstars on the side of PE Sports that they want to punish. They want to punish that Zane. They want to punish the Oscar. They definitely want to punish the Cassie pick. But they only have the possibility to ban one and pick one to affect two. So do they go with their own strengths or do they go with trying to disable their opponents who have been crushing them? I think it will be the latter. They take the Zane straight off of the list. And if they steal that electrotherapy Cassie right now, I'll be proud of Falcons.
Yep. Santino gets banned out, so 2 power picks of Solara removed. But Falcons, they do have the first pick, so important decisions needed to be made, right? Orion, Cassie, Oscar. I think Oscar is way too powerful to pass up compared to the Cassie. I don't know. You give Oscar, Oscar and Orion. That seems to be a bit too much.
GG.
So I think PE Sports are ready for this trade regardless. Orion is good, but now you're looking at the Cassie, right? How important is that Cassie to you?
Still very important because you are playing with barely any medkits out there. With the possibility of the basic and advanced therapy, Cassie is definitely the lifeline of a squad. Now you've got the Orion as well. And Orion usually on the front lines for PE Sports is just the main distraction. You gotta love it. And again, I like the fact that PE Sports was 3 steps ahead of Team Falcons, understanding that the AWM is available at Solara and it is a map where Limit can run amok. Taking that Sentino out, PE Sports has already won this in a big way.
So they give the Chrono and Steffi over to Team Falcons, nothing out of the ordinary. But it could be an angle for Nero here, which is what I have in mind. I think the Nero will do just fine. Then the last pick is it's going to be that X factor, right? Are we looking at an Ignis pickup for PE Sports to round it off? Or you want some Intel Gatherer like the Coda? I think that's also on the table for PE. But a lot of that reliance is going to be on whoever gets their hands on Orion.
Yeah, if Falcons pick Skylar again, I'm gonna... Oh! No.
The A124? No way.
Really? Come on, this is PE Sports teasing us. Oh, this is a big play, man. See, I think I did manage to spot, about 2 Josephs on the side of Team Falcons earlier on. But it's still going to be a very big play because once you silence the active skills of Team Falcons, it just allows you to go in there for the quick access and wreck their chances. The possibility to disrupt is big on the side of PE Esports through the plushie, through that cryo mine off of the Narrow and the thrill of battle off of that A124, and a strong line of Orion and Cassie pushing up the front to get that firepower down the throats of Team Falcons. I think PE Esports is going to look very threatening, but Falcons does have the defensive capabilities off of the Steffi and Chrono.
Yeah, they do, and they have one of the standard build as well for the lineup, right? Everything is balanced. It's like a very balanced meal. It has everything that you need, all the ingredients for success in both of offensive and defensive capabilities. The area denied from PE Sports can be a point of concern in close quarter combat, especially when you let this A124 through of the battle connect. That's where it's going to be a bit of a problem. And if you let Zeref snowball again when he's on Orion, good luck trying to remove him from the fight.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for sure. Wang Shi on the A124, which means you're going to have a front line, beefed up. LBT potentially going to be beaming up Wang Shi, and Wang Shi will call the shots in terms of when they're going to go in there for the rush. If they can align the timing well, PE Sports about to 3-0, the mega champions of Clash Squad that dominated 2025. This next map, a PE Sports pick. We start things off at Solara, and a double aquarium dip we go for.
Right off the bat, let's see how this is going to shake up PE Sports. Now they are going for a more unconventional way. The Orion again working out, Huang Shi helping out with the knockdown, and Zeref can do what he wants again. They just cannot target him. Zeref buys so much time and being a distraction. PE Sports with a bulldozing kind of performance in round 1.
Yeah, LBT just went crazy, man. I mean, he forgot that he was the electrotherapy player because he was on the front lines, just going in, and the shorty finding those connections, giving him a great big advantage. Limit, though, tried to play the M500 and put a little bit of distance between himself and the other players, but it's just the wrong compound for the M500 to be brought out because these are all just going to be straightforward CQCs down the middle, and obviously he played his time a little bit too late. But because he split away from the rest of the team members, he stood a little bit longer, but obviously LBT made that one a quick little snip. LBT once again caught out by On Fire this time round, not looking to get very aggressive.
Yeah, but the utilities early on actually dealt some significant damage to the Falcons players, so it's going to force them to slow down a little bit. They were able to heal back up. On Fire now aggressive to try and isolate the PE members, even uses a time turner. In PE Sports, they're going to go the other way to distance themselves from the assailant and find 2 just like that. Again, the decision making from PE could not have been better.
I mean, Zeref on the Orion is just an ass kicker, bro. This guy is untouchable, and he is so solid, and he's literally invulnerable on the front lines. The timing off of those pops, he's still playing on the shorty off of that first round with such tenacity. Of course, taking great big advantage of the fact that his opponents most probably did not have any vests or helmets on them because they were going to prioritize a forced buy there. So great anticipation from the side of PE Sports. But you can see that they slowed the pace down at the initial parts of the game first. They wanted to hear the shots. They wanted to know what guns Falcons had before taking that move. And I think that was the big brain play off of PE.
Yeah. And LBT is time to be taken down first. The focus fire is there from the side of Falcons, and Zeref very dangerous out in the open, and Keroro will find the finisher. That is what Falcons needed to achieve. We take down the pillars of PE Sports. No Orion, no Cassie, and the rest is going to be easy.
Yeah, the AN94 headshot off of Pina, that was definitely punishing. And this time around, it was more of those mechanical plays. Falcons going out there for the instant rush, and they found LBT first. And I think this was a planned maneuver off of Falcons. They wanted to punish that electrotherapy capability, no more bump ups off of that basic or advanced therapy, and then they started to focus on the rest of the players. So strategically, that was Falcons ticking off those boxes in the right manner. But of course, as we head on into these rounds, it's going to get more and more difficult because now it's a compound where it's a little bit bigger and you get to drag the fight out a little bit more. We have to see if we can pull that off again.
Yeah, and the Mac-10s all coming online for PE. This will be what C2, especially not C2, Zverev especially is comfortable with now that he has a Crimson Crush. Not to mention that they're going to adjust the positions with LBT at the helm a bit, so the utility that comes in from Falcons to chip away the health bar, which is the better approach that On Fire sneaks one through.
Yeah, Eco Drain play and Zverev with the Mac-10 from afar. Pina sprayed down, but Zverev now caught out by On Fire, who decides to go in for the rush instead. C2 trying to equalize the playing field, but the rest of his team members on the ground already, and he could not sustain fire. That was a perfect backstab off of On Fire, and this was a play that PE Esports did not anticipate.
Yeah, On Fire really just committed to the backstab.
Yeah.
And caught PE Esports off guard. They were preoccupied with trying to get the revive, to get the pickups and deal with the utilities of Falcons. And then they completely forgot about On Fire, who can self-sustain with that time turner.
And I think there's a big difference here in terms of capability as well, because Falcons does have the coda, and you get that Aurora Vision scan straight off. You get to it, get the information to the rest of the team members, and all of the Falcon players are pretty solid on those front lines. And all they needed to do was just play their positioning, block off all of those initial attempts of shots, and then pull off that backstep with On Fire, who of course was pretty brave with the capability of the chrono. Now limit with the AN-94 again, easy headshot off of that assault rifle. Time turner pulled out by On Fire. With a sliver of health, still wins out that gunfight up against Zverev.
Oh, that has gotta hurt. Limit finding the mid-air shot. That would have easily gone the way of PE Esports if they get a double drop on the On Fire. But this round completely slipping out of the control of PE Esports. Falcons guaranteed a third round.
You gotta love it. You gotta appreciate the way Falcons are squeezing their way back into this fight. It was an opportune moment, played mainly with the mechanical capabilities of these players. Like you saw that engagement with On Fire there up against Zverev. Zverev had the health, but On Fire just a little bit more solid with the way he bounced in and out of the time turner. Mechanical prowess getting Falcons the lead here up against PE Esports in a crucial matchup, because PE already 2 games ahead. This is the final game potentially if PE Esports can get this win. But over the dead bodies of Falcons, they say, because this is them hustling.
Yeah, and if Falcons can make it to map 4, it's going to be that map pick of Nextera too, which gives them an even bigger chance to push us to map 5. And now they are halfway there. Pina under immense pressure. The time turn is going to help him up a little bit. Huangxi waiting for an opportunity, but the coast isn't clear. On Fire on the flank again. Huangxi under immense pressure. On Fire with the cleanup.
And On Fire again with the brilliance in terms of time turner play, managing to get the advantage up against Huangxi with that A124. Thought he had the advantage, but clearly did not, since the time turner was already erected. But LBT with a fight of his life, trying to put up against the rest of the players of Falcons, focusing on the pickup of C2 first. The rest of the Falcon players don't really have a lot of health on them as they scramble to pick up Kororo, but are going to be a little bit too far. Pina gets to the airdrop. He gets the med kit as well, and he's back in the game, but PE Esports have more health.
Yeah, because LBT is the Cassie, C2 is now back to full too. AWM in hand. This is not going to be easy for Falcons. They need to somehow get in the face of PE Esports. And this Glue Wall should help them out. Glue Wall Melter as well to expose the members of PE Esports. They still have that final Glue Wall to allow them to traverse this terrain. And now Falcons will start guessing.
Yeah, they need to strike now because the time turner is on cooldown. It was already used just so that they could play survival a little bit longer. PE Esports has the advantage. That electrotherapy on standby. But LBT is the one that moves on first. Here comes that cryo mine.
No.
C2 tagged up, and that was a big mistake for LBT to split away from his buddy. And the first engager should have been C2 in that situation. One small mistake and Falcons go in for the Punisher.
A wasted opportunity. Definitely. LBT did everything right to pull his team back into a winnable state, only to end up giving Falcons the isolated fights. Those are the kind of fights that they like the most, and they have the weapons for it. Now Falcons sitting and 4 points. That's 4 rounds in a row where they completely outgun PE.
2 more rounds to save them this game. Falcons need to just keep this one up. They've got the Thompson X, the AWMY in the hands of Limit as well. And this is his compound, but Limit has already been tagged up. No medkit on Limit, which means great big advantage to PE Esports now.
Yeah, Zerev's going to be top back up. Not a problem there. As long as LBT is around, Zerev can keep on doing this. And they're willing to blitz right through. You can see Limit, he's evacuating. Zerev catching Limit on the cross. Great interception, but also gets backstab. LBT is going to be around. LBT needs to win this. Able to down Kiroro, but did lose Zerev in the process. The eliminations now needs to be confirmed. And Pina is there to defend the body of his teammate. And Pina saves him.
Yeah, Pina, big play here. He gets to pick Limit up as well. And Limit will go for the save onto Kororo. Pina just saved Falcons and potentially won this round end game for the dominators of Clash Squad of 2025. On fire now, MP5 on the circle round. One misstep falls all the way down, but the damage has been done. C1's not going to get picked up as Wang. She had to back away as well. And On Fire makes good sure of that.
Everything that could have went wrong for PE in the past few rounds have gone completely wrong.
Yeah.
All the plays, it makes sense. This, I see Tuan, initial tag, Huang Shi as well. Unfortunately, just could not pull through in the very end. They needed confirmation, but all they got was just half-baked results. And Falcons responding a lot more efficiently now.
Definitely a lot more aggressive, and I think the confidence that was lost in the Lone Wolf has slowly built right back up, and they're desperate for this victory now. Match point for Falcons to extend the series into a minimum game number 4 as PE Esports look like they're not going to be able to make their way back on from this one. Zerev again, the main one to get targeted, and I have to say, the Coda has been a big game changer for Falcons. That information of the position of PE Sports, and without any bit of capability to get that info for PE, has put them in a little bit of a pickle.
Not only that, On Fire has been constantly going for these big flanks that is separating the battle lines, the formations of PE, constantly disrupting how PE wants to play. And every single time On Fire makes a kind of assault, there's going to be a 2-prong attack from the side of Falcons.
You don't really see a lot of those UAVs thrown out by PE Sports as well. Might have just given up on this game, looking to pull a comeback on the next few ones. C1 tosses out the cryo mine, does manage to get the tag, but not a lot of impact off of that. Pina backing away alongside Kororo, who does manage to get stabbed in the back. Zerev with the Punisher. Pina now being hunted down by 2 players at the same time. C1 jump shot, finds the first connection. Finisher by LBT up front does not come through. Mag 7 in hand, he goes down, but Zerev for the cleanup. And Limit now all alone, but still in a very dangerous position to put a little bit of damage onto PE Sports.
Yeah, thank goodness Zerev was able to get out, and that's going to allow him to clean up Limit, giving PE Sports another chance to force sudden death. And this one's a lot cleaner. They were a lot more patient with the approach, and they're not letting Falcons weigh them down despite having On Fire on the flank. And with the amount of utilities dumped at them, PE Sports able to survive the initial assault and then strike when Falcons don't have much left.
We also have to acknowledge the efficacy of the ban for Falcons, taking out what could definitely be the prime active skill of PE Sports. You don't actually have a lot of firepower on your front lines if that Zane's not going to be keeping you safe. And Zerev's definitely feeling it. Granted, yes, sometimes when he does go into the Crimson Crush mode, like now, he does have a little bit of viability. Just no actual big advantage at all defensively. Just buying a little bit of extra time. C1 with a sliver of health. Kororo, ice grenade, big play. Forcing C1 out of that engagement.
Yeah, I think they missed their window. Oh, what a turnaround! Hong Shi might have just saved his team. What was that?
C1 just find Pina as well, leaving Kororo and Limit in this equation. Limit with the AWMY. LBT looking for one. C1 drop from afar. Limit as accurate as ever. Zerev with the Mac 10. 111 HP. Valiant dash across him. But punished by Zerev, even though Kororo had the Thompson in hand.
And this is doable for Limit now, unless Wang Shi gets the drop onto him. Just one good shot would do, but unfortunately he can't find it, and PE Esports another round, but this moment was everything. Wang Shi with the 180 turnaround onto On Fire, who was about to flank him. If not for that, On Fire would have been the reason Falcons pushed us to next era.
Bro, and now we've got 3 cyber points on the side of PE Esports. Level 4 vests are a possibility. You can see 3 out of 4 vests on the side of PE Esports on level 4 right now. They've got extra sustainability. They've got the AWMY, double of it, and the MAC-10 on level 3. This is a big possibility for PE Esports to push us into round 11 and not allow the series to move into game 4.
There's a chance for PE now. Some signs of hope, and On Fire denied the initial flank attempt, even getting tagged just a little bit. And PE Sports this time keeping a keen eye on where this player is at, because he was the star that took out BRU's Fire, and PE Sports was not about to let that happen.
Yeah, the Homer skill card used a little prematurely by Falcons to get this information, but the train just bringing PE Sports a little bit further away. And now the circle is going to be squeezing everyone in. PE Sports. Now Cryo Mine played perfectly. Kororo taking it out alongside On Fire. Wang Shi gets tagged up. Big play. Wang Shi needs to find a way to recuperate somehow. And C1 with a big shot. Can he get a double? Chrono saving On Fire, but up close and personal. LBT looking to put him down. And Zaref, LBT, the personal combo of doom. PE Sports brings us to round 11. Sudden death. Can they do it?
C1 shows Falcons how it's done. What a flank to completely cut off Keroro. And I bet you Limit was caught off guard as well. He was literally watching from the balcony but did not expect such a swing. Who does that on AWM? Apparently, C1 does.
Holy mama! PE Sports on the verge of making history right here, right now. Just when it looked like Falcons were about to make a comeback, Vietnam says not just yet. All 4 players on that level 4 West. So crucial, so important to get these cyber points. And PE Sports knew that well and true. This time Homer tags up Limit X7. Information given away. Deep Freeze will not find On Fire. But look at the utilities tossed out here by PE. Cryo Mine sent out and Pina gets tagged.
And Pina needs to get rid of that first. Limit is going to be pretty important right now. On Fire, crawling in the shadows. It seems like PE Sports hasn't paid too much attention to him, but C1. Oh, that's a dangerous spot that could make or break the round. And he gets tagged, and Pina finds it.
Yeah, and Pina just in a sneaky little spot right there to find the connection onto him. The pickup, Wang Shi though. But exposed Koda here comes through. Valiant dash giving him one, but Wang Shi stops On Fire dead in his tracks with the M590. Can he get the drop shot as well? Zaref on the front line trying to get the job done. Finds Kororo. This is PE Sports with Limit all alone in front of them. And it is the moment Vietnam finally gets it done. Your champions, your very first Clash Masters.
Finally, Vietnam gets to lift a trophy in one of the most historical runs ever. 3-0 in the lower bracket finals, 3-0 in the grand finals, eliminating all of the Thai teams, your global finals Clash Squad champions, your best Clash Squad team in Team Falcons, and the 3-time world champions. PE Sports have finally solidified a legacy that has been making in the years through ups and downs. This is PE.
If you want to do it, you got to do it in style. Bloody hell. PE Sports just getting it done in style. And you said it, man. The teams that they eliminated, the teams that they beat to get here to this spot as champions of our inaugural Clash Masters here in Southeast Asia 2026 spring. My goodness me, it was not an easy journey at all. The challenges were stacked up against them. They were truly the underdog of underdogs, and they beat not just 1 or 2 good teams. They beat the best of the best of the best that Southeast Asia could offer. But PE Sports made that into nothing. 3-0, flat out smashed the dominators of Clash Squad in Falcons.
What a way to do it in the final map too. Down 2-5 and ran it back 4 rounds in a row. They beat the 3 best teams, literally the 3 best teams of Clash Squad in the region. They had to go through the whole Mount Rushmore to lift this trophy. If you want to talk about blood, sweat and tears, no one can tell you that story better than what he has done today.
It looks like the secret is you got to qualify or be invited for FFMAI, bro, because these guys went there, met a bunch of Indians, lost to NG Pros, but still did not give up, learned a lot off of FFMAI, brought everything that they learned into Southeast Asia once again, and found a way to dominate. Again, preseason did not qualify. And if I'm not mistaken, spring they didn't qualify. Fall, they made it through, but got eliminated way too early. And I think they didn't even get past Swiss stages. And that same, slightly different PE Sports with a re-roster, so much better, so much smoother with their drafts and execution out there on the battlefield, are now your champions.
Yeah, just like that, in a blink of an eye, they are crowned champions. But you have to go through the whole journey. Like you said, it was not easy at all. There were so many times that even in our prediction, PE Sports wasn't on the list to win. And yet, here they are, the 3-0 that was predicted by Falcons, but worked completely in the exact opposite of what they wanted. Well, PE Sports, I mean, this is a roster that you should watch out for.
And don't you dare ignore that I predicted the 3-0 as well. But it was a fluke, man. I mean, I definitely was expecting Falcons to bring something in this game, right? And for the first time, I got a prediction right in the competition because I was trolling all the way through. And the one time that I thought that it was going to be a real good troll, I turned out to be right, because PE Sports, they woke up in the competition and they were not going to be overstepped by anyone. Again, I have to say, they were good end to end. The drafts were absolutely brilliant. PE Sports definitely have a great analyst on their side who understands the mechanics of Free Fire esports in and out, especially in the world of Clash Squad, because they play to their strengths. And at one point, even the big teams started to have big questions. Who do we nerf? Who do we ban out? Which skill do we even steal away from PE Sports that looks so flexible on every single skill?
I mean, and it's one thing I want to say, every single time, the story writes itself when it comes to Free Fire. LBT is going to be our MVP for this game, but I gotta say, we start off by praising Huangshi when we saw him in Lone Wolf. We said that Zeref is truly one of the best Predators right now. Game 1 and 2 was them doing it individually. Game 3, they came together, but they were held together because of LBT. He was given a Cassie, man. Like what else could you ask for?
Yeah, absolutely, man. And again, this is the same statement that I've been making the whole day about PE Sports. Zeref is your #1 top predator in Clash Masters, but the main reason why Zeref gets to be the top predator is because he's got a man called LBT always rocking it at the back with that electrotherapy, just making sure he is getting the job done if at all the rest of his team members do fail. He's got the J-Beebs on him, he's got the Sensei Tig, he shrugs off those markers, and he's going in there a little bit tankier, all with the intention not to get the job done, but to enable the rest of his players to get the job done. But when it all fails, LBT steps up to the table, brings out the shotgun, and gets it done on his own. Damage contribution, 23%, because that's not his main role, but the man still became MVP.
He's a combat medic, right? He heals everyone back up, he makes the clutch plays. Were there moments that, LBT slipped up? There were, we saw that, right? I think the mid-round where he brought it down to a 1v1, then made it a 1v2, a 2v2, but then they split up. A lapse in judgment, but afterwards, his teammates came online. I mean, Huangshi basically saved the last 2 rounds for his team. Both times, it was an attempted backstab, and both times it was Huangshi that said, not today.
Absolutely, man. And Huangshi, from the time he won out that Lone Wolf, in the 1v1, he showed LBT and squad, PE Sports. They were not here to mess around. But On Fire definitely brought the fire this time around. 10 eliminations, dropping 6 times in total, obviously, but not too bad on the KDAs. Overall, it was a close game between the two. It had to go down the wire. It had to go to that round 11, but it also had to depend on a massive comeback from PE Esports, and they had it in them to make that one, to see that one all the way through.
It really rallied. Like in the last 2 rounds as well, exact same compound to work with, but very different approaches, right? First of all, round 10, they stopped the backstep. And they were the one who did it. And it was C1 with the AWM of all things that somehow slipped through the radar of Limit. And then round 11 happened. And then Falcons get the drop. They go on a rescue. PE goes on a rescue mission, and Huangxi just held the fort with his body and 590 in hand, nothing else, and stops the whole of Falcons. You could not have written a better way for PE to win it in such a fashion too.
Yeah, and I think there was also a very big fundamental mistake on the side of Falcons as well when they came in here with a triple pick of Flash. Now, Flash protects your back from those sights as well as bullets when you're trying to take an aggressive fight, but that's when you're expecting somebody to stab you in the back. PE Esports wasn't really a backstabbing kind of squad. They were just taking the fight straight up on the front lines. So I think this could have just been used a little bit better. If they had swapped that out for a Rocky potentially, maybe they could have stood a little bit of a better chance because those Oscars could have been used a little bit more. You could see a little bit more of that painted refuge as well, but it just wasn't the case here for Falcons.
Yeah, in fact, I think for the majority of the grand finals, PE were playing very honest and upfront.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that brings us to the end of Clash Masters here at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Clash Squad. We will definitely want to see you guys for Battle Royale as well. We'll meet again soon. Take care. Goodbye. Good night.